Han Sun spent the next few days with Ji Yanran, attempting to make babies. The following week, Han Sen decided to return to the shelter. Now, where might I next find a super creature? Han Sen mulled to himself. He thought he was still a little too weak to attack a king-class shelter by himself, but finding lone super creatures in the wild was a difficult task due to their rarity. If Xie Qing King was here, taking down a king-class shelter would be trivial. Han Sen was dismayed. Xie Qing King was still in Holy Sword Shelter. Lin Weiwei was there as well. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he had no idea where that was or how he could get there. After another couple of shelter jumps, they came to a portion of forest that was brimming with fruit. Fist-sized green fruit was everywhere. And even more delightful, they were proper genoplants. The plants looked to be primitive class at best, but still, the number of them was incredible. It excited Han Sen to see them all there, due to the fact he could use his black crystal to absorb all their life forces and generate an ocean's worth of special water drops. Aside from aiding the growth of genoplants, water drops were also able to improve the strength and sentience of beast souls and creatures. Han Sen used to have a ton of water drops, but now he had very few. He had to be very careful who he chose to feed. If he was able to absorb all the trees that filled the landscape before him, he could feed whatever pets or creatures he fancied. Han Sen scanned the region ahead of him before blindly wandering in. When he confirmed the absence of creatures, he went forth. He picked up one of the fruits first and broke it in two. When he opened the fruit, the waft of some bitter scent filled his nostrils. While the fragrance may have caught him off guard, Han Sen was also surprised at the fruit's composition. There wasn't much flesh, as the core took up most of its inside. Han Sen pulled away the flesh and took a look at the fruit's core. It's a walnut. Han Sen examined it closely. He pinched the shell of the walnut to break it, and indeed, there was a walnut inside. He ate it and it tasted lovely. There was no benefit to eating it, though. He thought he might as well have been munching on snacks. Even though it's just an ordinary class genoplant, shouldn't the fruit still be of some service? Han Sen pondered the peculiarity of the walnut he had just consumed. Han Sen ate a few more and felt nothing special occur with his body. That being said, it was not like he had reserved any lofty expectations for the fruit, given its low class. Han Sen then proceeded to absorb the life forces of the tree. He placed his hand on the trunk of the one in front of him, and it died fairly quickly. The black crystal generated the water drops just as Han Sen hoped it would. From that single tree, Han Sen had gathered 3 months' worth of energy. Wow, that's so little. I can only suppose it must be an ordinary genoplant, Han Sen said to himself as he walked over to another tree. Han Sen absorbed 100 of the trees and received quite a bit, as one might expect. After he was done absorbing the trees, Han Sen noticed something else was residing in the same portion of the forest he was. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear something hitting a tree someplace ahead of him. Han Sen went to check it out, and he found a rhino-sized boar beating its tusks against a tree. The nutty fruits above were falling to the ground. The boar gobbled up each fruit in its entirety. It was only a primitive creature, so Han Sen couldn't even be bothered lifting a weapon to end its life. But then, just as Han Sen turned to leave, he noticed something weird occur to the boar. Heaven knew how many walnuts the boar had eaten, but it began to writhe around on the ground, as if in agony. Oh snap! They can't be poisonous, can they? A wave of shock and worry cascaded over Han Sen's mind. Han Sen then turned to think about how strong and powerful his body was. Even if the walnuts were poisonous, he didn't fancy the chances they'd do much damage to him. He continued watching the boar roll around on the forest ground, and all of a sudden, he was hit with another daze of shock. The boar suddenly looked much smaller. Han Sen rubbed his eyes to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks, but without a doubt, the boar had shrunk in size. It was not uncommon for creatures to be able to change their size, but it was concerning to learn a primitive creature was able to do such a thing. It seemed to Han Sen that the boar had become smaller due to its eating of the walnuts. Han Sen watched it for another 10 minutes, and by then, the boar that was once the size of a rhino was now the size of an average one. Han Sen remained there to watch it shrink even further, and after half an hour, it was the size of just a puppy. The walnut does make things smaller. Han Sen's face warped into one of panic. So the first thing he did was unzip his pants to take a look. Phew! Thank the maker it is still the same size. Han Sen touched his manhood to make sure, and then wiped the sweat from his brow. The boar seemed to stop growing smaller after that, but when it stood up, it went back to ramming trees to eat even more of the walnuts that fell. After doing so, it grew even smaller. This confirmed to Han Sen that the walnuts did indeed make the boar smaller. The boar continued to eat ravenously, despite its literal shortcoming, until it reached the size of an ant. Han Sen observed it intently, wondering why the boar might have wanted that to happen. The consumption of one of those walnuts did not seem to impart any benefits. It merely brought pain and made the consumer shrink. And now, the boar had lost all semblance of its previous, intimidating look. But despite having been made that small, the speed and strength of the creature looked unchanged. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give the boar a scan and observe what it might have been attempting to do. But the boar took off running through the forest. It was only a primitive creature, though, so it was no trouble for Han Sen to follow it closely. The boar skittered its way over a distance of 10 miles before coming up to another, albeit stranger, walnut tree. The tree was of similar size to the others, but this tree had leaves that were black and red, not verdant green. Furthermore, the tree looked as if it had been made from metal. Each leaf, and even the composition of its trunk, looked to be metallic. And even stranger, Han Sen was unable to detect the presence of a life force stemming from that particular tree. If it was a tree king, there had to be a life force. But if it really was a tree, it must have died a long time ago. And yet, despite that, many fruits decorated the twigs and branches of the tree. That indicated it was actually alive. The mini boar took to climbing the tree, and it went up and up until it reached a small hole on the trunk's surface. The hole was almost as small as a needle hole, and Han Sen reckoned an average ant would have a difficult time squeezing through. At least Han Sen knew now why the boar wanted to make itself so small. It wanted to enter that little hole. Of course, this posed another question. Han Sen now wanted to know why the boar wanted to enter the hole so much. It had costed a lot to do so, and all that effort had to be for some tangible result. Han Sen scanned the whole tree, top to bottom. He could not get a look at what might have resided inside the tree, due to its only point of entry being so small. Suddenly, though, Han Sen saw another creature approach. This time it was a snake, but it was just as small as the boar. It climbed the tree and entered the hole just as the boar had. There must be something inside that tree hole. Han Sen thought he might be able to find out by simply sawing the tree in two. But he ultimately decided against this, preferring to wait and watch for a while longer. Over the course of an hour, Han Sen was able to witness a number of similar creatures enter the tree. They were all tiny, just like the boar. It was quite perplexing, and difficult to fathom why so many creatures were shrinking themselves to enter the tree hole. One mini creature even looked like a titan. Does a special treasure reside in there? Is that why so many are going inside? Han Sen wondered, but then, he saw a creature exit the hole. It looked like a monkey, except it possessed 3 tails. The monkey seemed bloated, following its exit. And eventually, after reaching the forest ground, it suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall ape, directly in front of Han Sen. The 3-tailed ape didn't remain there, though. After its sudden burst of growth, it took off running into the forest and disappeared from sight. Han Sen then thought to himself, are the effects of becoming mini temporary? He was very curious over the ongoing event, so Han Sen decided to remain there for a few days and watch what went on. Over that time, Han Sen was able to witness many different creatures come to and fro from the tree. The boar that had led Han Sen there came out on the 3rd day of Han Sen's watch. When the boar exited the tree, it returned to its original size. Han Sen was positive it was the same boar, but he couldn't help but notice it looked a little different. Han Sen remembered its fangs were a creamy color, but now they gleamed with the color and brightness of gold. Furthermore, its life force had become much stronger. Maker knew what happened inside that tree over the course of a few days. Most creatures that Han Sen saw enter left the tree in 3 days. A few of them, however, did not return. It made Han Sen wonder what happened to them on the inside that prohibited their return. After a few more days, Han Sen decided to do something about the ordeal. He opened his 9 gene locks, and with Phoenix sword in hand, he hacked the tree. Han Sen believed there had to be some sort of treasure inside. Otherwise, the creatures wouldn't be so eager to go in, and neither would they appear different after leaving. But when Han Sen slashed the tree, the sword was only able to leave a streak of white against the tree's metallic, glimmering surface. Han Sen was shocked, so he thought to himself, this really is special. If Han Sen was unable to bring the tree down through brute strength, he was going to do as the creatures did and dine on a feast of walnuts. He first tried grabbing the walnuts on the tree he stood before, but strangely, he could not remove the walnuts. They were hard and firm in place, as if they had been nailed to the branches. This did not dismay him, though. In fact, it made Han Sen happy. This proved to him that something awesome had to reside within the tree. Han Sen wasn't going to give it up, so he decided to spend time eating the ordinary walnuts. If the creatures could grow smaller after eating many of them, Han Sen believed he could do the same. Since I'll be able to change back, I might as well give it a shot. Han Sen still wanted to exercise caution, though, despite this assumption. So, he brought out a creature he had captured a while ago to be his guinea pig. Han Sen's captured creature did not know it was being tricked. It thought it was being treated kindly, and so it happily gobbled up all the walnuts it was given. Before long, however, it started to writhe around on the ground in pain. Han Sen was then able to again confirm that the walnuts made creatures grow smaller. 3 days later, it returned to its ordinary size. Han Sen then decided to eat the walnuts himself, anxiously wanting to enter the tree hole and see what may have resided inside. The creatures always returned from the tree with the same or even greater strength than they had before. If Han Sen was to do as the creatures did, he thought he'd share the same boon or at least go back to his original size in 3 days with all his power still intact. He ate quite a few, but nothing happened to him. He wasn't keen to give up just yet, so he kept on munching as many walnuts as he could, non-stop. After a while, it felt as if he had been delivered a massive electric shock. He fell to the ground and started twitching and convulsing. When the pain passed, Han Sen could already feel that he was much smaller. He felt himself having shrunk to the size of a 7-year-old child. Han Sen ate a whole heap more walnuts until he was the size of an ant. Then he proceeded towards the tree hole. Han Sen did not immediately walk inside. He saw a primitive creature just ahead of him, so he masked his presence and followed it in slyly. The tree hole was almost like a tunnel, and it seemed more and more like something that had been bored into the tree. It could not have developed naturally, and so it had to have been built for some purpose Han Sen had yet to figure out. Han Sen followed the creature for a bit, and then, Han Sen saw something most shocking. He came to a street. It was wide and well-paved, lined with buildings. It was like another world inside the tree. Many creatures were there, too. The Titan he had once seen was there, but there were also a whole host of others he hadn't. There were snakes, insects, and beasts of all kinds. There was harmony inside that miniature world. There was no conflict, and Han Sen was even able to see a few spirits in the mix, interacting with the rest of the denizens in peace. Is this a spirit shelter? Han Sen asked himself with much shock. He followed the street he first came to. The mini-world was crazy, and it delighted Han Sen with every twist and turn. The tree was hollow on the inside, and they had managed to build a whole city there that went up in a spiral. Han Sen had wandered for quite a bit, and still he was only at the bottom. The creatures there looked as if they all wanted to go up, but there were spirits guarding the way up. It seemed as if one would have to beat them if they sought to ascend the city. Many creatures had been beaten by the spirits, and others had even been killed. The creature Han Sen followed managed to succeed, and upon its victory, it was allowed to go up to the next level of the city. Han Sen was unsure whether or not he should join in. He wondered if the spirits would be angry due to the fact he was human. But then Han Sen suddenly saw a human join a fight. In it, his leg was broken. Seeing the man get one of his legs broken, Han Sen instinctively ran up to him. "Are you okay?" Han Sen asked, as he helped him upright. The man looked surprised to see Han Sen, and he asked him, "Are you new here?" "Yes, I just came here today." "What is your name?" Han Sen answered and asked. The man Han Sen helped was called Zhang Yuchen, and Han Sen helped bring the man back to his lodging. He explained what he could about the place. The shelter belonged to an emperor. The spirit in charge was called Immortal Emperor. Zhang Yuchen had come to the shelter 20 years ago. He had been unable to become stronger, so he remained on the bottom floor. He said the ecosystem of the shelter was very harsh. If one was weak, they'd be little more than a thrall, forced to remain on the bottom. If you were able to pass the test, you'd be given a good life. The emperor would also provide those who ascended a life water to boost the gaining of strength. There were dozens of humans residing in the shelter, but most had managed to ascend. Only a few now remained on the bottom floor, and he was one of them. Zhang Yuchen was too weak to go forward, and he had only managed to max out his mutant geno points. Still not being strong enough, he had been on the bottom floor of the shelter for 20 years. Many of the people who had come, even those who had come much later than him, had leveled up and succeeded in ascending. Han Sen was very interested in the life water he spoke of, though. Zhang Yuchen had only ever received normal ones, which granted him ordinary geno points. High-level life water was able to impart primitive and mutant geno points. But to receive those, you would have to reach a higher level. Zhang Yuchen believed Han Sen was new there, so he asked about the alliance. No human had spawned in the shelter for a while now, and Zhang Yuchen had been unable to return to the alliance the whole time he had been there. As such, he was eager to learn about recent events. Han Sen told him about the current state of affairs, and Zhang Yuchen looked moved and emotional, hearing about the life he had left behind. Spawning in an emperor shelter, as he had, often made it impossible for humans to make use of a teleporter and return to the alliance. After Han Sen learned more about the location he was in now, though, he was very happy. They very much welcomed outsiders there, and if you were strong enough to prove your mettle, you could take part in the trial of ascension without establishing a contract. Han Sen could obtain life water with little to no trouble. The place needed a lot of manpower to remain operational, and regardless of your race, the stronger the better. There were a few humans there with spirit geno points who had also managed to open 8 gene locks. They had been unable to return to the alliance, but they were happy with their life as it was. "No one wants to help you?" Han Sen asked. If humans were enjoying life there and wanted to help others, all they would have to do was give him low-level life water to level him up. But Zhang Yuchen shook his head with a dismal look. When Han Sen left Zhang Yuchen's house, he went straight to the testing area. He had been told the creatures who came to the shelter and had been unable to ascend were only allowed to remain inside for 3 days. If they did not leave in that time, their bodies would be damaged. But when they left the tree, the effects of the walnuts would wear off and they'd return to their proper size. So Han Sen thought he shouldn't squander any more of his time there. If Han Sen was able to go up 1 level, he'd receive a drop of the prestigious life water. It seemed like a goal worthy of pursuing. When he reached the 2nd floor's entrance, he stepped forward while no one else did. "New human?" the guard asked Han Sen. "Yes," Han Sen answered. The spirit pointed at a circular shield on a wall and said, "If you break the shield in under 10 minutes, you will have passed the test." Han Sen was surprised to hear this was the test, and so he asked, "Don't I need to fight you guys?" The spirit said, "You are an ignorant fellow, aren't you? I'd kill you in 1 hit, but the Emperor doesn't allow that. So go and attempt to break that shield. Next time, things won't be so easy." Being given the task of breaking the shield was a one-time, first-time affair. Not wanting humans to be killed outright made it seem as if the Emperor was in dire need of more staff. "No!" Zhang Yuchen was limping towards Han Sen, seeking to stop him. "Why are you here?" Han Sen asked with surprise. Zhang Yuchen told him, "You are only given 1 chance to break the shield and level up that way. If you fail, trying to reach the 2nd floor will be far more difficult in the future, as you'll be subject to a crueler challenge." The spirits chimed in to mock, saying, "The test has already started. You'd better hurry." as you only have 7 seconds left. Zhang Yuchen exclaimed, "Oh no! If you miss out on this opportunity, I have no idea how many years it might take for you to level up." 5 seconds, the spirit said with a happy expression. Han Sen patted Zhang Yuchen on the shoulders and said, "Thanks for letting me know. But I was too late," Zhang Yuchen said, remorsefully. "It might not be." Han Sen walked towards the shield. 3 seconds, the spirit said, before starting a countdown. Han Sen was not in a rush, so he approached the shield slowly. 2 seconds. "If you don't hurry, you won't even be able to get a single punch in," the spirit said. Zhang Yuchen regretted talking to Han Sen now, as he had cost him much time. Han Sen just smiled and gave the shield a slight nudge. Pang! The shield blew up into little pieces. Everyone all around was shocked, and the spirit frowned, saying, "The shield must have been on the verge of collapse. It has been there a long time, after all." Han Sen said, "Go and rest, Brother Yuchen. When I receive some life water, I'll come back and share it with you." Zhang Yuchen, with a wry smile, slinked away. Han Sen thought the man was quite strange. Han Sen had succeeded, but he had left without saying anything. Still, he let him go for now. Han Sen was going to talk to him when he was done. "Can I go now?" Han Sen asked the guards, pointing towards the stairs that led up. "Sure, whatever." The spirit was not happy over the way Han Sen won, but the rules were the rules. He wasn't going to prevent Han Sen from proceeding. It seemed as if the emperor ruled his subordinates well. "Where's my life water?" Han Sen asked. The spirit threw a bottle at Han Sen, but he did not say a word. Han Sen caught it. It was transparent, and a honey-looking drop of liquid resided within. Han Sen put it away and started to ascend the stairs. Each floor looked the same as the last. The buildings and architecture were identical to the floors below, and each floor was populated by a number of creatures and spirits. When Han Sen arrived on the next floor, a spirit said, "Wait here. A spirit will come and put you to work soon." Han Sen saw a few creatures waiting ahead of him. They were the ones who had passed the test. Han Sen knew that the people who came here would have to work for one day. "Can I keep on climbing?" Han Sen asked. "Of course, but you need to finish your duties first," the spirit coldly said. Han Sen waited in line with the creatures. It was an emperor shelter, so who knew how many elites might have been living there. Han Sen didn't want to push his luck and try to subvert the rules. After a while of waiting, a spirit approached and guided them to another section of the floor. Han Sen knew why, as they'd have to have their strength tested. If you were weak, you could not perform the task expected of you. Han Sen looked ahead and saw a mountain of walnuts there. They surprised him quite a bit. The walnuts were purple in color, so they had to be from that tree. There were creatures in a chain gang, pushing a stone mill, grinding them into dust. The stone mill was very heavy, and the primitive creatures were having a difficult time operating it. New human. Han Sen was sent to a stone mill. Another human stood next to him and tried to strike up a conversation, but Han Sen ignored him to focus on the work. "I have only just arrived. This is my first time doing this," Han Sen said. "You'll need to put your back into it and work hard. There may be no guards here, but you have a quota of 10 walnut powder sacks a day. If you don't meet that quota, they'll bump you back down a level. Then you'll have to do the test all over again," the man explained. "What use is the powder for?" Han Sen asked as he began to work. "Those of us down here don't have a clue, but it's a material that's wanted by the big cheese, and since we're required to produce it, we don't question it any further." The man briefly paused, looked around, and then spoke again in a quieter tone. "You didn't hear this from me. Got it? But rumors say that Immortal Emperor, the big boss of this place, uses it to craft what has been dubbed immortal pills. What are they for? Do they make him immortal?" Han Sen inquisitively asked. The man laughed and balked. "Spirits are immortal already. Immortal pills, however, are said to grant spirits access to the fourth god's sanctuary. They were created by Immortal Emperor, so naturally, they were only named after him. The man then stopped chatting so he could focus on working the stone mill and grinding the walnuts. Han Sen didn't push very hard. He casually worked the mill while his mind relaxed to ponder the nature of immortal emperor. He needs all this labor for the production of these immortal pills? Han Sen did not believe eating the pills would allow one to ascend and become a demigod. He believed this due to his experience with Xiang Yin. To ascend, you had to literally ascend an excruciatingly painful staircase. Walnuts wouldn't allow you to skip that, and Han Sen believed the best they could do was make a person temporarily stronger to weather the cleansing fires a little better. By the time the day was done, Han Sen had created 20 sacks of walnut powder. When the spirits came to take them, they provided him with 2 drops of life water. "You're good. You've only just arrived and you've already produced 20 sacks worth." The man, receiving his life water, said to Han Sen. The man had produced 15 sacks, but that only granted him 1 drop of life water. The additional 5, however, would count for the next day of work. If he did another 15 the next day, he'd receive 2 life water drops. Han Sen spoke to the man briefly, but then fled the shelter, exiting via the tree hole he had entered from. He wanted to spend time researching the effects of the life water. Han Sen returned to his own shelter, and on the 3rd day, his body returned to its ordinary size. And while Han Sen may have been ordinary, the drop of life water he had received was still as small as it used to be. The vial of liquid was so small it couldn't even be classified as a drop. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Han Sen summoned Moment Queen and Dragon King and asked them about Immortal Emperor, to see what they knew. They both claimed not to know who he was. But Dragon King told Han Sen that it was most likely a fake emperor. "Why would you say he is fake?" Han Sen asked. "Emperor is a title, not a self-given name. It is bestowed upon a spirit by other spirits in recognition of their greatness. If he is not widely recognized, how can he be an emperor?" Dragon King explained his reasoning. "What you say makes sense, but what if he does have the strength of an emperor? What if he does, and he just maintains a low profile and keeps to himself?" Han Sen asked. "Impossible. The actual body of an emperor is not much stronger than that of a king spirit, but it provides the emperors a higher chance of opening 10 gene locks. Unlocking your 10th gene lock, however, requires many resources. Do you think this fellow could obtain all the resources he would need silently, without others becoming aware?" Dragon King said. "I suppose you may be right. He doesn't have many resources, actually. Plus, out here in the normal-sized world, he only commands a tree." Han Sen agreed with Dragon King, hearing it put like that. Han Sen then showed Dragon King the life water he had received. And to this, Dragon King said, "Holy smoke! Life water, you say? This is a sky drop. You've met Sky King." "Who? Sky King? Sky drop? This is life water." Han Sen was confused. Immortal Emperor must be that asshole Sky King. Just when I thought he couldn't stoop any lower, the guy goes and proclaims himself to be an emperor. Dragon King almost looked amused. "Who is he?" Han Sen asked. Dragon King explained. "He is another one of the 8 generals. I'm surprised he didn't meet a grisly end yet. And now he's moved on to call himself Immortal Emperor? It makes me shudder." Han Sen believed Dragon King must have held some sort of grudge against Sky King to possess such a strong reaction. So he said, "It has been a long time, you know. Are you sure there wasn't a chance for him to level up and become an emperor?" Dragon King looked at Han Sen with disdain and said, "My ass! He used to be an emperor. He became too big for his britches, so you know what he did? He challenged Ancient Devil Emperor himself. And of course Ancient Devil defeated him. But he was taken in as a general. During their battle, though, Sky King was injured quite badly. His wounds were so grievous, they knocked him down a peg. He became a king spirit as a result. He'll always have to remain so as well. He'll never be an emperor, ever again." Han Sen then told Dragon King about the laboring, and what was whispered about the immortal pills. Han Sen asked, "If he is indeed Sky King, might it be possible he has found a way to recover? Is that why he hides atop the shelter inside the tree hole?" Dragon King frowned and said, Ancient Devil said he cannot be healed. Not now, not ever. But Sky King, he's as slippery as an eel. It wouldn't wholly surprise me if he truly did find a way to recover. Might I ask, is that shelter a black and red walnut tree? Dragon King stared at Han Sen with a queer look. Han Sen confirmed his suspicion and described the tree in further detail. He also went on to explain how the interior looked. Dragon King squealed and said, "Oh no, that really must be the Sky Tree. This is what he owned during his time as an emperor. It should have been destroyed after the battle. It's growing again, but if it's growing, there must have been a life force on it." Dragon King suddenly widened his eyes, and he said, "Ha ha, I know. This is what Sky King wants. This is a good chance." "What is this?" Hansen frowned, seeing Dragon King cackle like a maniac. Dragon King managed to recompose himself and respond, "Kid, I have quite the opportunity for you. I'm keen to see if you dare accept." "What is it?" Hansen guessed it'd be related to a mortal emperor, but he wasn't entirely sure what the proposition might be. If Dragon King was going to suggest Han Sen should conquer and claim immortal shelter, his answer would be an immediate no. Han Sen didn't believe he was strong enough to tackle such a place. "The walnut tree you mentioned? That is the Sky Tree. It's an Emperor Geno tree. Sky King uses it to level up." Dragon King went on to say, "The tree was supposedly destroyed amidst the battle I mentioned. But you just said the tree had no life force, which would also indicate it was dead. I think he is currently attempting to revive the tree. I know what he is up to, but I must applaud him for the difficulty of the task he has undertaken." "And what does that have to do with the opportunity?" Hansen frowned. Dragon King said, "If I am correct, he is growing another Sky Tree inside the original Sky Tree. These things are supposed to take millions of years to grow, though. He must be using the remains of his dead one to jumpstart the growth of a second. A suitably parasitic approach for him." Dragon King looked directly at Han San and told him, "I have a way in which you can get your hands on that new tree. Even at the stage it's probably in right now, a seedling, it can greatly benefit you. If you grow it successfully, well, it would be priceless." "And what would you require in exchange?" Hansen asked. Hansen didn't think Dragon King would help him for nothing. For Dragon King to tell Hansen the tree was that good, there had to be a catch. Dragon King smiled and said, "You know I only have a tiny piece of my soul remaining. If I continue to stay inside this ring, even that will be extinguished. I'm on a leash, tethered to a ticking time bomb. I'm living on borrowed time. Get to the point." Hansen didn't want to waste time, hearing him beat around the bush. "If you can find me a body, I can evolve a bit. Do that, and I'll tell you what you need to do to get a hold of that tree," Dragon King said. "How would I help you?" "You want the body of a king spirit." Dragon King shook his head saying, "I'm not doing too good. Even with a king spirit stone directly in front of me, I could not take it." Dragon King went on to say, "I just hope you can find me a super creature's egg. A super creature is at its weakest when its egg is about to hatch. If you provide me such an egg, I'll be happy to forfeit my spirit life and take over the super creature's body and live as one." "A super creature's egg? They aren't easy to find. Where do you expect me to find one around here?" Hansen said, "You don't have to get one for me right now. Just make me a promise that if you stumble across such an egg in your travels, you will keep it for me," Dragon King said. "If the tree is as good as you're making it out to be, then you have my word," Hansen said. "It won't disappoint you," Dragon King said. Although Dragon King could not entirely trust Hansen would help him, it was a chance at something better than his current state of existence. "Now, tell me how I can get my hands on that Sky Tree." Hansen was ready. "The new Sky Tree will be growing on top of the old one. Right now, Sky King is probably trying to amass a number of subordinates to help break down what remains of the old tree, to aid in the growth of the second. You will have to get close. With the night cloak, you can sneak in unnoticed and steal it," Dragon King explained. Hansen thought it'd be worth a shot. The night cloak made a person wholly invisible while it was nighttime, could even hide one's scent. The night cloak was an item of many layers, and it was difficult for Han San to get a complete grip on all of its functions. He could, however, use it as an actual cloak of invisibility, and he was content with that function for the time being. Han San stuffed his belly with more walnuts and went to visit the sky tree. Entering the tree-hole shelter, he looked around for Zhang Yuchen. As a thank you, he provided him the life water vials. Han San asked Dragon King what he thought of the life water, and he was told that the vials of life water could indeed be beneficial, but they were low-tier items. For an elite such as Han Sen, they were useless. As a result, Han Sen was happy to give them away. Zhang Yuchen, seeing the life water, was shocked. He exclaimed, "Whoa! Are you really giving those to me? You helped me even when you were injured. It's the least you deserve." Han San explained his reasoning for the generosity. Zhang Yuchen wished to say something, but someone called him. He quickly pushed the door and went out, as Han Sen followed. The man who called him was the guy who had worked alongside Han Senator. His name was Chang Hu. "Brother Zhang, you must hide. Kaping has returned." Chang Hu quickly spoke, not noticing Han San there. Zhang Yuchen shook his head, and with a dismal look said, "Where? Where can I run? Let him come for me. What's going on?" Han San frowned. Chang Hu was surprised to see Han San there. Zhang Yuchen gave Han San the life water back, saying, "I appreciate the gift, but it would be wasted on me. Run. If others say you know me, pretend we never met." Zhang Yuchen then pushed the two away and told them both to leave him. Zhang Yuchen kicked them away, and before Han Sen could even ask what was going on, the door was slammed in their faces. "Tiger, what's going on? Is there a grudge between the two?" Han Sen asked Chang Hu. Tiger was his nickname. It wasn't because of his name, but because he practiced a hyper-geno art called Killer Tiger. It borrowed the momentum of a tiger, so in battle, he could pounce upon foes with the ferocity of a great cat. Chang Hu sighed and said, "It's a long story, but the reason Brother Zhang has been down here for so long is all because of Qiu Ping. We're all humans and in this together, aren't we? Why would Qiu Ping make things harder for someone else?" Han Sen asked, frowning. Chang Hu gave a wry smile, saying, "You can't exactly blame Qiu Ping and call him the bad guy, as much as you can say Brother Zhang didn't do anything wrong here. For them to both spawn here was a big mistake." Chang Hu told their story to Han Sen, and Han Sen sighed after hearing it all. They both spawned in the same shelter in the previous sanctuary, and when they spawned again in a mortal shelter, they became even closer. It was like fate, for them to remain together. They were closer than brothers to start off with. Qiu Ping was a surpasser with maxed out sacred geno points. He even had hyper-geno arts that were far stronger than Zhang Yuchen's, but neither of them minded this. They always worked together and they always worked hard. Zhang Yuchen knew he wasn't as strong as Qiu Ping, so he worked extra hard to keep up. But woe befell their relationship, and it was torn into tatters by a woman who came between them. It was a female spirit. Men have needs, and in this place that was especially true, given the fact that there were no women. Spirits were different than humans, and spirits merely cherished the companionship of someone who could talk to them. Qiu Ping met a female spirit while he was working, and they both swiftly fell in love. But one day, when Qiu Ping returned home, he saw Zhang Yuchen naked. The spirit was struggling beneath him, and when Qiu Ping appeared, she called out for his help. She claimed he had been doing awful things to her, and that Zhang Yuchen thought such actions were fine because he told her she was just a spirit. But Zhang Yuchen claimed he never did such a thing or said such evil words. He told Qiu Ping she was framing him, and so Zhang Yuchen killed her. Since then, with the truth of the matter obscured, they had been enemies. And when the female spirit respawned, she returned to see Qiu Ping. She claimed he could not protect her, and she broke up with him. Han Sen frowned and said, "This must have been going on for many years, and it still is." Chang Hu replied, "No one can say for sure what really happened. Qiu Ping is very powerful amongst the circle of this shelter's top humans. He proclaims that any who seek to help Brother Zhang will be considered his enemy. Brother Zhang does not wish to burden people with this, so he tries not to associate himself with others too closely. It really has been going on for years. Zhang Yuchen's fitness was low, but he had been there for 20 years and should have at least amassed a large sum of ordinary points by now. Han Sen knew there had to be a reason why he did not want to level up. Did you just say Qiu Ping has returned? Han Sen double-checked. Chang Hu quietly said, yes, he broke up with the spirit, but she has been helping him a lot. He is much stronger than the other humans who are here, so he took a job upstairs and never came down. But now, he says he is coming back down to put the business with Brother Zhang to bed. Permanently. He's going to end all this? How? Hansen frowned. I don't know. What I do know is that he has opened 8 gene locks. If he seeks to kill Brother Zhang, he'll be able to do so easily. Chang Hu. What is the level of this spirit? Hansen asked. All I know is that the spirit is a servant of a king spirit. The only reason why Qiu Ping was able to sign a contract with the king spirit and manage to open 8 gene locks was through her help. Royal spirits are usually the highest level the humans can sign contracts with, so Qiu Ping must really trust her. Chang Hu said. Hansen thought there must be something wrong with that spirit. It may have been a night-class spirit or something. But servants such as that could not help Qiu Ping as much as Chang Hu was telling him she had. If she was a high-level spirit, their relationship was akin to the poor farmhand being with the kingdom's princess. It was like a twisted fairy tale, wrought of strange and rare circumstances. It was even weirder to acknowledge they were both of a different species. They were both talking near Brother Zhang's house, and suddenly, Chang Hu looked shocked. He moved and pulled Han Sen into the alley with him. What is it? Han Sen saw a middle-aged man approaching, clad in armor. That is Qiu Ping, Chang Hu said. Han Sen watched Qiu Ping march directly into the house. Zhang Yuchen, get out. I have received an immortal order. We need to end this today, Qiu Ping coldly said. What's an immortal order? Han Sen asked. Chang Hu answered, Immortal Emperor forbids killing of your own volition. Murder must be sanctioned, or come through an order directly from Immortal Emperor. By joining the Immortal Army, though, you may murder as you see fit. I cannot believe he has finally received it. Chang Hu stopped talking after that, but Han Sen got the idea. The door opened, and Zhang Yuchen walked through. Zhang Yuchen, I now have permission to kill you. Do you have any last words? Qiu Ping showed no reluctance in his confrontation. There is nothing more for me to say. I did not do anything, but for the pain you have experienced, I can only provide you my condolence, Zhang Yuchen answered. You don't think I'll kill you, do you? Qiu Ping looked angry. When I said I did not do it, I did not do it, Zhang Yuchen said. His complacent attitude fanned the flames of Qiu Ping's heart and temper. Without further ado, he slashed his sword towards Zhang Yuchen. Zhang Yuchen knew he was going to die, and he did not want to fight the cruel twists of fate that had led him to that moment. He stood there and waited for the blow to strike. Qiu Ping's blade was brought up to Zhang Yuchen's neck, but it did not go any further. The sword nicked a small cut across the skin of his neck, and that was it. Let me ask you one more time. Do you admit what you did or not? Qiu Ping asked. That spirit spits poison in your ears. Recognize her for the forked tongue she really possesses and wake up, Zhang Yuchen proclaimed. Even now you try to drive a wedge between me and smoke. Damn you! Qiu Ping's anger only increased, and he was ready to strike his believed nemesis down. Dong! A hazy longsword flashed before Qiu Ping's sword, and it shattered. If the spirit was unharmed, why kill him? He has suffered down here, in the pits of this miserable place for many years. Isn't that suffering enough? Han Sen threw away the sword. Han Sen's body was small, but Taya and Phoenix sword could not shrink with him. As such, he was using a mini-beast soul weapon. Han Sen summoned a primitive class sword to block Qiu Ping's strike. Han Sen did not know the truth, as much as Qiu Ping did not either. But he knew Zhang Yuchen did not seem to be the sort to do what the allegations claimed he had. Furthermore, if Zhang Yuchen was as weak as he believed, it was difficult to imagine that he could force himself on a spirit or even kill her, as the story went. Who are you? Qiu Ping said. Zhang Yuchen quickly said, Thank you for your help, Brother Han. But this matter concerns the two of us and only the two of us. Han-san said, I don't care for the petty reasons of your quarrel, but I do hope Mr. Chiu will give me some time. What do you mean? Chiu Ping asked. Give me time to prove Zhang Yuchen did not do anything wrong, Han-san said. And how would you do that? Chiu Ping said. Give me 10 days. If I cannot prove his innocence to you in that time, you may do as you please, Han-san said. Why would I give you 10 days? Chiu Ping looked intimidating. The last thing you want is to believe your best friend betrayed you as you are so sure he did. Give me 10 days and faith in your friend will not even be necessary. You will learn, know, and understand that he is a good person. He did not do what you think he did, Han-san said. That is not enough, Chiu Ping said. Fine. Attack me 10 times, 1 strike for each day. If you cannot kill me, give me the 10 days I request, Han-san said. No. You should not get yourself involved in this, Zhang Yuchen screamed. He believed Han-sen was new here and was not strong. He wholeheartedly believed Chiu Ping could end Han-sen's life with a single swing. And this is between me and Chiu Ping, Han-sen said, walking forward to directly face Chiu Ping. Come on. 1 strike for 1 day. Chiu Ping drew his sword and slashed towards Han Senator. He was so fast. The 10 attacks were like one. Everyone expected Han-sen to be cut up and diced like dinner. Chiu Ping, come for me. Don't hurt him, Zhang Yuchen screamed. But Chiu Ping was so fast. His attacks were already over before anyone heard what Zhang Yuchen had to say. Han-sen's body had a few marks, and he was bleeding a little. I will see you in 10 days. No one will be here to save you then. Chiu Ping returned his sword and left. How did you withstand the 10 of those attacks? I didn't even see you dodge them. Chang Hu looked at Han-sen with great admiration. Han-sun looked at his wounds and said, I didn't bother dodging. No way. And he didn't kill you? Chang Hu asked in shock. It's because he is not completely heartless, Han-sen said. Chang Hu then said, but how will you be able to prove Brother Zhang's innocence in 10 days? I will have to find out who is responsible for all this, Han-sen said. You want to find that spirit, don't you? She is in the highest level of the shelter inside the palace. You won't get there, Chang Hu said. Oh, I'll get there. Han-sun spoke with confidence. Han-sun planned to get there so he could see Sky King. Anyway, helping them at the same time was a good excuse for others to see him ascend the ranks. Are you crazy? Not even Chiu Ping himself was able to reach the top. The top levels are occupied by super creatures and king spirits. Chang Hu thought Han-sen was insane. Han-sun just smiled and said, Chiu Ping's inability does not mean I can't. I'll succeed where he failed. After that, Han-sen walked towards the 3rd floor. Chang Hu wished to say something more, but Zhang Yuchen pulled him back. Don't stop me. That guy is nuts. We have to stop him from getting himself killed, Chang Hu proclaimed. Zhang Yuchen then said, Can you not see it? Brother Han is special. How special? He's just a noob. It was when he said this that he realized Han-sen might not have been as green as he had been led to believe. After all, how could a newbie withstand Chiu Ping's attack? Wait here. I'll go have a look, Chang Hu said. Zhang Yuchen could not go to the 2nd level, so he was unable to follow. As Han-sen walked forward, he thought about what had just transpired and was sure Chiu Ping was not a murderer. If he had what it took to take another man's life, Zhang Yuchen would have been killed in the first strike. Chiu Ping's 10 attacks were incredibly fast. They were so fast, Zhang Yuchen and Chang Hu weren't even able to see the strikes coming. That being said, Han-sen knew Chiu Ping was not going to put his strength into the attack and actually try to kill him. Because of this foresight, Han-sen knew he did not even have to bother dodging. It has been 20 years, so if Chiu Ping really wanted to kill Zhang Yuchen, would he really need permission? Han-sen wondered. Han-sen now stood at the entrance of the 3rd floor. There weren't many creatures conducting the test there. What are you doing here? A spirit guard asked, seeing Han-sen approach. I'm going up. Han-sen smiled and pointed up. The spirit summoned an instrument. He strummed its strings and a noise sounded. It was louder than thunder, and when the noise broke, It was like it whipped Han Sen's heart. Listen to my song. You are free to ascend if you can withstand its might and remain standing. The spirit's fingers rolled across the instrument as more thunderous sounds broke and snapped the atmosphere of the arena. Each note was again like the cracking of a whip against Han Sen's eardrums and heart. Han Sen stood where he was, simply watching the spirit play. He had witnessed Xiang Yin's musical powers firsthand. The strength of a royal spirit's music, by comparison, was weak and unremarkable. Chang, who had now come to understand Han Sen, was a very powerful person, but still, he worried for him. Chang, who was standing far away from the source of that music, but he already felt his heart begin to tear asunder. It was incredible how Han Sen looked completely unfazed, despite standing right in front of the instrument. As the tune went on, the music grew louder in volume. Han Sen didn't move an inch, as if he had gone completely deaf. When the song ended, Han Sen walked to the third floor without looking back. Maybe he didn't spawn in this shelter? Chang Hu thought to himself. He wondered if Han Sen had what it took to reach the top floor. After all, that was where the emperor lived. And, if everything he had heard was true, many super creatures and king spirits lived up there with him. Reaching there would be an incredible achievement. Before reaching the third god's sanctuary, Chang, who had never heard of something as scary as a super creature existing, having learned about them, and to now think about a number of them collected in one place, he felt drained of hope for Han Sen's probability of succeeding. It was difficult enough for humans to hunt sacred blood creatures. He had never imagined there was something worse and even more frightful lurking in the sanctuaries. Humans who spawned in king spirit shelters never had a hope of returning home to the Alliance. Han Sen was currently on the third floor, and there weren't many rules there. Reaching this point was a proof of strength, and it meant you were not some witless yahoo. Here, you could even dictate and choose for yourself the times you wanted to work. Han Sen didn't hang around, though. He marched straight to the entrance to the fourth floor, wanting to reach the top so he could speak with the woman who had caused so much commotion. He needed to get there so Dragon King could detect where the new sky tree was as well. A royal spirit was, again, positioned at the entrance. Han Sen approached and told him, "I'm going up." The royal spirit wasted no time in pulling out a sheet of parchment. Then, he proceeded to draw a monster on it. The next second, that same monster leaped out of the piece of paper and immediately tried to attack Han Sen. Qiu Ping was a good distance away, out of sight, but he watched Han Sen intently with much intrigue. Can humans really reach the fifth floor? Qiu Ping wanted Han Sen to succeed, but he lacked hope. He used to be proud of his triumph in maxing out his sacred geno points, but when he arrived in the third god's sanctuary, he realized his power was actually minuscule. King spirits and super creatures could destroy humans with the greatest and swiftest of ease. There was a large gulf of power separating them and humanity. He had maxed out ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood geno points in the third god's sanctuary, and he had also managed to open 8 gene locks. Compared to every other human, he was incredibly powerful. But compared to king spirits, he was still very weak and of no challenge. Qiu Ping could tell Han Sen was special, and that he could accomplish more than most could. He didn't think Han Sen had enough to reach the fifth floor. The last human to spawn in the shelter was 4 years ago. If Han Sen had been that person, it was difficult to imagine any person could obtain the power necessary to reach the fifth floor in a measly 4 years. Han Sen's body blazed with the color red. He opened 8 of his Blood Pulse Sutra's gene locks. In a single hit, he split the monster's head open. The royal spirit looked genuinely surprised, but he continued to draw more and more creatures. Each one came to life and tried to attack Han Senator. There were monsters of all sorts leaping out of the paper. There were beasts big and small, humanoid creatures, and insects of various families. They were all summoned with an aggressive, insatiable bloodlust. They all went straight for Han Sen as soon as they came to be. Han Sen only needed to take a deep breath and start swinging his fists to eliminate each threat. Leaves and hazy dust swept through the field of their battle. The monsters were unable to touch Han Sen once, as he ducked and weaved his way through the hordes. He killed everything with ease, as the monsters gushed blood that was black like the ink that had drawn them to life. That is incredible. But still, it's probably not enough to reach the top. Qiu Ping continued to watch Han Sen's progress. Pang. After Han Sen eliminated every Inkborn monster, he planned to punch the royal spirit. The royal spirit looked frightened at Han Sen's sudden approach, so he hastily drew the image of a turtle for protection. Boom! Han Sen punched through the turtle and hit the royal spirit, sending him flying backwards. Everyone looked their way now, as Han Sen went on his way to the 4th floor. Han Sen knew Sky King wanted to grow a new sky tree. He needed strong people in his employ, so he'd value Han Sen highly if he was actually there to perform services for him. This would provide Han Sen with the opportunity to get close. So far, Han Sen and Dragon King's plan was going well. Seeing Han Sen walk towards the 4th floor, Qiu Ping chose to follow. Han Sen asked around for the entrance that would take him to the prestigious 5th floor, as that was his next destination. But suddenly, Qiu Ping appeared before him to bar his path. You really are going to the 5th floor, aren't you? Qiu Ping said. Han Sen nodded and told him, how else am I going to learn the truth? I need to go there if I aim to receive the answers I am looking for. Okay, then take this strike. Qiu Ping brought out his sword with an alarming amount of calmness. It was an unsettling calmness, full of the tension that preceded a storm. Han Sen did not think Qiu Ping was as good as he believed himself to be. Han Sen had encountered other humans before who had opened their gene locks through the assistance of spirits. They were much weaker than humans whose strength had been unlocked through deeds of their own. Qiu Ping had opened 8 gene locks through spirit genopoints. That meant his true strength was equivalent to someone who had opened 7 gene locks by themselves. But that was at best. It was likely he was even worse than that. This is what Han Sen had previously believed. But Han Sen's opinion changed when he saw Qiu Ping draw his sword. Qiu Ping was an elite of the truest sense. Seeing how he drew his sword, Han Sen was able to tell how strong he was. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give Qiu Ping a scan, but he was unable to feel Qiu Ping's energy flow. Qiu Ping's life force was like an ocean, deep and unpredictable. The next second, Qiu Ping's sword blazed with a glaring flare of light. It was a display of that ocean inside him. And when the sword was out, the ocean inside him changed. As Han Sen watched all of this unfold, he was shocked. He had been witness to many strong attacks in the past. And while Qiu Ping's performance was not as beautiful as Yi Dongmu's, it possessed that same lethal and cunning edge. It was like smelling a rose and waking a lion that slumbered in your heart. Qiu Ping's casual strike looked plain. It was a deceptive facade, though one that sought to mask the true strength of the strike beneath a veil of weakness. But this plain attack, if you looked closely, looked like a horizon-spanning ocean. If it was a sharp sword coming his way, Han Sen could block it. If it was a bomb, Han Sen could dodge it. But this was an ocean, and it was too much to comprehend and avoid. Han Sen was curious what kind of man could wield an attack such as that. If Yi Dongmu's strikes were full of cruelty and stubbornness, then Qiu Ping's strikes were ones that had experienced a tumultuous lifetime, carrying every emotion under the eye of the sun. Facing this strike, this was the first time Han Sen did not know what to do. No matter what power was used against someone, there was always a viable counter or solution to negating what it sought to do. But this attack, for the first time ever, seemed flawless. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he might avoid it. Qiu Ping's move did not have a consistent theme, and it changed whenever it sought to, like the rolling of the tide. To create something such as this, a person would have had to have gone through a lot. This attack gave Han Sen a feeling he had almost never felt before. Ever since he received the Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen had possessed the powers of near-flawless prediction. He very much loved it, being able to tell what was to come. It wasn't perfect. One had to be well-versed in its teachings and practice with it a lot to become proficient, but even still, it could not predict everything. After all, the man who created the Dongxian Sutra was unable to predict he'd die in the first God's sanctuary. If people wished to control the world, they had to have control over themselves first. Am I doing well? Han Sen saw this strike, and all of a sudden, every inch of his body was a reflective fraction of a mirror. Catcha! In that moment, Han Sen felt a chain break inside his body. He had managed to open the sixth gene lock of the Dongshan Sutra. I have always thought too much about what my opponents can do. I never take the time to think about what I myself am capable of. Seeing the strike come towards his face, Han Sen received a sudden boost of clarity and vision. All the hesitation he was experiencing was gone. The moment he was going to get hit, he used his finger to stop the sword. In the fraction of a second, the hurricane of emotion stopped. The ocean that swelled, bubbled, and boiled with a watery rage was quelled. Cho Ping was done. In shock over what had happened, Cho Ping put his sword away. Han Sen brought his finger back down as if nothing happened. "You are looking for a king's spirit," Cho Ping said and left. Han Sen looked at him strangely. The woman that had caused all this commotion was a king's spirit. It was difficult to believe. Cho Ping should have known Zhang Yuchen would not have been able to do anything to a spirit who was that powerful. Perhaps he had pretended not to know. Also he could save his life. Han Sen thought he might have given up more than Zhang Yuchen had. He had not said anything, just swallowed it all this time. Cho Ping had told Han Sen that she was a king spirit, so Han Sen would question whether or not he really wished to proceed on his current course. After that strike he had witnessed, Han Sen was able to see right through Cho Ping. Cho Ping now also knew that Han Sen had what it took to handle himself going forward. Interesting. I'm keen to see who this smoke is. How did she make Cho Ping like that? Han Sen wondered, as he approached the entrance to the 5th floor. The news about Han Sen going to the 5th floor had spread. As he approached to take the test, though, the guard asked that Han Sen wait a day. King spirits and super creatures were unable to guard there every day, so the top dogs upstairs would have to hold a discussion and see who would best supervise the test. Unfortunately, there was nothing Han Sen could do about that, so he had no choice but to wait an entire day. The spirits, creatures, and humans on the 4th floor were curious about what was going on. Going to the 5th floor was quite the event, as it was a challenge beyond comprehension. What made it so remarkable was that a human was attempting to ascend. Humans were small and not worthy of much recognition in that shelter or anywhere else in the sanctuary. So learning the species of the challenger sparked the interest of everyone and everything there. "Old Zhao, is Han Sen human?" I asked Chang Hu and Yep. "He most certainly is." "Wow. Do you think humans can actually reach the 5th floor?" "I don't know. But Cho Ping said he was unable to kill him. It would be great if he managed to succeed." In the palace on the 5th floor, 3 spirits and 7 creatures sat before a table in deep discussion. "Dry Bone, it should be your turn this time." "Why me? Why don't you go?" "I am afraid I would kill the boy in one hit. It would be a shame to simply terminate someone who has managed to come this far," Baby Ghost said. "You are much weaker than me. You actually think I'd be unable to defeat him? What are you talking about? We both know I am far stronger than you." "You? Stronger? I'm going to beat the shit out of you." "Sure. Bring it, you dry, crusty sack of bones." "Shut up, both of you," a female king spirit commanded. Immediately, Dry Bone and Baby Ghost went quiet and remained in their seats. The 7 creatures that were watching the discussion now turned to look at the female spirit. Their expressions were full of serious concern for the matters they were supposed to discuss. "This should be decided by Mr. Immortal, but he's practicing right now, so we can't disturb him. Should I make the decision?" Then, the king spirit looked into the eyes of each. The super creatures were fine with her making the decision, and Dry Bone and Baby Ghost said, "Qing Jun? Yes, you should be the one to decide." Qing Jun panned the room until her eyes fell on Dry Bone. She told him, "Dry Bone, it is you who should go this time. Do your best and do not relent. Show us the true extent of your strength if you wish to share the sky fruit." Dry Bone King said, "Okay. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will go to another sky fruit in 2 days," Qing Jun said. The super creatures promptly left, leaving only Dry Bone and Baby Ghost behind. "Dry Bone, you aren't going to kill him, are you?" Baby Ghost asked. Dry Bone answered, "Mr. Immortal needs people. If that human is this strong, Killing him means I am working against Mr. Immortal. Of course I won't kill him. What about Qing Jun? It sounds like she wants you to kill him, Ghost Baby said. Dry Bones said, it has been 20 years. She is still unable to get over that business with the humans. I won't adhere to her command. And besides, if the human really is king class in strength, I wouldn't be against having him sit on this same table as us. And if he is not as strong as we have been led to believe? Baby Ghost asked. Dry Bone laughed until his bones creaked, and then he said, then I don't mind helping the mistress out. Han Sen waited in the shelter overnight. Eventually, a king spirit came to see him and bid that he go to the nearest martial hall. Many creatures and spirits had gathered there already. They all looked on Han Sen with grand curiosity, eager to see whether or not a human might actually be able to reach the 5th floor. A giant skeleton, clad in bone armor, stood inside the arena awaiting his combatant. He was 4 meters tall and looked frightening. His eyes were like red gemstones that were alive with an evil flame. Han Sen entered the arena and observed his opponent. It was a skeleton, but not creamy and dusty like the average one. Its bones looked to be composed of jade, and they glowed. The bones of the skeleton had no gaps in between the joints, and it looked like a fire-forged warrior, straight from the pits of hell. You are the human who wants to enter the 5th floor. Dry Bone examined the human before him, wondering whether or not he had the king-class power he was expecting. As the red eyes peered at Han Sen, their brightness faded to indicate disappointment. His eyes were able to read Han Sen's fitness level. Han Sen had the strongest fitness he had ever seen a human possess, and he was leagues ahead of every other human. But it still wasn't in the realm of strength a king-class spirit possessed. With a fitness level like that, I doubt he's of the strength Mr. Immortal is looking for. I suppose I'll just have to do Qing Jun a favor. Dry Bone King thought to himself. Yes, Han Sen answered. Dry Bone King wasn't going to waste any more time on Han Sen than he had to. He clicked his fingers and said, if you can last half an hour, you pass the test. After that, Dry Bone threw a punch towards Han's senator. The shockwaves it unleashed gave the punch the feeling it could sunder a mountain. Han Sen used his Bloodpulse Sutra to open 9 gene locks. He lowered his red body and avoided Dry Bone's incoming punch. Dry Bone was a strong king spirit, and Han Sen's fitness wasn't quite up to the level necessary to reliably defeat the spirit. At the very least, he knew he couldn't fight him head-on. Using his Phoenix techniques, Han Sen took off airborne. As he evaded Dry Bone's subsequent attacks, Han Sen threw in a few hits of his own. Dry Bone was powerful. Yes, but his speed and agility weren't enough to compete with Han Sen and his Phoenix techniques. He didn't relent in his attacks, but each one missed, and that didn't look likely to change anytime soon. I can't believe humans have come so far and can be that strong. The surpassers who watched the fight were incredibly excited. Qiu Ping observed Han Sen intently, and he acknowledged no other human had yet to reach a skill level such as that. The spirits and creatures were all in shock. Han Sen was a nobody who had come from nowhere. Dry Bone King looked sour, and the flames of his rage were only being fanned with each missed attack. Suddenly, he threw off the chest plate of his armor. He placed his left hand inside his ribcage, as if to rummage through a pocket. Then he pulled out a bone. It looked like crystal, but it was clearly bone. Han Sen saw it, and it made him hesitate to attack. Dry Bone King smiled menacingly as he held the heart-shaped bone in his hand. Then, with his other hand, he knocked it with his fist. Dong! It was like he was drumming it, and the acoustics it carried were infused with a strange power. Han Sen tried his best to resist it, but the power quickly accelerated and blasted into his heart as if it had locked on like a sentinel beam. He started to feel as if his heart was going to explode due to the sudden influx of that terrifying and malevolent force. Han Sen was shocked by the quick turn of events. Dry Bone King was huge, and he had initially looked like a lumbering lug that was purely focused on strength. Han Sen never expected him to be so proficient with sonic powers. Dong! 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 Dry Bone King was like a Buddha on the battlefield now. He held his wooden fish tight and continued to strike it without pause. The strange powers violated Han Sen's heart and cascaded into it without reprieve. If Han Sen was an ordinary human, his heart would have been incinerated by now. If it was an ordinary super creature that was fighting Dry Bone King, their hearts would most likely have been torn in two. There was only one thing keeping Han Sen resistant to death, in the face of that vile attack. Dry Bone King's sonic powers were up against Han Sen's heresy mantra, and Curse of Immortality made Han Sen's heart stronger than all others. Han Sen was no stranger to having his heart suffer aberrant rhythms and be put under strain. This may have been worse than it ever had been, but Han Sen had the smidgen of extra resistance necessary to withstand the pain. His heart continued to beat, but each thump was like thunder. Blood began to ooze from his mouth. Dry Bone King is going all the way. He's quite the menace, and opponents with weak hearts really don't stand a chance against him. Baby Ghost thought Han Sen was a dead man, and it'd only be a matter of time before he fell. The audience was in disarray. Dry Bone King's drumming had affected those in the seats, and sacred blood creatures and royal spirits began to spill blood of their own. They piled out of the arena in droves to avoid dying. King spirits really are in a league of their own. There is no hope for humans to compete against them. The humans who had fled the arena were all in shock, and they could barely comprehend what they had just witnessed. It's a shame. Han Sen most certainly has the power to compete, and perhaps even slay a super creature. But Dry Bone King has an unfair and wretched power. Everyone believed Han Sen was extremely unlucky, having to face Dry Bone King of all foes. Cho Ping had left the hall as well. He could no longer see what was going on, but he could still hear the solemn, heart-killing rhythm in the distance. The hearts of the audience that had fled continued to twitch and beat erratically, even as they stood outside the martial hall with the doors shut. I hope he doesn't die for me and Yuchen. Cho Ping was worried. You don't want him to die? A female voice sounded behind him. Cho Ping's face changed as a female spirit suddenly approached. I just think it is a shame for him to die this way. He could do a lot in the service of Mr. Immortal, Cho Ping said with a chilling voice. The spirit smiled, telling him, My patience has its limits. If you don't kill Zhang Yuchen, he will be the first person who dies on your behalf. His blood will be on your hands. And when I'm through with the brat in there, I'll move on and kill another human. On the account you are unwilling to kill Zhang Yuchen, I will mercilessly slay each and every human in this shelter. One life is all it takes, Cho Ping. One life can stop the coming slaughter. Do it for the greater good. Cho Ping was mortified, but it pained him to know she would do what she had just told him. Her logic was bizarre, but it was not something he could contend with. He had delayed this for 20 years, but even he could tell her patience was running far too thin. Men like Cho Ping could not make a decision where lives hung in the balance, and at least one had to be sacrificed. If he was unable to kill his best friend, he'd be doing so at the cost of countless more. Why me? 20 years of contempt had built up inside Cho Ping's heart. I don't know. You fit the bill? It doesn't really matter. Having reasons to do anything is so petty, don't you think? The woman looked at him, almost uncaring. Cho Ping was so angry, he drew his sword and attempted to attack her. The skill that had frightened Han Sen had no effect against that callous spirit. She simply deflected it with the greatest of ease. Cho Ping then pulled out a dagger and tried to stab himself. If he did not have what it took to kill another, then the only other solution was to end himself. The woman did not try to prevent him, but when the dagger touched his skin, it stopped. She then grabbed him and teleported him back to the battleground. She threw him into the audience seats and forced him to watch Han Sen fail and fall. She told him, This is the first person who will die, all because you are weak. Dry Bone King continued to drum the heart bone incessantly. Each sonic boom made Han Sen cough more blood. Each beat was stronger than the last, increasing the amount of pain and strain Han Sen's heart had to withstand. Dry Bone was going to do this 10 times. After the wooden fish's 10th strike, the damage each subsequent strike made would not increase, but Dry Bone King could still go on and on. and so far it had been enough to suppress anything Hansen thought to do. By now, he had only struck the wooden fish 7 times. There was more pain yet to come for Hansen, and on the 7th strike, he fell to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. His heart did not yield yet, though. Drybone King could read the fitness level of a person and evaluate what would be required to kill them. He had believed the 6th strike would be enough to kill Hansen. Yet there he was, unbent, unbowed, unbroken. Much to his surprise, Hansen had survived the 7th beat. This was not to say Drybone King was very concerned over the matter. He knew he'd kill Hansen sooner or later, and that was that. After the 7th boom, the 8th followed swiftly after. It cracked a thunderbolt directly upon Hansen's heart. Or so it felt. Dong! Hansen's heart was thumping, and it felt like it was ready to leap through his ribcage and jump out of his chest. A pain like electricity surged through his body, dealing immense pain to every limb and every organ within him. Hansen's skin began to crack. The veins were inflamed, making him look red like some monstrosity that had been stitched together. Watch his face. Not that you'll have to remember it for too long. I am sure it is to be replaced by even sorrier sights in the near future, the woman said to Chiu Ping. If Chiu Ping had the necessary power, he'd have killed the devil in his ear. But she wouldn't even allow him to close his eyes, and so he was forced to watch Hansen writhe in torture and torment. Gritting his teeth might have once been an outlet for anger, but it didn't help this time. He felt hopeless. He was to blame for Hansen lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Let him go and I will kill Zhang Yuchen. Chiu Ping trembled as he muttered those ghastly words. He never thought he'd hear himself speak. He knew he had no choice in the matter. The woman was practically demanding it, and it'd be folly of him to resist much longer. It'd only cause more pain, particularly to those who were not deserving of an ill fate. He couldn't bear the thought of others dying in such cruel ways on his account. But the woman then said, "You need to know who is in command here, you witless worm. That's me. You don't strike deals with me." He could have lived, but that ship has sailed. He will die because you are weak. He will die because you have always been weak. You are pathetic. You are the one who has gotten him killed. How could you allow this? The woman was colder than the devil, and her mind was more twisted than the flames of hell itself. Hansen sat up on the battleground. The pain had yet to ease, but despite the frantic torment his heart was enduring, his mind was as crystal clear as ever. The first few attacks from Drybone King had not been all that effective, but he noticed something interesting as the power ramped up. Hansen hadn't fought back because he had been mulling this discovery. Heresy mantra came from the Evil Sutra. The Evil Sutra was not too different from the Dongshan Sutra and the Frost Sutra. Because the Evil Sutra was missing, the techniques themselves had been lost. Heresy mantra was another recreation that was simply more complete. Hansen had maxed out all he could with the Heresy mantra, as Curse of Immortality was supposed to be the final tier of the skill. But when witnessing the attacks dealt through the heartbone, Hansen knew he could continue his practice of it. The heartbone attacks attempted to destroy one's heart. For Hansen, it made his heart squirm and thump faster than when he was in the midst of learning Curse of Immortality. And this told Hansen there had to be a way to take Heresy mantra farther. As Hansen's heart pounded like 1,000 drums, he focused his mind, trying to learn what Drybone King was doing. He wanted to be able to replicate it for himself the next time he was given the free time to practice. It was impossible to get the Evil Sutra back, but Hansen could at least keep going with Heresy mantra. He was going to unlock the 5th curse and make it stronger no matter the cost. Dong! When the 9th drum beat sounded, Hansen felt as if his heart was on the precipice of being torn asunder. But his heart was like a balloon. The fierce powers emitted by the heartbone inflated it, but it was all quickly released in the break between each beat. Cracks and seams began to form with each beat, but they did not matter. His Heresy mantra ensured that his heart healed immediately and was ready for what came next. The agony made Hansen want to scream in joy. Learning his heart was becoming better than what was required for Curse of Immortality. And so, he continued trying to record what Drybone King was doing to him. It might very well be the key to opening the fifth curse. Han Sen's enjoyment of the heartbone was starting to become apparent, and it made Dry Bone King frown. Han Sen had withstood 9 attacks so far, and Dry Bone King was starting to have second thoughts. His judgment of the human's power might have been incorrect, he thought. His red eyes stared at Han Sen once more. The young man's fitness really was not up there with king-class spirits, though. But it was not as if he could turn back now. Dry Bone King had to finish what he had started and push on with the 10th heartbone drum. I don't believe you have what it takes to withstand the 10th attack. Then, Dry Bone King amassed a frightening power in his left hand. He unleashed it on the wooden fish. Dong! It wasn't only Han Sen's heart that had to suffer. Then, the entire battleground quaked and was thrown into disarray. The entire stadium was wrecked, as a plume of haze and dust began to cake the atmosphere and stifle vision. Xiao Ping's eyes possessed a fury like no other as he stared across the battleground. Beside him, the woman just laughed callously. But when the dust settled, Han Sen was sitting still. He looked undamaged. He wiped the blood he had oozed and stood up without trouble. How is that possible? Dry Bone King appeared to be suffering rigor mortis. He was unable to move, frozen through sheer disbelief. When he had struck the wooden fish the 9th time, Han Sen looked damaged and under much duress. But when he was subjected to the 10th and final, most brutal pounding of all, he looked fine. He was unbroken, as Dry Bone King had not expected him to be. From the audience seats, Xiao Ping felt happiness in a way he hadn't for a long time. The woman, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Han Sen looked at Dry Bone King happily. He had managed to control the pumping of his heart, making it move in rhythm with the beat. With the power that flowed through Han Sen's body, his blood roared through his veins with the freedom and ferocity of a grand waterfall. His blood vessels had almost been unable to take it. He came very close to failing. With Curse of Immortality reinforcing his heart and blood vessels, he was able to inch his way over the threshold for withstanding Dry Bone King's wretched musical attack. Han Sen knew he couldn't listen to it anymore, since further duress could make his heart fail. He had to stand up and take advantage of everyone's shock to attack. He did this, though, thinking that the following strikes would continue to increase in power. He didn't know Dry Bone King had capped out on the 10th. Han Sen redeployed his phoenix techniques and took off into the sky, speeding around Dry Bone King like a spitfire in the heat of battle. Dry Bone King frowned. He evaded Han Sen's attack and beat the heartbone once more. Dong! Han Sen's heart was like a fully inflated balloon, but much to his surprise and delight, the power released by Dry Bone King was no stronger than what he had previously endured. Dry Bone King pounded the heartbone again. If it was any other person going up against Dry Bone King, their hearts wouldn't be able to deal with the cruel sound of the wooden fish. They'd be unable to fight, and perhaps even die on the spot with a hole where the heart used to be. Even the elites who could endure his attacks be unable to retaliate. They would still end up losing. But Han Sen's heartbeat was in sync with Dry Bone King's malevolent tune now, and it could not affect him. Determining who the victor in this fight was going to be seemed an impossible task. Weird. Why did Dry Bone King's most powerful skill not work on that guy? Baby Ghost was speaking to himself, in intense observation of the battle. Han Sen was not afraid of the heartbone, but his fitness was low and he did not have Phoenix Sword and Taya with him. Dry Bone King's body was sturdy, and whenever Han Sen punched the spirit's creepy skeleton, it was like throwing his fist into a pillar of steel. Dry Bone King did not have any organs to take advantage of either. Because of this, Yin-Yang Blast was useless. As Han Sen wondered what he might do next, he suddenly heard the drumbeat of the heartbone move to a rhythm. It was a proper melody, as if playing in tandem with a phantom song. Han Sen's heartbeat was disturbed once more, and it made him unable to successfully dodge Dry Bone King's next attack. He suffered a blow to his arm. As a result, he was sent flying a few hundred meters. He barrel-rolled through the air to try to reduce the impact, but it still hurt. And as this occurred, Dry Bone King returned to playing his drum-driven requiem. The melody was able to disturb Han Sen's heartbeat without trouble. Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to fight again, wishing he had the Sun Xiang-yin had given him. If he had that, he could possibly fight back. But as Han Sen was still in thought, Dry Bone King leaped out of the arena and spoke. "Time is up. You have passed the test." Han Sen planned to keep fighting, not expecting Dry Bone King to keep his promise. He did, after all, seem extremely intent on killing Han Sen. The woman's face turned green as she stood up and ran off. Qiu Ping felt great relief wash over him, like some cleansing tide. The thoughts that had gone through his mind in the past half hour were wretched, all dealing with what would occur following Han Sen's death. He was extremely glad Han Sen had actually managed to triumph and pass the test. Entering the 5th floor meant Han Sen was a supervisor of the shelter. The woman would be unable to bully him so easily now, as he had to be treated as an equal. Everyone who was standing outside the stadium, having been chased away by the frightening Heartbone, heard the sounds come to an end. They eagerly wanted to know the result. When they re-entered, they saw Han Sen talking with Dry Bone King. It took their breath away, acknowledging a human had been able to survive such manic brutality. Dry Bone King brought Han Sen up to the 5th floor. He introduced him to everyone, saying, "We are one and the same now. If there is something more you would like to know, come and find me." Dry Bone King had gone into the test expecting an easy fight. He believed Han Sen was like vermin he could chase off or crush underfoot without hassle. But he had great respect for the human now, and he wished to be friends with Han Sen. Han Sen took advantage of the offer immediately, and asked, "Brother Bone, do you know who signed Qiu Ping's contract?" Dry Bone King knew it was only a matter of time before this was asked, and so he answered, "It was Qing Jun. When Mr. Immortal is away, she is in charge. The super creatures only obey her. If you think of going after her now, it won't take much for her to get rid of you. Wait a bit and I will help you soon." "Thank you, Brother Bone." Han Sen understood what he meant. Dry Bone King had subliminally informed Han Sen that Qing Jun was an enemy of his, as well. "Go and rest. You've earned it. 2 days from now we can receive Sky Fruit." Dry Bone King was leading Han Sen to a palace. Sky Fruit? Han Sen did not understand. Dry Bone King smiled and explained, "Our mission is to collect the nuts from the Sky Fruit. The rest of the fruit can still benefit you too, of course. Whoever gets it first is allowed to keep it. I'll explain more later, though." Han Sen left the shelter after that, afraid staying there any longer would damage his body. Back in the underground shelter, he returned to his normal size. He focused on absorbing and refining his life geno-essences, and he was delighted to find that he now made progress much faster. Life geno-essence absorbed. Super geno points +1. A little while later, Han Sen was able to gain a super geno point. It made him very pleased. "My ability to refine life geno-essences has greatly improved." Following the unlock of the Dongxian Sutra's 6th gene lock, Han Sen thought to himself as he continued his practice. Life geno-essence absorbed. Super geno points +1. A little while later again, the familiar voice sounded. Han Sen stayed in his room most of the day, focused on the refinement and absorption of the life geno-essences he had accumulated thus far. He was able to fully refine each life geno-essence he had collected, aside from the invisible king scorpions. After opening his 6th gene lock, his absorption powers were much stronger. "Awesome!" he exclaimed, realizing how many life geno-essences he had been able to absorb. In total, Han Sen's super geno point tally had reached 24. Now that he was able to quickly absorb the life geno-essences of super creatures, he could focus on hunting them down to max his stats out in the near future. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit. Level, Surpasser. Lifespan, 400. Evolution requirement, 100 geno points. Own geno points, 100 ordinary geno points, 100 primitive geno points, 100 mutant geno points, 100 sacred blood geno points, 24 super geno points. Han Sen guessed his fitness level must have been around the 2500 mark. He wasn't far off possessing the strength of a super creature himself. Han Sen gobbled up some more walnuts and returned to Immortal Shelter. There, he took the time to speak with Zhang Yuchen. After that, Han Sen returned to the 5th floor. He summoned Dragon King and asked him, "I'm on the highest floor. How are you going to find the tree for me?" Dragon King sniffed around his new environment and said, "I don't smell the sky tree. You're going to have to take me for a walk. I don't have time for that right now. I need to go pick up sky fruit with Drybone King later." Han Sen then proceeded to tell Dragon King what Drybone King had told him. Dragon King said, "That's good. The tree might be dead, but at least the fruit can mature. With the competition, getting it will be difficult, though. The nuts you mill were most likely from the sky fruit. Only Sky King is privy to whatever the powder does, it would appear." Dragon King then went on to say, "Sky King is very generous, allowing you to have as much as you want, leaving him only the nuts. Is there anything else I should know about the fruit?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen had eaten many of the other walnuts, and save for the shell and nut inside, there didn't appear to be anything special about them. "I'm not sure, but it has to be some good stuff. Drybone King wouldn't be working for Sky King, otherwise." Dragon King then pointed at Han Sen and resumed his dialogue. "Each fruit is bound to contain a geno treasure of sorts, an item that is superclass. For sure. Wouldn't it be great if you could procure some?" Han Sen started to say something but frowned before he could. He noticed a note had been left on his table, one that had been written in the human language. "If you wish to stay alive, follow Qing Jun." Han Sen read the words and continued to stare at the paper. He was the only human capable of reaching the 5th floor. So, he wondered, how had someone left that note for him? Did Drybone King leave this for me? Han Sen frowned. Drybone King was the only one he had met since arriving on the 5th floor. But Drybone King wasn't a fan of Qing Jun and her wicked ways either. Why would he tell Han Sen to follow her? Han Sen turned the paper over and was given a shock. On the back of the paper was a symbol drawn in red. It was a large picture of the 9-life cat. Someone from Blood Legion is on the 5th floor? That can't be right. There aren't any other humans strong enough to get here. Han Sen was truly taken aback, not having a clue how this had come about. Was it Drybone King? Han Sen didn't think it was possible, or at the very least extremely unlikely. Blood Legion was a human organization with a murky, sordid past. Still, it was human through and through, and neither spirits nor super creatures would be members of it. Drybone King arrived shortly after. Looking for Han Senator, he was accompanied by another king spirit. His name was Baby Ghost, and his appearance amused Han Senator. The spirit had a head that was enlarged like a baby's, but the body was skinny, frail, and extremely small. Han Sen didn't notice a change in Drybone King's behavior, which suggested it was unlikely he was the one who left the note. Han Sen then wondered if it was Qing Jun herself who had left it. Perhaps it was some sort of weird trick of hers, as she wasn't exactly the most sound-minded individual. But if that was true, how could she have known about Blood Legion and Han Sen's connection to it? As Han Sen mulled this over, Drybone King led Han Sen to the plaza. When they arrived, a female king spirit was there waiting for them. She was accompanied by 7 super creatures. Qing Jun King did not even look at Han Sen, and simply approached the sky fruit. The path ahead had been built by the spirits and creatures of the 4th floor, but they weren't allowed to accept the fruit. If they even so much as stumbled across one during their time of building, they'd have been outright killed. Han Sen thought super creatures and king spirits were awesome beings of an unbridled power, coupled with near-prophetic intelligence and behavior that presented them as deity-like figures. This image he had of them became extremely distorted when he witnessed them enter the sky fruit. Their grace was discarded in favor of being simple, hard-working miners. The sky fruit nuts were not too tough, but the shells around them were like spherical bulwarks. To retrieve the nuts, the shells had to be broken. But there were also barriers to break. The barriers were a little harder than the physical shells of the nuts. He had tried to break a shell with his phoenix sword previously, but he had been unable to. Without such weaponry, and with the barrier being stronger, he was in for a trying time. Han Sen accepted a shovel, given to him by Drybone King. Upon striking the barrier before him, he was only able to peel away a thin section. Digging through it all was sure to take a long time. There wasn't just one barrier there either. The entire fruit was composed of various nut rooms, with entries separated by additional barriers of their own. Han Sen's job was to break through the barriers to obtain the Geno treasure that was said to reside inside. The lower-tier creatures would then come and take the nuts. Seeing them all working hard, Han Sen's mind drifted back to wonder who might have placed the slip of paper in his room, and why the note said what it did, telling him to follow Qing King. Weird. Han Sen suddenly heard Dragon King's voice, as if he had spoken directly into his ears. Han Sen looked around, seeing if anyone else might have heard him. It didn't seem that way, so he peeked at his ring. Don't worry. This is a secret method of communication. They won't hear me, Dragon King said. Han Sen wanted to talk, but he didn't know how to do so without alerting the others. He'd look like a madman, babbling to himself. This sky fruit is weird. Dragon King paused, and then went on to say, I can't feel the presence of Geno treasure. Han Sen thought, the tree is dead. Isn't the lack of a Geno treasure normal? It looked as if Dragon King could read Han Sen's mind, as he then said, I can sense the presence of Geno treasures, even if they haven't been created yet. I know where they would be. Here, there is absolutely nothing. Forget about the treasure. Just find out where the tree we're looking for might be. Han Sen used Dongxian aura to hide himself and his speech. I don't sense that either, Dragon King said. Han Sen wanted him to find out where the sky tree was. Now, unable to find a trace of it, Han Sen was starting to suspect Dragon King was seeking to double-cross him. Han Sen and Dry Bone King's people continued digging for another hour, and that was when they uncovered a path that led to the nut. This place serves as a junction that leads to 4 nut rooms. We should split into 4 teams to cover each path. Whoever finds the Geno treasure first can claim it. If you can't claim it, others can try, Qing King said. Dry Bone, Baby Ghost, group up with Earth Beast, Qing King said. 11 people split into 4 teams. Qing King did not put Han Sen in a team. One other super creature was left out, too, and so she said, You're new, so who would you like to team up with? Me or the creature? I'll go with you, Han Sen said. This choice surprised Dry Bone King and Baby Ghost King. Qing King was shocked too. Qing King's face went cold again, and she walked towards the barrier. Dry Bone King wished to say something, but everyone would have heard him speak. Regretfully, he had to hold his tongue. Han Sen saw that he wished to say something, and guessed his words would have been something like, You're committing suicide. But Han Sen did not choose Qing King because of the paper. He wasn't afraid of her, and he could use this opportunity to find out why she so desperately wanted Xiao Ping to kill Zhang Yuchen. She could have killed them both with the greatest of ease. So her need for drama seemed unnecessary and uncharacteristic of a king's spirit. They broke the nut and then started to work on another barrier. Han Sen was only able to dig up a thin slice each time, but Qing King was able to dig up a whole lot more. It took them 2 hours to dig a path that was big enough. After going through, they arrived in another nut room. They had to dig a path that was big enough for the creatures to come through and carry the fruit out. For now, though, they were alone together. Han Sen knew he had to be careful, but Qing King seemed focused on the task at hand. She got to work on yet another barrier. Han Sen followed, but kept his wits about him. This is strange. Real strange. Dragon King's voice started to sound in Han Sen's ear again. Qing King was standing 1 meter away from Han Sen, so no matter how quietly he sought to speak, she'd hear any response he made to Dragon King. I can feel the presence of Geno treasure ahead. It is behind this wall, but it's strange, Dragon King said. Han Sen was happy, hearing he was about to stumble across the treasure. But with Qing King there, they'd probably fight over its ownership. Dragon King said, There is something very wrong with this Geno treasure. Han Sen wanted to ask him for more details, but couldn't on account of Qing King being right next to him. Furthermore, I know where the sky tree is. Dragon King suddenly screamed. Where is the sky tree? Han Sen almost blurted out. Dragon King continued talking, saying, I cannot believe Sky King is doing this. He wishes to sacrifice everyone here. He wants you all to become fertilizer. Han-san wanted to ask Dragon King to elaborate, but seeing Qing-jun King right next to him, simply decided to continue digging and listen. Dragon King sighed and said, when you break the barrier, you have to get the Geno treasure. If you don't, we will all die here. Han-sen frowned, thinking he might be exaggerating. If Sky King had been scheming, he couldn't enact a plan to wipe them all out in an instant. It wasn't as if Dragon King was the nicest person, either. He sacrificed a multitude of super creatures to revive himself. Dragon King quickly said, even if you leave the tree, you'll be killed. Everyone who has eaten the walnuts will die, and that includes you. What? Do you think this entire forest isn't associated with the sky tree? Han-sen's heart jumped, but Dragon King did not stop explaining. He said, you have to grab that Geno treasure. Trust me on this. I will explain everything once this is over. Han-sen could not reply to him right now, but he decided to follow his wishes. He was determined to take the Geno treasure now. Even if Dragon King was lying and this was all just a scheme, there was no harm in obtaining Geno treasure, after all. Qing-jun King was right there, though. He wondered how he might grab it before she did. The rule was whoever found the Geno treasure could keep it. If two people discovered it, the person who was stronger could keep it. Han-sen was not weak, but if he wanted to beat Qing-jun King, he might have to activate Super King Spirit Mode. A small portion of the barrier had been dug all the way through now, revealing a glimpse of the nut room on the other side. The nut room was strangely empty. Han-sen leaned in to take a closer look, and that was when he saw a pair of red eyes peering at him from the other side of the hole. Han-sen jumped back as the red thing started to emerge from the hole he had created for it. As it started to come out, Han-sen quickly activated his gene locks to scan and get an idea of what he was faced with. The results surprised him. It was a bronze mirror. Its surface was red, and the frame was adorned with a number of strange glyphs and symbols. The reflection Han-sen had seen depicted him as an enigmatic red being. Those red eyes, were they mine? Han-sen wondered to himself. Qing-jun King lashed the mirror with her whip. Arg! Han-sen screamed. Qing-jun King lashed the mirror, but Han-sen felt the pain of that attack strike him. Looking at his clothes, he noticed they had been torn. Han-sen looked back at the mirror and saw himself inside it. His body in the mirror was a reflection of himself, wound and all, but then he started to smile. Outside of the mirror, a smile was the last thing he could raise. Oh, snap! Han-sen knew the moment he looked at that mirror, he had been tricked. Arg! Qing-jun King lashed the mirror again. The mirror was fine, but the doppelganger inside the mirror was damaged. That same amount of damage was delivered to the real Han-sen, standing outside, hopeless and unsure of what to do. Stop! You are going to kill me. Han-sen gathered up his power, preparing to stop her. She wanted him dead, anyway, so now she had a perfectly valid chance to do what she had hoped. The message on that paper led me here. It wanted me to follow her and die. Han-sen's mind raced for a solution to the current predicament. Even if Han-sen stopped Qing-jun King, the mirror had already copied Han-sen's image. Just as Han-sen moved to stop her, though, she listened. She stopped attacking due to his plight. Han-sen did not have the time to mull the exact reason why, so he just turned his attention back to the mirror and thought of a way he could kill it without bringing harm upon himself. Han-sen's mirror-residing doppelganger gave another crooked smile. Then, he raised his fist and hit himself. Han-sen's real face then started to bleed in response. Han-sen's nose was pummeled repeatedly, and blood oozed from it. In a few more hits, Han-sen believed it'd be flattened like roadkill. It looked like fitness level did not matter in this situation. If the shadow self was damaged, then true person himself would be damaged. There didn't seem to be a way to avoid it. Han-sen didn't think he could break the mirror, as that would be the same as dealing a copious amount of damage to himself. But the person in the mirror seemed happy to hit himself and ensure Han-sen was dealt damage. Anyway, all of a sudden, in a matter of moments, Han-sen felt all of his powers were useless. Dumbass! Go break it, Qing Jun King commanded. How? Han Sen asked. Just break it. He is you, so only you can break it, Qing Jun King explained. Han Sen did not believe her words to be true, and didn't think she'd be so kind as to offer a solution to his current sorrow and pain. This was her best opportunity to kill him, so it wasn't likely she'd squander it. Arg! The shadow inside the mirror continued to punch itself, causing Han Sen constant pain. They both looked identical, but fortunately, it couldn't, or at least wasn't, making use of Han Sen's full, insane powers. He'd have been killed fairly quickly if it had. Han Sen withstood the pain and threw a punch at the mirror. The mirror did not avoid Qing Jun King's attacks, but it made sure to dodge Han Sen's. This lent credence to what Qing Jun King had told him, and he was relieved to hear she was telling him the truth. Only the person who the mirror mimicked could deal damage to it. When the mirror dodged, Han Sen decided not to waste any more time. He threw another punch at the mirror, but this time it was with all 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra. That, combined with Curse of Immortality, Jade Sun Force, and his Phoenix techniques firing on all cylinders, he was aiming to devastate the reflective fiend. Pang! The bronze mirror was sent flying backwards, directly into the barrier. Aside from the shadow in the mirror, it did not look like the mirror could attack in any other way. But the mirror was tough, that much was certain. Despite sending the mirror flying, Han Sen was unable to actually deal it damage. Not a single scratch blemished the glassy surface of the mirror, and much to Han Sen's discomfort and pain, the shadow self continued to self-harm. Han Sen gritted his teeth to withstand the constant pummeling and punched the mirror again. The mirror was against the barrier, so it was a clear shot. Like a hurricane, Han Sen unleashed a flurry of attacks against the mirror's surface. Han Sen punched it countless times, but despite his best attempts, he could not shatter the mirror. And all the while, the doppelganger continued to hurt himself. The shadow smiled, as if laughing and mocking Han Senator. He was spiting Han Sen, as if to say he was useless and there was nothing he could do to rectify the situation. You think I'm a coward? Han Sen thought. Han Sen and Qing Jun King had seen the mirror together, but the mirror had chosen Han Sen for some inexplicable reason. Han Sen thought it must have meant the mirror believed he was the weaker of the two. Han Sen did not have any of his weapons on him, and the Blood Pulse Sutra only bettered the body. It wasn't really a skill that lent itself to dealing massive amounts of extra damage. It wasn't a proper combat ability. Han Sen was unable to break the mirror, and he felt as if he had exhausted all options. He couldn't think of anything else to do. Han Sen could have used Super King Spirit Mode, but he didn't want to expose himself as the king to Qing Jun King. Han Sen looked into his Sea of Soul. Little Angel and the Gold Raven were still in the process of evolving. And them aside, he had no super weapons to call upon. Han Sen might have been able to use saving money to break the mirror, but the shadow would hit Han Sen while he was performing it, which would render it ineffective. Han Sen could have summoned Disloyal Knight, but his attack power wasn't very high. And if a pet beast soul could deal damage to Han Sen by striking the mirror, that would be very bad news for him. Han Sen could not think of a way out of this situation. Next time I return to the Alliance, I need to get myself a strong attack skill, Han Sen thought to himself. Just as Han Sen decided to activate Super King Spirit Mode, he heard a movement stem from the Sea of Soul. Han Sen looked inside there, and he noticed a strange energy permeating it. The sky fruit wasn't very big, so the fight against the mirror was easily noticed by the other king spirits and super creatures. Baby Ghost and Dry Bone ran over, in shock at what was going on. When they looked into the mirror, though, they quickly understood what was happening. This is bad. If Han Sen can't break the mirror, this will most certainly be the end of him, Baby Ghost said. The bronze mirror has a reflective power. If someone else hits it, it means hitting Han Senator. We can't help him. He has to help himself, Dry Bone King said. It was difficult to find someone else to go up against Qing Jun King, so if Han Sen was to die there, it'd be a grand shame. But they couldn't help, and if they tried, Han Sen would be beaten to death. All the super creatures came over to watch the events unfolding around the mirror. They were waiting for Han Sen to fail so they could take the Geno treasure. Qing Jun King looked at Han Sen, and she seemed to be deep in thought over something. As Han Sen continued to beat the mirror, he was actually more invested in investigating what was transpiring in the Sea of Soul. The light around little Angel was now very holy. She was like a flower in the midst of blooming, with petals opening to reveal what was inside. A powerful light was being unleashed, and it even frightened disloyal night. Has little Angel finished evolving? Han Sen was delighted, feeling the warmth and abundant power that was slowly swelling within the Sea of Soul. Han Sen thought a pet beast soul from another sanctuary needed to open gene locks for themselves, and he thought it'd take another long while for her to become effective enough to fight. But seeing all that power now, Han Sen understood there was more to little Angel than he had first thought. She was a lot more than simple eye candy. She was in battle mode already, and many of her gene locks had already been opened. The petals had all peeled away now, revealing a package of bright golden light. The light sent ripples through the entirety of the Sea of Soul. When it was fully exposed, little Angel's form came to be. She was divine, clad in a beautiful white robe. She had angelic wings, and in her hands, she clutched a transparent great sword. Her curly blonde hair waved, painting her like a goddess. Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Angel of Principality, Pet Type Evolution. Han Sen looked at her stats. From what he could tell, it was only the name that had changed. The rest was the same. But the energy emanating from little Angel told Han Sen there was more to her evolution than he could initially ascertain. Below the surface, this was more than just a name change. Han Sen now wondered whether or not he should summon her. The halo on her head always imbued Han Sen with a greater power. After all, Han Sen noticed his head now had a halo, the same as little Angel. He felt as if it was an inexhaustible vat of power, one that could cascade into his body and fill him with unrivaled strength. It was strong like holy water, cleansing his body and purifying his power. Han Sen did not stop attacking the mirror. The moment the halo ring gleamed above his head, the slight sounds of glass cracking could be heard. A ribbon of strain began to form on the surface of the glass, and then, the crack popped into a web of fissures that coursed its way across the entirety of the mirror. The doppelganger lost its smug smile and was given a shock. It began to run around in fright, making a freakish wailing sound. Boom! The glass of the bronze mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. A red light manifested itself in the physical world following the destruction, and Han Sen was quick to grab it. It was the core of the mirror. It was bronze and small like a bean. It was quite similar to a walnut. Dry Bone, Baby Ghost, and Qing Jun looked at Han Sen in disbelief. They were more than surprised to see him manage to pull through that horrifying ordeal. The super creatures did not know why or how Han Sen had achieved such power, or where the additional power had come from. You have been hiding your power, it would seem. I was starting to worry, Dry Bone King said. I was merely fighting for my life, Han Sen said. Your luck and power are things to be admired. You obtained the Geno treasure your first time here, Baby Ghost stated. Dry Bone and Baby Ghost were nice to Han Senator. They had initially believed him to be weak, but after this ordeal, they well and truly believed him to be an equal. Go back to work, Qing Jun snapped, and then, everyone did. But due to Han Sen having already obtained the treasure, the effort they put into their work had obviously laxed. Their haste to get the job done had evaporated. Thanks for the help, Han Sen said. Qing Jun ignored him and continued digging. Han Sen wanted to strike up a conversation, though. So, he asked, Hey, can I ask you a question? Because you should know why I'm here. I should be your enemy, after all. Qing Jun just told him, You aren't good enough to be my enemy. Han Sen was not sure what to respond, as he just thought she was a strange character. He didn't quite know what to make of her on the whole. After another half-day of work, all the barriers had been removed. When the rest of the creatures moved in to secure the walnuts, the rest went back to the 5th floor. Han Sen returned to his house. He masked his presence there and summoned Dragon King. What was that? Hansen finally had the chance to ask him the questions he had so much wanted to earlier. Dragon King said, "That asshole didn't grow a new tree. He wants to sacrifice everyone in the hopes of reviving this current one. I thought you told me he had grown a new one, due to this one being irreparable." Hansen now wore a scowl, learning of Dragon King's blunder. Dragon King felt awkward, so he explained, "That was me, jumping to conclusions. But when I saw the Geno treasure, I finally realized this tree isn't totally dead. It was only then that I realized I had been wrong." "Then what is it?" Hansen knew there'd be no point in getting mad at the spirit. Dragon King said, "Let's say every fruit is individual. The energy of each Geno item should be individual, too. When I scanned the fruit, though, this wasn't so. This means the fruit still exists as a part of the tree. That means the tree is not dead, you see? I'm not sure how this was achieved, but it is what it is." Dragon King then went on to say, "If the tree is not dead, Sky King will stop at nothing to fully revive it. And doing that requires a lot of nutrition. He has many spirits and creatures in there, all of which can provide the nutrition he seeks. And how exactly would he sacrifice everyone here? While some may spawn, many come here by eating the walnuts," Hansen said. "The walnuts are only one small part of this. Haven't you noticed the life water everyone drinks here?" Dragon King said. "You said it was a skydrop, actually, and you said it was good." Hansen frowned. Dragon King nodded, saying, "It is, but only when the tree is dead. Skydrops are the essence of the sky fruit. If the tree is alive, they can be controlled by the tree. While they may be a benefit right now, the tree could kill you once it has fully revived." Dragon King smiled and said, "But don't worry. You obtained the Geno treasure. You can make good use of that." "How?" Hansen asked, bringing it out. "This is a seed of the sky tree. It's like a small sister tree. But the seed is individual, so you'll have to use it to absorb the stuff inside you. Do that, and you've got nothing to worry about," Dragon King explained. Hansen took Dragon King's advice and followed his instructions. He tried to extract the thing from his body, but it turned out Hansen didn't have the thing inside him. He initially thought Dragon King must have gotten something wrong or had taught him incorrectly. But when Hansen tried it on Zhang Yuchen and the others, the method worked. For some reason, the thing just couldn't exist inside Hansen's body. Dragon King was shocked by the discovery, too. He expected Hansen to show much appreciation and reward him. Little did he expect that Hansen wouldn't even need such knowledge. "Not bad." Hansen still gave him a small compliment for the tip. While Hansen might have been okay, there were still many humans inside Immortal Shelter. He wanted to save as many of them as he could. Hansen went out to find Zhang Yuchen and many of the others, and he helped them break the contract with their spirits. With Hansen's reputation and status, and the backing of Drybone King and Baby Ghost, everyone was freed except for Choping. Everyone else had signed a contract with a royal spirit, but Choping had signed a contract with Qingjun King directly. Hansen sent them all to his underground shelter, while he remained inside the sky tree. This was because Choping was still under contract, and Hansen wanted a few more goodies before leaving. If the tree grew, everyone there would be food, super creatures included. And with 7 mighty super creatures there, Hansen thought it'd be a waste. One more question lingered on Hansen's mind. As well, who left him the slip of paper? He asked all the humans he had rescued, but none were likely candidates. Did a king spirit or super creature write it, maybe? Hansen didn't have a clue, much to his annoyance. But Hansen was also willing to stay due to Little Angel's finished evolution. Seeing the Halo Rings buff, Hansen knew she had to be incredibly powerful. And with Disloyal Knight also there for backup, it gave Hansen the courage to hang around. In his private room there, Hansen was practicing when all of a sudden, someone barged through his door. It was Qingjun King, and she approached with great anger. She immediately shouted, "Where did you hide Zhang Yuchen? You are a king spirit, aren't you? Why do you care so much about a human?" Hansen responded, "That is none of your business. Give him to me." Qingjun King said. "I don't have him," Hansen said. Do you really want me to become your enemy? Qing Jun King asked. I'm not your enemy, but it's true. I really don't have him, Hansen said. Fine. Qing Jun gave Hansen one last cold stare, then marched out. Drybone and Baby Ghost had arrived just in time to see the commotion. Drybone looked at Hansen and said, You really made her mad this time. Hansen asked, Why does she care about him, a human, so much? Drybone answered, You may not understand. It has to do with her practice of a skill. It is called love. Humans can become far more emotional than spirits, so Qing Jun selected Qiu Ping and Zhang Yuchen as her target for this. If Qiu Ping kills Zhang Yuchen on her behalf, and she then kills Qiu Ping, her practice with the skill will be complete. But, Drybone King broke out in laughter. But what? Hansen asked. Baby Ghost continued the speech, saying, But Qiu Ping is smart. He genuinely liked her, but he wasn't willing to kill Zhang Yuchen for her. He knows about her plan and he has known for a very long time. He just pretends he doesn't know anything. This entire thing has been going on for 20 years. She has grown impatient, over the course of that time, due to her being unable to finish the skill herself. Drybone then said, She knows she has failed, but she is a spirit. Pride is as important for her as it is for us. She will never admit it. Now that you have sent him away, though, the slim chance for a future success may have well and truly disappeared. It angers her, and she won't let you slip away so easily. Hansen now fully understood why she cared about the humans so much. What do you think she'll do? What can she do? Is she going to try to kill me with her 7 super creatures? Hansen wondered out loud. Qing Jun King was only a spirit with 9 of her gene locks open. With Little Angel ready to be unleashed, Hansen wasn't afraid at all. She can't do that. Mr. Immortal won't allow her to hurt anyone. The extent of her command starts and ends with manual labor. They aren't her pets or anything, Drybone reassured Hansen. Hansen knew Sky King needed them as food, so it was likely true. He wouldn't allow them to kill each other over squabbles of their own. Then what is there to worry about? Hansen said. Drybone King answered. To be honest, me and Baby Ghost don't have what it takes to fight her together. She is that good? Hansen was surprised upon hearing this. Yes, why else would she be the one in charge? It's why you need to exercise some caution and be careful, Baby Ghost replied. Thanks for the information, you two. I'll definitely try to be more careful, Hansen said. After sending Drybone and Baby Ghost away, Hansen noticed another slip of paper on his table. Did one of them just leave this without me realizing it? Hansen looked on the back of the paper first and saw another 9-life cat symbol. Didn't I tell you to follow Qing Jun? Give Zhang Yuchen back to her or die. The handwriting looked as if it had been hastily scribbled. With no concern for what had been written, Hansen threw it away. He didn't care for the content of the paper, only who wrote it. It didn't seem as if Drybone or Baby Ghost were responsible. They had made it clear they weren't fond of Qing Jun and wanted to overthrow her. But even if it was them, how could they be associated with Blood Legion? For now, Hansen could only wait for the person behind the curtains to reveal themselves. Hansen thought Qing Jun would come after him, but after waiting a few days, nothing happened. After a few more days passed, Hansen noticed the presence of another slip of paper. Leave this shelter. You are in danger. Hansen crumpled it up and threw the paper away once again. He had worked hard to get where he was, so he wasn't quite willing to leave just yet. And still, he was extremely curious about who was leaving these messages for him. After all, who could have secretly delivered the slips of paper, time and time again, without him noticing? Perhaps it was a king spirit or super creature. It couldn't have been Drybone and Baby Ghost, as their behavior did not appear remotely concerning. They were the same as ever. And aside from those two, there were only 7 other super creatures. Hansen went to investigate them. There was a 9-headed dragon, an armored beast, a hellbird, a rock king, a ghost eye, a water fairy, and a demon flower amongst them. The 9-headed dragon was a cruel and ruthless fiend. The armored beast kept to itself and was a private thing. The hellbird did not stay in the shelter often and spent most of its time away. The Rock King worked hard, and when it was done, it went home to relax. If it was a super creature behind the letters, it had to be the Ghost Eye, Water Fairy, or Demon Flower. The Ghost Eye was restless and never stayed put. It frequently traveled around, sticking its nose in other people's business. It had even come over to see Hansen once, but due to Hansen not speaking its language, it didn't stay for long. The Water Fairy was a humanoid creature. It was in the shape of a voluptuous-looking woman, but one that was composed by running water. The Water Fairy was able to speak with Hansen, but she had never visited him at his home before. The Demon Flower was a walking plant that could speak in every language. Those three were the most suspicious of the super creature lot, but Hansen couldn't tell if they were acting odd or that was just how they were. Hansen had dug through 3 sky fruit in his time there, but was unable to receive any more Geno treasures. He was, however, given more life water. The life water he received now was of a much higher quality, suited for beings of that rank. He had 4 drops, but he opted not to consume them. Hansen's Geno treasure was tiny. If Hansen used the life water he was now given, he wagered it wouldn't be able to save him. Hansen spent another 3 days in the tree hole, and eventually decided to leave the place. Before he went, though, the Water Fairy stopped him. The Water Fairy's liquid composed but wobbled as she walked. Her body was an attractive sight that aroused Hansen. She approached Hansen, smiled and said, "Hansen, would you like to make a deal?" What kind of deal would that be? Hansen was confused by the sudden proposition. "If you give me a drop of that life water, I'll have sex with you." A drop for a drip. Before Hansen could say anything, she swiftly stepped up to Hansen, grabbed his hands, and placed them on her gelatinous boobies. Hansen felt as if he was clutching jelly, and her boobs felt amazing to hold and squeeze. Feeling awkward about it, though, Hansen had to pull his hands back and say, "But we aren't the same species." "That's fine. I can be anything you want me to be." The Water Fairy's boobs and buttocks grew to an even bigger and more salacious size. Due to her being half-transparent, she looked extremely attractive. Cough, cough. Hansen coughed. "You don't like this?" The Water Fairy's body changed again, becoming the shape of a little girl in a swimsuit. She then squeezed and hugged Hansen's arm. Hansen, however, just stood there. So, she tried a number of different appearances to prompt a response. She became an aloof lady, a moody lady, and a sunny lady. Unsure of what would get Hansen to leap upon her with lecherous hands, she even gave herself bunny ears and the tail of a fox. Hansen was in disbelief the entire time. She was like an erotic shapeshifter, but no matter how attractive she tried to be, she was just a naked, half-transparent lady. Clearly, she and other non-humans of the sanctuary did not understand what truly attracted one human to another. "If you want life water, how about you trade me a Geno treasure for it?" Hansen offered instead. The fairy was clearly disappointed, but she smiled and just said, "I don't have Geno treasure, but I might have something you could be interested in." The Water Fairy brought something out. Hansen examined it. It was a small orb not much bigger than a ping-pong ball. It seemed to have been made from polished crystal. "What is this? Did you create this?" Hansen could sense her energy stemming from the water drop orb. Water Fairy smiled and said, "This is my gear, and it is called a water drop orb. With this orb, you can prevent watery chaos. Can I swap this for all 4 of your life water drops?" "Define what watery chaos means first," Hansen said, not quite catching her drift. Water Fairy gave the orb to Hansen and then fired a water arrow at him. Pang! The water arrow broke into a liquidy splash, despite only being 1 foot away from Hansen. Water Fairy smiled and said, "The orb can block my attacks. Can only block water damage, mind you. And after some use, it'll take a while before it can be used again. But I used up one of my life water vials." Hansen wanted others to believe this. Deal. Water Fairy was happy to swap the water drop orb for Hansen's remaining vials of life water. Hansen played with the water drop orb. Although it only blocked water damage, and it wasn't the most useful item in the sanctuary, it was better than nothing. The life water was outright harmful, after all, so it was little more than a waste of space. The other super creatures soon learned about their trade, too, and they all wanted to do the same. Unfortunately, Hansen had no more life water left. After a while, Hansen was able to obtain another two. Ghost Eye came to him shortly after, wanting to make an exchange. Ghost Eye threw him an eyeball that was black and white. It was reminiscent of Tai Chi in some ways. Hansen was not sure what it could do, but the eyeball was obviously gear that the creature had created. Much like the fairy, it wanted to swap the gear for Hansen's life water. I only have 2 life water drops. Do you still want to make the trade? Hansen asked while pulling his 2 vials out. Ghost Eye was actually an ape. One of its eyes was a murky shade of white, and it was an unsettling creature to look upon. But it was also the most active super creature amongst them. It swallowed the life water and left immediately. Hansen looked at the eyeball-like item he had been given. He noticed it was able to do something with yin and yang. If Hansen practiced yang, he could use the item to make it yin. If he practiced yin, then he could make it yang. Hansen had yin-yang blast, which meant the item wasn't very useful for him. For people who only practiced one, it would be a precious item to have, though. If I work here for a long time, I should be able to amass quite the array of gear. Hansen thought the terms of these exchanges were more than fair, considering he had no need for the life water he'd be giving up. As a result, Hansen made plans to collect more life water for gear. But, a few days later, he stumbled across another message. It seemed as if the person who had been leaving the messages wanted to meet Hansen, at last. On the paper was an address and a time. Hansen made a mental note of it and then incinerated the parchment. The next day, Hansen left the tree. They were going to meet in a certain grove inside the walnut forest. Hansen arrived early, curious to meet the message-leaving enigma. After a while of waiting, Hansen heard someone approach. The person wasn't quite there yet, and the forest was wreathed with vines that obscured the view quite a bit. Hansen would be unable to see who it was until they came closer. When the person's identity was finally revealed, Hansen was shocked. Despite all the possibilities he had mulled over in his mind, Hansen was utterly flabbergasted. It was that person who had been leaving him the slips of paper. "Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here?" the man said coldly. "You're the one leaving me slips of paper then, I assume." Hansen looked at the man with a strange expression. He had a big head and the body of a frail baby. It was Baby Ghost. "Who else?" Baby Ghost said. "Then you know what this is?" Hansen brought out a paper with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Hansen believed he had been the one leaving the messages, but he did not believe Baby Ghost knew anything about the 9-life cat or Blood Legion. "I am a member of Blood Legion. You think I don't know what that is?" Baby Ghost looked at Hansen with disdain. Hansen was shocked. Baby Ghost was a king spirit. How could he be a member of a human organization? Although Hansen had readied himself for this possibility, he was still taken aback to hear it out loud. "You are a member?" Hansen was almost unable to believe it. For a king spirit of the third god sanctuary to be a member of Blood Legion was a nigh insane thing to comprehend. Hansen knew Blood Legion was strong, but he did not expect the organization would be strong enough to employ king spirits of the third god sanctuary. Hansen felt as if his world had been turned upside down, and all he knew about Blood Legion had been incorrect. What exactly was Blood Legion? Baby Ghost pulled out something and tossed it over to Hansen. It was a card of the Alliance. Hansen had seen such things many times, as it was a card that usually had the 9-life cat symbol on its underside. Hansen flipped it over and, as expected, there it was. It was a 9-life cat card. "I am the vice leader of Blood Legion. My title is Ghost Baby," Baby Ghost King said. When Hansen heard what he was told, his immediate reaction was to frown. Surprises were nothing new to him at this point, but this one hit a little harder than most. "You are the vice leader of Blood Legion? In that case, you know who the leader is?" Hansen asked. "You aren't a member, so I'm not obliged to tell you anything." But now that you're out of that shelter, I heartily recommend you don't return, Baby Ghost said. Han-san thought the person who gave him the paper must have noticed or sensed he was wearing the 9-life cat pendant, and that the parchment used was in reference to it. That didn't seem to be the case, though. Baby Ghost did not seem to know about Han-sen's connection with Blood Legion, and the paper Baby Ghost had been using to warn Han-sen had only been intended to flaunt the organization he was a member of. If you don't think I'm a member, why would you help me? Han-sen asked. Han-sen had just met one of the most important figures of the enigmatic Blood Legion organization. Although he could not be 100% certain he was not being told a falsehood, he wanted to ask as many questions as he could and learn more. This was a wildly rare opportunity. Baby Ghost merely stared at Han-sen, saying, "Your image. You remind me of someone." "Who?" Han-sen was not expecting this response. "Han Jingji," Baby Ghost answered. The composure of Han-sen's mind was given a shake, but he still managed to calmly ask, "How do you know him?" Baby Ghost's face suggested he had just taken a brief trip down memory lane. When he returned to the situation at hand, he just told Han-sen, "You don't need to know anything about all this. Just don't go back to Immortal Shelter. At least tell me why. Give me one good reason why I should leave. I can't just walk away after everything, all because of your few measly words," Han-sen proclaimed. Baby Ghost turned around and said, "If you want to go back, go back. I won't stop you. But on your head be it, should things run afoul for you." "Wait." Han-sen brought out the 9-life cat pendant that was tucked beneath his shirt and said, "If you are the vice leader of Blood Legion, surely you know what this is, don't you?" Baby Ghost turned back around, and the stiffness of his face dropped in shock. His eyes widened as they peered at the pendant. Baby Ghost suddenly moved. Han-sen opened his jean locks, ready to fight. But what happened in the next second surprised even him. Baby Ghost had dropped onto the ground so quickly that a crater was formed. In that shallow pit, he bowed before Han-sen. Pang, pang, pang. Baby Ghost bowed repeatedly, with alarming speed and sincerity. All the while, his lips murmured and mumbled incoherent speech. Han-sen froze in his place, having not expected a reaction such as this. This was a king spirit of the third god's sanctuary. It had the potential to beat any human. But there it was, down on its hands and knees in respect to a small item belonging to a human organization. Is Blood Legion that big of a deal? The pendant he always carried with him suddenly felt much heavier. Baby Ghost then stood up. In a state of shock, he asked, "Who are you? Why would you possess that relic?" Seeing Baby Ghost's face, Han-sen felt giving him the wrong answer now would swiftly lead to his death. "Han Jingji gave it to me," Han-sen answered. Baby Ghost's face changed to one that was resolute. He barked, "That's impossible. Han Jingji could not have possessed such a relic." "But this did belong to him," Han-sen reconfirmed. Baby Ghost then said, "It belongs to Blood Legion. What are you suggesting?" Han-sen always thought Han Jingji might have been the leader of Blood Legion. There was definitely a strong association between the two, after all. But now, hearing Baby Ghost's reaction, that didn't seem likely. The fact that Baby Ghost was willing to state Han Jingji's name so freely also suggested he wasn't the leader or anyone of renown and importance within the ranks of Blood Legion. Han Jingji is a part of Blood Legion, isn't he? Why would it be impossible for him to have it? Han-sen asked. Baby Ghost's expression had turned dark, as if the fancy for murder had taken over his mind. Angrily, he spat out his words, saying, "You really are talking shit. Han Jingji is not a member of Blood Legion, and there is no possible way for him to possess that relic. Be honest with me, boy, lest I pry the answers out of you with profound agony and suffering." Han-san was shocked. Hearing Han Jingji was not even a lowly member of the organization. If Baby Ghost really was the vice leader, then it clearly meant he knew more about Blood Legion than Han-sen did. And that flipped all of Han-sen's theories thus far on their head. But why would Han Jingji ask Uncle Bug to join him in a search for the relic? Why would he know about its existence, given where it was found? Believe it or not, this was originally Han Jingji's. A lot of people can verify this claim, Han Sen said, standing his ground. Baby Ghost looked at Han Sen, as if he was trying to scan his mind and discover the truth behind some lie he was being told. Han Sen then said, "So tell me, how do you know about Han Jingji?" Baby Ghost wished to say something more, but his face changed. Then he turned to look through the dense brush of the walnut forest. "Wait here and do not follow me back to the shelter. I will be right back." Baby Ghost then took off back towards the sky tree. Han Sen knew something big must have gone down in with the sky tree during their absence. Otherwise, Baby Ghost would not have run off in the middle of their conversation. Is the tree in the midst of reviving? Han Sen also ran towards the sky tree. He had waited a long time for this opportunity, so he wasn't going to miss it. Everything seemed fine in the tree, though, as spirits and creatures were performing their labor duties like normal. Dry Bone King quickly ran over to see Han Sen, though, and promptly brought him up to the higher floors. "Mr. Immortal has finished his practice. He has summoned us to the Immortal Hall. Where have you been?" Dry Bone King asked as he pulled on Han Sen to move quicker. Han Sen was shocked. If Immortal Emperor was becoming a reality, then that meant the tree was ready to spring back to life. Han Sen removed the dragon blood ring from his finger. If Immortal Emperor truly was Sky King, he'd recognize Dragon King right away. Han Sen and Dry Bone King arrived at the Immortal Hall. Han Sen was eager to see what Immortal Emperor looked like. Qing Jun and Ghost Eye were there as well. When Baby Ghost saw Han Sen, a visible look of surprise came over his face. Han Sen waved at him cheekily and then went to sit down. Han Sen looked over towards the primary seat of the table, which was currently empty. Immortal Emperor had yet to arrive. No one spoke during the wait, not even the oh-so-talkative Ghost Eye. It just sat where it was, taking part in the eerie silence. Qing Jun was the one who sat nearest the primary seat, and she looked at Han Sen as if she were looking at a dead man. Han Sen didn't care very much what she may have been thinking, though. He just sat in his seat, waiting for Immortal Emperor to arrive. "Catcha!" The latch of the back door was lifted. The sudden sound was loud, and it shocked those in their seats. Han Sen turned to look in the direction of the noise. When his eyes fell upon Immortal Emperor, he was surprised. He had often wondered what the enigmatic spirit would look like, and he had come up with numerous visions and images in his head. But this spirit subverted all his expectations. Immortal Emperor looked like a peacock. The peacock was gold, with a number of multicolored ornamental eye spots decorating its plumage. It was stunning. "I thought he was a spirit. Why is he a peacock?" Han Sen mulled the appearance, as the peacock waddled its way over and took its rightful place in the primary seat. All the king spirits and super creatures in the hall bowed before it, so Han Sen did the same. The peacock's eyes glanced over everyone in the hall but paused when they passed over Han Sen. When it was done, the peacock screeched, prompting everyone to look at it in wonder. It stretched its wings, and its eyes shot out a beam of golden light. Within that gold light, a thin shadow formed. Han Sen could not make out the face of whatever or whoever it was, but its mere presence there rattled his nerves. Han Sen saw the shadow's lips begin to move, and it looked to be speaking to Qing Jun. No one else was able to hear what was being spoken except for her, it seemed, for she nodded in answer. When the light came to an end, Qing Jun said, "Yes, my emperor." The shadow nodded and faded as the light dimmed. Then, the peacock flapped its wings and flew out. After the peacock left, the king spirits and super creatures in the hall all felt great relief. It was as if they had been holding their breaths the whole time. "Qing Jun, what did Mr. Immortal tell you?" Water Fairy asked. Qing Jun quietly said, "Mr. Immortal is going to open the holy door. He needs a lot of sky fruit to make pills, so he wants us to gather as much as we can over the next month. A month isn't very long. There are still 23 of them to go. Do we even have enough time?" Dry Bone King said. "We will have to form the paths too. It is best that we hurry. Delaying Mr. Immortal would be most unwise," Qing Jun said. Dry Bone's face changed. "Everyone works beneath my command. I will be most cruel and unpleasant to anyone who seeks to disturb Mr. Immortal's business, Qingjun said. I don't want to delay anything, but I have to eat walnuts every 3 days. If I don't, I cannot participate in the work, Han Sen said. Qingjun said, life water can keep you in your current state, child. There is no need for you to exit. I don't have any life water, Han Sen then said, as cover for not wanting to consume it due to the possible consequences they could result in. Qingjun expected Han Sen to say this, though, so she gave everyone a bottle of the stuff. Then, she said, everyone is given 10 drops of life water as a bonus. If we finish the job within the allotted month, we'll get 20 more as a reward. Everyone was delighted to hear this. They accepted the life water merrily, thanking the emperor for the gracious gift. Han Sen accepted the bottle and listened to Qingjun's work instructions. Qingjun took them straight over to the sky fruit. The spirits and creatures were supposed to create the paths that led to them, but now they had to chip in and make their own due to the rush. Qingjun put everyone in charge of 2 sky fruit. If things go according to plan, the tree will indeed see a revival in the next month, Dragon King said. Han Sen had re-equipped the ring and was consulting with him. Is there any way we might be able to muck up his plans? Han Sen said. Dragon King said, I don't think so. The spirits and super creatures have all consumed too much life water. They are beyond saving, and the sky tree is sure to absorb them all. Unless you can cut down the sky tree, it is hopeless. Not even Sky King himself could make a comeback after that. Han Sen frowned. He had yet to save Cho Ping, and he had just learned about Baby Ghost being a vice leader of Blood Legion. It would be a proper shame if the latter died. Just as Han Sen was thinking about Baby Ghost was actually approaching him. Didn't I tell you not to return? Baby Ghost looked ugly, uglier than usual. Give it a rest, will you? You're like a broken record. I'm fine where I am. Okay? Han Sen said. If it wasn't for that relic you showed me, I wouldn't care about you one bit. Baby Ghost paused for a moment before going on to say, but for you to come back at this time, it is as good as suicide. Why? Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost then said, honestly? Aside from Qingjun and me, you're all going to die here. Why? Han Sen was surprised by this, and it seemed as if Baby Ghost knew a thing or two about what was going on. Baby Ghost said, you don't need to know the specifics. You are going to die. So give me the relic and speak your last words. Ah, is this about immortal emperor sacrificing the whole tree? That's old news, Han Sen said. Baby Ghost looked as if he'd swallowed a bug, and in utter shock, he gasped, how do you know about that? Han Sen smiled and looked coy. He didn't answer him, and instead said, you don't need to know the specifics, but tell me, what makes you think you and Qingjun will be spared? Baby Ghost was still in shock over the fact Han Sen knew what was going on, and he answered, Qingjun is a mortal emperor's daughter, and me? I'm the one who concocted this scheme. I see. So, have you been avoiding the consumption of life water? Han Sen asked. What does the life water have to do with anything? Baby Ghost asked, but right after, his mind seemed to get snagged on a sudden, disturbing thought. Whoever has been drinking the life water will be sacrificed. There's no particular discrimination, as it's a catch-all type of thing. Han Sen was extra smug, rubbing it in. He could tell Baby Ghost had been drinking the life water. Baby Ghost's facial expression was beyond distraught, and so he said, impossible! Qingjun has been using life water as well. Who has been feeding you these lies? Well, let me ask you, have you been told how these sacrifices are to be, well, sacrificed? Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost looked clueless. He wished to speak, but he seemed to be struggling to force out words. His face turned green at the sudden turn of events, and all his throat could end up spitting out were the words, have I been tear-tricked? After that, Baby Ghost turned to run, but Han Sen stopped him. If you're going to consult the Emperor with this, you're a dead baby. Tell me about the relationship between Han Jingji and Blood Legion. Han Sen told him. Baby Ghost said, I don't fully believe your forked tongue. Not yet, leastways. I must go and Confirm something. No. You tell me what I want to know now. Han-sen didn't think Baby Ghost would ever come back. Once he left. Baby Ghost then answered, Gah! But it's a long story. The short version is, something huge happened within the Legion. We needed help. Han Jingji was then kidnapped by Blood Legion forces. Han-sen was shocked. The revelations were coming thick and fast. There was a connection between Han Jingji and Blood Legion, but the way it came about was very unexpected. Han Jingji had actually been the victim of kidnapping. Han-sen wished to ask more, but Baby Ghost was already gone. Han Jingji was kidnapped by Blood Legion forces? That must mean he was there with them for some time in some way or another. That might also mean he learned much about the organization, including the Nine-Life Cat. But why was he kidnapped? Why did they need to do that? Did they kidnap just anyone? Did it happen before or after he visited that realm with the maybe a god maybe a demon being? Han-sen's mind was now racked with countless more questions. Han-sen hoped Baby Ghost wouldn't be killed, so he could ask the spirit a bunch more questions. Han-sen was not too worried what he might do, though. If Han-sen was attacked and had to make an escape, he believed he could do so with the aid of Little Angel. A few days later, Qing-jun came looking for Han-sen. Han-sen was surprised to see her, and when she approached, she asked, You didn't drink the life water you were given? Nope, Han-sen answered simply. Good. Qing-jun handed something to Han-sen, turned around, and left as swiftly as she appeared. Han-sen wasn't sure why she had just done what she did, and truthfully, he fancied asking her a few questions. It seemed like Baby Ghost had told Qing-jun what Han-sen had told him. She had given Han-sen a small bottle with a piece of paper attached. The paper said the contract on Qiu-ping had been forfeit. Han-sen had long wondered how he might get Qing-jun to let Qiu-ping go free, and now, it had been done without any effort on his part. Han-sen was delighted, so he left the worksite. He wanted to visit Qiu-ping and guide him out. Han-sen thought someone might stop him, but no one did. He scanned the nearby area and then realized the king spirits and super creatures were all gone. Han-sen returned to the 4th floor without issue and escorted Qiu-ping out of the tree. When Han-sen returned to the underground shelter with him, he noticed all the walnut trees in the forest were dying. Baby Ghost must have done something to make the sky tree revive even sooner, Dragon King exclaimed. Han-sen frowned and flew back towards the sky tree. As he was returning, he saw countless creatures writhing on the forest floor in agony. You could see their life forces being pulled from their bodies, heading for the tree that contained immortal shelter. Green sprouts began to grow from their corpses, becoming vines that absorbed their flesh. Seeing all the creatures become fertilizer, Han-sen could not help but think, Dragon King was right. Creatures that have consumed walnuts or life water are being absorbed no matter where they are. Before Han-sen arrived back, though, a scary presence startled him on the approach. A black and red tree was growing incredibly quickly, heading high up into the clouds. There was a menacing spire in the land now, surrounded by countless dried-up trees and creature corpses. Even the ground and earth were being sucked dry of life, transforming the area into an apocalyptic hellscape. Han-sen flew towards the sky tree as fast as he could. He knew he couldn't stop what was happening, but he hoped he could pick up a few goodies at the very least. Perhaps he'd even be able to kill a few of the super creatures and take their life geno-essences from Sky King. The sky tree was growing at an alarming rate. The red and black bark was cracking and beginning to peel. Countless creatures tried to scramble out of the cracks that webbed the tree. As the tree grew and grew, the creatures started to return to their original size. There were tigers, titans, and birds. Every creature imaginable, all trying to make an escape. But when they made it out, their bodies began to tear apart. Vines shot out from beneath their skin, ravaging their flesh and tangling them up. This happened to those that were airborne as well, and they rained down to the ground in pieces. The roots of the tree then began to lift themselves up and escape the ground that kept them in place. Like hungry tentacles, the roots grabbed the corpses of fallen creatures and drained them of their life force. The cracks across the tree began to heal, crushing creatures that sought to escape from them. The tree was slowly being drenched in blood, making for a terrible sight. A lot of creatures were unable to exit in time. For those that weren't crushed by the devilish lumber, they were instead ripped apart by the phantom vines that had been slumbering inside their bodies. The place was like a forested depiction of hell, and just as Han Sen thought it would be best if he left, a light appeared. The light was Qing-Jun. Her life force was draining, as green sprouts began to pop up over her body. Get the cruel bottle. Qing-Jun was not doing well, evidently. As she approached Han Sen, she did so with wobbling movements. She was in great pain and suffering, that much was clear. Why? What is it? Han Sen asked, but he did not delay in retrieving the jade bottle she had recently given him. Qing-Jun gritted her teeth and knelt in front of Han Senator. She placed her right hand on her chest and said, I, Qing-Jun, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. After that, her forehead gleamed with a spirit stone. Needless to say, Han Sen was in shock that Qing-Jun, of all spirits, was willing to obey him. Han Sen held her spirit stone in his hand. It shone brightly before becoming one with Qing-Jun again. Qing-Jun might have become Han Sen's spirit, but the green sprouts were still on her. Open the bottle and let me in, Qing-Jun shouted. How do I open it? Han Sen asked. He had tried to open the cruel bottle before, but he was unable to. He thought it was very strange of her to give him a bottle, but at least now it was starting to make sense. Han Sen touched the bottle to try to open it again, but this time it opened immediately. Han Sen realized he could only use it once a contract with the spirit that gave it had been signed. After the bottle was opened, Qing-Jun transformed into a pellet of bright light. Then, she tucked herself inside it. As Han Sen wondered why Qing-Jun was doing this, another light appeared. This time it was Water Fairy. Water Fairy's body was transparent, and you could see the sprouts manifesting inside her watery body. Her body bubbled and boiled, and if this was to continue, it'd only be a matter of time before she evaporated out of existence. She shouted, "Help!" Then she raced into the bottle alongside Qing-Jun. Han Sen peered at Qing-Jun and the Water Fairy inside the bottle, side by side, and noticed now that the sprouts had stopped growing on and within them. They were all gone. Han Sen was delighted. Learning this treasure he had been given could negate the dark powers of the Sky Tree. Han Sen, help! Han Sen heard someone call out his name. He turned to see a number of vines crawling through the air like a webbed net. A second later they were cut down to the ground. A mound of bones had given them a shave, and when Han Sen's eyes came to focus, he saw Dry Bone King doing battle. Han Sen flew over towards him, bottle in hand. As he pointed it at Dry Bone King, he asked, "Can you come inside?" Dry Bone King spared no time in diving into the purifying comfort of the cruel bottle. Then, looking up, Han Sen saw a 9-headed creature soar through the sky, screeching in pain. It was headed straight for him. But before Han Sen could do anything for it, the heads began to separate from its body as vines ravaged the poor beast. Its life force was all going to the tree. When the body hit the ground, roots sprang out of the earth and dragged it underground. Han Sen felt it was a great shame and waste. Turning around again, though Han Sen saw Ghost Eye becoming consumed by the hungry, lecherous vines. He was going to pull out his phoenix sword and do what he could to help. But before Han Sen could do anything, Ghost Eye saw the bottle and dived right into it. "I'm here to get easy kills. Why am I inadvertently saving these things?" Han Sen thought, but then he noticed something. It didn't seem like anything could exit the bottle without his explicit permission. The sound of an explosion rang through the forest. A rock giant was headed Han Sen's way, covered in vines like angry moss. The sturdy golem was able to defy their attempts to tear it apart, though. And as expected, before the vines could do what they wished to, the rock giant jumped inside the cruel bottle. Han Sen was made up, and he thought to himself, perhaps this is not all bad. Give me a few more, and I'll have myself a personal army. In the sky, the hellbird raged with great curtains of fire that smoked the skies and turned them black. Try as it might, It was unable to incinerate the vines that sought to ravage its fiery body. The green vines had put a strain on it and quelled the ferocity of its flames. The wretched, lecherous vines did not fear anything. The vines lashed the bird whose flesh they were born from, and they swayed like manic green firelicks of their own. Eventually they proved too much and they tore the bird apart. The bird had hoped to reach Han San and his bottle, and it had been rapidly descending as all this unfolded. Unfortunately, it was too late. The only thing to reach the ground was a rain of fleshy chunks and blood-stained feathers. It was another meal for the sky tree. Han San saw a giant flower get torn apart at the entrance to the sky tree. The other super creatures had all been too late for Han San to save, and they all ended up as food for the sky tree. "Where is baby ghost?" Han San asked as he searched amidst the ruin, thinking of all the questions he still wanted to ask. The walnut forest was a vile hellscape now, painted dark with the blood of spirits and creatures. Han San asked Qing Jun, who was in the cruel bottle, "Where is baby ghost? Why did he not exit alongside you?" "We got separated. He was supposed to be here," Qing Jun said. Han San asked the water fairy if she had seen him, but she said she had not seen him either. Han San thought this was boding poorly for baby ghost. His failure to escape didn't make sense, though. Han San had informed him about the true nature of the conspiracy surrounding the operations of Immortal Shelter, so he should have been among the first to get out. Han San could no longer find the entrance to the sky tree, as the original tree hole was now filled up. There was no other way inside. But then, a scream sounded in the sky. Looking up, Han San saw a gold peacock descending from atop the tree. A person was on top of the peacock, a figure with gold-colored hair adorned with a crown. The man's simple aura was one of immense power, and Han San felt it was comparable to Xiang Yin. "Is that Sky King?" The man was incredibly handsome. His beauty and strength transcended that which seemed achievable by humans, and one could have easily mistaken him for a god of sorts. "That's him," Dragon King said. The gold peacock landed near Han's senator. The man's eyes gleamed with the color of gold, but they seemed empty and devoid of emotion. "Leave them, and I'll grant you a swift and merciful death," Sky King said. His eyes were callous pits of false holiness, and they saw through Han San as if it was a strain to even acknowledge his existence. Of course, a greedy person such as Han San was not willing to hand over his goodies, even if it meant he'd get away scot-free. Now was the perfect time to run, he believed. But still, not knowing the fate of baby ghost pained him. Ultimately, he ended up thinking the spirit might have just remained inside the sky tree to die. Han San thought about fighting Sky King, but now that the sky tree had been revived and his power might have been restored, it wasn't worth trying. He couldn't be sure he had what it took to deal with a foe such as that. Plus, if Han San was truly able to defeat Sky King, he'd just respawn back in the sky tree. Han San would have to destroy the tree itself to ensure he had dealt with Sky King for good. Han Sen's phoenix sword had only been able to deal a minor scratch on the tree's bark, and that was before when it was supposedly dead. He wagered he'd probably be unable to do anything to it now, in its current state. Earlier, when the bark of the tree fell off, it was replaced with new layers of bark. This bark was like burning, red-hot steel. It looked like a frightening monument, fresh from the forges of hell. It was an unsettling sight, for sure. Sky King wasn't going to let Han Sen run off with so much of the tree's food, though. The gold peacock inflated itself like a balloon, and it became so bloated it blocked half of the sky. The gold peacock inhaled air in front of Han Sen, whipping up a frenzied suction. It sought to consume Han Sen and the bottle. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned Disloyal Knight. Then he activated Super King Spirit Mode. He summoned a coin in his hand and then fired a multitude of them at the peacock. Although they were only coins, super creatures never seemed to have what was necessary to overcome Super King Spirit Mode. Han Sen always prevailed in that form. The peacock, seeing the coins coming towards it, stopped sucking. With its mouth, it chomped a number of the coins to break them and their power. Disloyal Knight used its halo to dye the peacock, and Sky King, a delightfully unholy, tarnished bronze color. Then, as it very much liked to do, it moved toward the creature and let loose a flurry of punches. The peacock's beak struck one of its fists, knocking disloyal Knight back with a mark across its gauntlet. But this was good, as Han Sen took advantage of this opportunity to leap onto the peacock's back and dash before Sky King. Han Sen's mighty fist, draped in a shroud of purified power, was thrown towards Sky King. Sky King watched Han Sen approach, and the exact moment the fist was set to collide with his face, he moved. Han Sen saw Sky King's arm, which was clad in gold armor, move. Then he felt a sickly power meet with his chest. Felt as if he had gotten hit by a train. When Han Sen hit the ground, he formed a 50-meter deep hole. Blurg! Han Sen coughed blood from his mouth, and he thought to himself, Dragon King, I thought you said Sky King needs the Sky Tree to achieve the power of an emperor. Why is he this strong already? He must already be an emperor, one who has opened 10 gene locks. He must be as powerful as Xiang Yin. How could this asshole become an emperor? 10 gene locks open? No way. The Sky Tree hasn't even fully recovered yet, Dragon King said. Pang. Sky King leaped down, his stomp creating a deep hole in the ground. You're the asshole right now. Ugh. Why did I ever trust you? Han Sen used his Phoenix techniques to dodge Sky King, who was going to try to stomp on him next. He was going to attempt another escape. But suddenly, many golden palaces began to fall from the sky, and as they clobbered the area all around, in great ruin and catastrophe, Han Sen felt as if he had stumbled into a post-apocalyptic landscape left to the faint whispers of dust and echoes. Whoa, he is an emperor. This is his Sky Palace technique. It's fueled by a space element. Unless we kill him, we're trapped. Dragon King cried aloud. Han Sen's Phoenix techniques were incredibly quick, and he bobbed and weaved between the tumbling palaces that fell to break the landscape with great speed. But it seemed as if there was no end to them, and no matter how far he went, it felt as they were being drawn to him. Is there any way for us to stop it? Han Sen knew there was no point in being angry with Dragon King now. They were both in a dire situation, and cooperation would yield the best results. Han Sen looked behind him and saw Sky King fast approaching. Each of his footsteps was painting the ground gold as he went. Sky King spared no time in throwing a punch towards Han Sen. Han Sen fell back, trying to dodge the strike, but he felt as if his speed was slower than it ought to have been. He discovered it wasn't that his speed had slowed down, it was the dimension itself that had been stretched for him. The distances were stretched to become 10 times longer, so Han Sen was not evading any slower, he was just having to travel further. Sky King's punch might have looked very slow, but he could transcend the warping of the dimension and make it seem incredibly quick. With this play on space, Han Sen was unable to dodge the strike. He had no choice but to try and meet Sky King's fist with his own. Han Sen's fingers cracked in the collision, and it felt as if they were on the precipice of breaking. The power of the fist he went up against hurled him backwards. Ever since obtaining Super King Spirit Mode, things had never been so dire for Han Senator. Rarely was he placed in a situation so dangerous that he could not escape. Boom! Han Sen went flying back, crashing into the sturdy walls of a golden palace. The building began to collapse, and Han Sen shook his head, slinging blood over the remaining walls. Before he could get up, though, Sky King was already upon him. He was primed, ready to deliver another cruel punch. What are you doing? Run! Dragon King exclaimed. But Han Sen's perception of reality had been warped, as the dimension he inhabited was altered. He was unable to dodge. But suddenly, a holy beacon of light burst forth from Han Sen's forehead. A figure appeared, wielding a transparent greatsword. It was a woman with blonde wavy hair and white wings. Immediately, she went to strike Sky King. Dong! Sky King's fist had met its match. The power was negated, but the strength still managed to knock Little Angel away. She crashed into Han Sen, sending them both flying backwards even further. Run! Dragon King called out. Shut up! Han Sen silenced the dragon blood ring, feeling like an idiot for having trusted Dragon King so much. Little Angel had the strength of a super king spirit, but she was not as strong as an emperor. Seeing Sky King approach, Han Sen kicked up a coinfall to stop him. Owing to its suppressive abilities, they were both able to escape and recompose themselves. But the coins, as they landed on Sky King, didn't actually seem to do much. They merely dropped on him like actual raindrops, doing little to slow him down. Han Sen had figured this might be the case, but he did not have the time to build up a saving money hit. Sky King was able to command the very dimension they inhabited and bend it to his will. If Han Sen's Super King spirit had opened 10 gene locks, he might have been able to fight him, but alas, that was not the case. Han Sen and Little Angel waged war against their foe, each letting out a flurry of punches and sword strikes. As valiant as it sounded, the reality of their battle was not half as grand. Sky King was able to use one hand to block each of their attacks, and he was able to do so with no trouble or strain. Disloyal Knight, in the meantime, was still engaged with the Golden Peacock. His armor had been severely damaged by this point, and he was bleeding continuously. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he ought to have been able to block the next punch to come his way, but again the dimension was given a shake. The punch effortlessly landed upon his chest again. Han Sen was sent flying. Not only did he break a number of palaces, but he also broke a few ribs. Little Angel could not dodge the punch she was delivered, either. That sent her flying backwards, too. Han Sen went to catch Little Angel, and as he did, he thought about escaping by using his night cloak. After moving forward to catch Little Angel, she paused in his arms. Then, she turned around and kissed Han Sen upon the lips. "I know you love me, but let's save this for a more appropriate time." Han Sen tried to mask his surprise, but the moment they kissed, Little Angel became a figure that was formed entirely of white light. Then, she entered Han Sen's body and became one with him. Han Sen felt rejuvenated, as if he had been gifted a vast amount of power, the likes of which he never thought he'd be able to wield. His head was dressed with a gold halo ring, while his back sprouted wide angel wings. Then a new weapon spawned in his hand, the transparent greatsword. Roar! Han Sen roared to the skies, as a new power surged through his being. It combined with his cells to make changes to his body. Catcha! Han Sen felt as if his body had been freed from the clutches of chains he never knew existed. The holy light enveloped Han Sen's entire body, wings, and great sword. He felt as if he was submerged beneath water, floating free. Sky King warped the dimension again and threw a punch with the illusion of near teleportation levels of speed. Seeing another punch head his way, Han Sen readied his greatsword. But even though the fist was only a meter away, it felt like it was miles away. In the next second, he was swinging his greatsword as if it was weightless. It cut through the twisted, perverse dimension and struck Sky King's wrecking fist. It was too late for Sky King to pull back, as half of his fist was lopped off. Sky King bled profusely from his fist, which made him reel back aghast. He couldn't believe what had just happened, and truth be told, neither could Han Sen. But Han Sen was happy at the sudden turning of the tides. Little Angel had helped Han Sen open his 10th gene lock for Super King Spirit. Now, Han Sen could not be suppressed by the warping of dimensions. Han Sen wasn't yet sure about the extent of his power with 10 gene locks open. He didn't exactly have the opportunity to thoroughly test it, due to the current circumstances. Neither did he know if this was a permanent opening of a gene lock, and if it would remain open if Little Angel exited his body. Regardless, Han Sen now had what it took to fight back. Victory did not seem impossible now, and so he had to focus on ending the current threat. Han Sen flapped his wings. In a flash of holy light, he teleported directly before Sky King. Sky King frowned and raised a golden palace in response. It was a few hundred meters away to begin with, but now it had blinked forth to separate the two. But Han Sen was able to flap his wings again, and with the greatsword, he sliced through the new distortion of the dimension. Then Han Sen cut through the palace. Sky King did not expect his sky palace to prove ineffective in protecting him from Han Senator. He had not expected the tables to turn so quickly and turn so dramatically, and Sky King now wanted to flee and return to the safety and comfort of his tree. Sky King was incredibly fast and agile, and with his abilities of dimension distortion, he was able to manipulate his movement so that one step could account for 1,000 meters. But Han Sen flapped his wings again. Immediately, he was able to catch up with Sky King so he could swing his sword and strike him down. Sky King frowned, and he wasn't going to make things that easy. He turned, holding up a wooden spear that looked like the sky tree. Dong! The transparent greatsword struck the spear and left a deep cleft in it. Han Sen was even happier now. He drew the phoenix sword in one hand, while transparent greatsword remained in the other. Then he unleashed a barrage of strikes against Sky King. Sky King was able to keep his spear raised in an attempt to block the attacks, but the dual-wielding barrage proved too much. The shockwaves generated by Han Sen's flurry of attacks soon began to collapse and devastate the golden palaces that littered the ruined landscape. Dong! Sky King's spear was no longer able to withstand the attacks, and it eventually broke in two. Han Sen flew around behind Sky King and cut his face. Sky King's desperate bid to flee now escalated. With a wretched face of disgust, he turned towards the tree and took off. But Han Sen was no longer afraid of anything, now that he was imbued with the holy light. With the glowing halo, too, he flapped his wings and followed Sky King wherever he went. Sky King bled, and the skies were dyed red, as if in response. Sky King's blood began to cascade like rainfall. It shocked Sky King, and his bleeding face robbed him of any intention he had to fight back. All he wanted to do now was return to his tree and cower within. Han Sen did not relent in his chase, and he smirked at seeing how much Sky King's behavior had changed. All his cockiness had vanished. He got in another strike, and this time, Han Sen managed to not only cut Sky King's crown in two, but also give him a less than fashionable haircut. The gold armor Sky King wore was all broken, and it had turned the color of rusted, aged steel. His wounds leaked blood like broken faucets. Sky King flew inside the tree and closed himself inside. Han Sen was determined not to allow this to stop him, though. He struck the tree once, creating a 12-meter-long mark across the surface of the tree. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. The tree seemed able to heal itself, too. So Han Sen began striking the tree fiercely. He hoped he could keep up the DPS to outpace the healing. And all the while, Sky King was inside, cowering in fear over his nemesis. As Han Sen excitedly fought against the bark of the tree, it soon revealed itself to be a futile endeavor. But Han Sen suddenly smiled in the remembrance of something. He turned around and went after the golden peacock. The golden peacock wasn't expecting Han Sen back, and it really wasn't expecting his newfound strength. With its beak, it attempted to block Han Sen's great sword. Catcha! The gold peacock was no match, and it was promptly cut in half. Super creature Sky Peacock killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen grabbed the yellow life geno essence from its body and put Disloyal Knight back inside the Sea of Soul. Then, he returned to the underground shelter. Han Sen's Super King spirit mode could last 1 hour, but after combining with Little Angel, he felt drained of all energy within the space of a few minutes. As Han Sen flew back home, Little Angel departed and returned to the Sea of Soul looking equally tired and drained of energy. Han Sen was feeling worse than usual. He was in very poor condition, and he had to make use of his blood demon dragon wings to return home. He couldn't even fly home by himself, he was so weak. While Han Sen was flying back, someone called out his name. When he turned around to take a look, he saw an 8-year-old child squirming and writhing around on the ground as if in pain. Baby Ghost! Han Sen was surprised to see him there. He was glad he was alive and had not been killed. He didn't have any green sproutlings popping up all over him. But there was definitely something wrong with him. He used to have the face of a child, but now he was a child completely. The head was still frighteningly large, however. His life force was weak, almost as weak as a newly spawned golden growler. What happened to you? Han Sen asked. Talk later. For now, we should get moving. Baby Ghost clearly did not know Sky King had returned to the tree. Han Sen grabbed Baby Ghost and returned to the underground shelter with him. Then, he ordered Moment Queen to move the shelter. Little Angel and Han Sen were weak, and in their current state, they no longer had the ability to combine together and fight Sky King. As such, they decided the best course of action was to leave. Han San spoke to Baby Ghost and asked, "I thought you went looking for Sky King after I told you the truth of matters. What happened to you?" Baby Ghost answered, "I told Qing Jun, and we only went and spoke to the others. We didn't consult Sky King, but we were going to. But before the opportunity arose, the tree began to revive." "Okay, and what happened to you?" Hansen asked. Baby Ghost explained, "Fortunately for me, I had Ghost Baby to escape. I abandoned my vessel and sacrificed a portion of my spirit stone to survive. I say fortunately loosely, as now I'm only a shadow of what I once was. My progress has been wiped. I don't even have a single gene lock open. Just being alive is enough, Baby Ghost. Even if you're weak, being alive is more than worth the sacrifice." Han San smiled softly to comfort him. Qing Jun was in even worse condition, though. Those that had escaped into the cruel bottle were all alive, but they were stuck inside the bottle and unable to exit. If they left the confines of the bottle, the sky tree would finish the job and absorb them. Being unable to get rid of the vines meant they'd possibly be stuck inside the bottle forever. The cruel bottle was like a room that operated independently to everything else, but it had to be sealed and had to remain sealed. Could not be opened, lest the sky tree finish what it had already started. Aside from destroying the sky tree, Han Sen had no clue how he might proceed. There didn't seem to be any other way Han Sen could remove the vines. The creatures and spirits had each consumed too much life water, too, so the core of a sky fruit would be largely ineffective. In the meantime, though, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance. Little Angel and Han Sen were both still too weak, and for the time being, they wouldn't even have the strength to tackle a super creature. Han Sen rested there for 2 days, and after that, he started refining the life geno essence of the sky peacock. Life geno essence absorbed. Super geno points +1. Han Sen was delighted, hearing the announcement chime more than once. In total, the life geno essence provided him 4 points in total. Super creatures in the third god sanctuary were different. Some could give 8 to 9 super geno points, whereas others could only give 3 to 4. Han Sen guessed it had something to do with the generation of a super creature, but he hadn't had much time to test and prove such theories. Sky Peacock was a Mount Beast soul, and Han Sen considered it to be fairly useless. When Han Sen's condition and health improved, he didn't jump back to start hunting super creatures again. He realized he still needed a lot more strength to fight an emperor, though. He had to be careful where he next ventured. If he combined powers with Little Angel, the cooldown period was extreme. The boost didn't last very long, either, so he knew he couldn't rely on that trick very often. It had to be used as a last resort. What Han Sen wanted to do most right now was research the vines and find a way in which he might remove them without destroying the sky tree. If he saved all the creatures and spirits inside, they'd all owe him one, and they might end up following him. If that was true, he'd more than have what it took to take down a king-class shelter. Dragon King gave Han Sen a number of ideas, but Han Sen didn't dwell on many of them. He didn't think he should trust Dragon King as much anymore. That being said, Han Sen understood Dragon King never wanted to bring harm to him. Dragon King had made a simple blunder, and the results of his time in Immortal Shelter did not come about through some evil machination or scheme the spirit had hatched, as Moment Queen might do. After all, if something bad happened to Han Sen and he was killed, that would be game over for Dragon King too. So, more than anything, Han Sen had just called Dragon King's overall intelligence into question. It boggled Han Sen's mind how someone so dumb might have once been an emperor. "Please have faith in me. I have a plan. This could really work." Dragon King felt sorry for what had happened and desperately wanted to get back into Han Sen's good books. Dragon King was relying on Han Sen to find him a vessel, after all. "The Azura Sutra can get rid of those vines," he said. But Han Sen struggled to believe it. "If you practice the Azura Sutra, you can fix them. Back then, Dragon King realized he had said something he should not have mentioned. Back then what? Hansen asked. Dragon King knew, if he didn't play his cards right and only do good for Han-san, he'd be trapped in the ring for all eternity. Azura was one of the generals who beat Sky King. His Azura Sutra is bad for the tree, but you would need to find a spirit of that bloodline to perform it, Dragon King said. Didn't you say Sky King was an emperor? An ancient devil emperor beat Sky King himself? So Azura was just a general, but he was able to defeat Sky King, too. Hansen thought there were inconsistencies in the spirit's tales, and he wasn't sure whether or not he should give Dragon King the benefit of the doubt. But Dragon King then explained, folk of the Azura bloodline can defeat Sky King. Besides, he betrayed Mr. Ancient Devil. You remember Devil's Realm and Ancient Devil Shelter, don't you? That was the consequence of his betrayal. What? Hansen stared at Dragon King and asked, then why would the Azura Sutra be on your scale? Were you best buds with Azura? Dragon King, for once, had been rendered speechless. Hansen was starting to understand what had happened. Dragon King had most likely been a traitor. He had committed a betrayal, and now, in his current state, he was afraid of seeing the other generals from that time. Trust me. Once more, I plead you. Azura King is in the fourth god's sanctuary, but I know a trace of his lineage is still here in the third god's sanctuary. If we get this person to practice the Azura Sutra, we can remove the vines. Before Dragon King could finish speaking, Hansen put him away. I don't need you to find Azura. Hansen knew of someone else who could practice the Azura Sutra. Hansen wondered just how strong Zero had become with the skill. But he also wondered why the Azura Sutra was practically the same as the falsified Sky Sutra. And also, why could only the Shura fully learn it? Are all these tangents connected somehow? Hansen had a lot to mull. The concept was not entirely impossible or even implausible, as he now knew that creatures of the sanctuary were capable of entering the alliance. Bauer was the latest example. She was born in the sanctuary, but she could go to the alliance and back with no issue. If the Shura were the descendants of this Azura, shouldn't that mean they would be able to enter the sanctuaries? But it is a well-known fact they cannot. This was quite the head-scratcher for Hansen to contemplate. Something else weighed on Hansen's mind. 2. Baby Ghost. No matter what Hansen asked about Blood Legion, he was given the same response. You are not Blood Legion, so I cannot tell you. Hansen was desperate to find out why Blood Legion had kidnapped Han Jingji, but try as he might, the only person he knew who could give him an answer refused to. Qing Jun had been grievously damaged following the ordeal with the vines. But the damage was not entirely physical. She was Sky King's child. Yet Sky King showed no remorse in attempting to sacrifice her with the rest. She was heartbroken by the betrayal. After trying it out, Hansen was unable to use Zero's falsified sky powers to remove the vines. So, for now, they all had to remain stuck inside the bottle. If Hansen was able to save them all, Hansen did not know whether or not the creatures would pay him heed and listen to what he commanded, either. As such, he decided to speak with each of them, and gauge which creature he might be able to trust the most. Hansen asked Moment Queen to move the shelter once more, hoping it would move them closer towards Holy Sword Shelter. Xiaqing King and the Silver Fox were supposed to be in that place. Hansen knew the Thorn Forest well by now, and he knew where Holy Sword Shelter lay. He was worried about the Silver Fox, though. Hansen still missed his companionship a great deal, and the Silver Fox's absence in his escapades was still sorely felt. Even now, Hansen would occasionally brush his own shoulder in the mistaken belief that the Silver Fox was right there. For now, though, Hansen had to return to the Alliance. He wanted to pick up a new Hyper-Geno art. Due to his inability to break the mirror, he knew he needed a move with a bit more of a power focus. Saving money was great, but it wasn't the best when used in a one-on-one fight, particularly so if it was in close-quarter combat. Furthermore, after his duel with Sky King, he had become infinitely more fascinated with the powers of bending and manipulating space. He had 100 space Geno points, too, so he thought there'd be no harm in trying out an ability related to the element of space. There weren't many Hyper-Geno arts associated with the space element, however. There were only a dozen S-class skills for him to choose from. And what was more, they were pretty weak. There was one that was named Space Blade, but it only cut enemies slightly. Han Sen wanted to be able to properly bend and warp the dimension. He wanted something that would allow him to really grip the fabric of space and manipulate it to his own will, just as Sky King did. After much perusing, Han Sen found an S-class hyper-geno art that attracted him far more than all the others. This hyper-geno art was called hyperspace. It was a fairly modern skill, too, and it wasn't something derived from some musty age texts of yore. It was a skill that had been derived from the teachings and learnings of modern science. It was widely believed that humans live in a three-dimensional reality, but according to the theory of relativity, that was not entirely the case. The concept of 3 dimensions of space, alongside 1 dimension of time, produced the concept of humans living in a 4-dimensional continuum. But there were believed to be 11 dimensions in total. Hyperspace dealt with the time axis a lot, though. So, it was a hyper-geno art most closely associated with the element of time. Han Sen wanted the skill not because it was strong, but because of how refreshing it looked. It inspired him in more ways than one. For most people, though, hyperspace was more theory than anything. You needed time and space talents to learn it effectively. Few people could fully learn it, but even if they did, it wasn't very effective. A hyper-geno art like that, though, employed techniques not even the fiercest of super creatures could. Han Sen thought he needed a space hyper-geno art only, but he was wrong. I already have 100 Space King Spirit Geno points. Moment Queen is associated with the element of time, so if I could get 100 time Geno points off her, I'd be all set. I'd be proficient in both talents, and I could learn that hyper-geno art. Han Sen paused his thoughts for a moment and then went on to think. I was gone from the underground shelter for some years. She must have obtained many Geno points in my time away. Perhaps it is only fair that she share the wealth. Han Sen didn't buy hyperspace in the end, since he didn't meet the ideal Time King Spirit Geno point requirement yet. He still wanted to buy a hyper-geno art that dealt simple, non-fancy high damage too. But he decided that could wait for the time being so he could consult Moment Queen about her lending him time Geno points. Back in the shelter, Bauer leaped off the back of the white bear to go and sit on Han Sen's shoulder. She was wearing cowboy boots, a cowboy hat, and had a large pair of aviator sunglasses on. Han Sen patted her head and then went to the martial hall. There, Han Sen walked up to Moment Queen and said, I have learned a new technique. Care to practice with me? I am too weak. Why don't you ask your blue dinosaur to help you out? Moment Queen said. He is too strong for me, so I can't practice with him. Besides, I'm in the mood to interact with you, Han Sen said. Moment Queen's eyes twitched, suggesting she was easy for him to bully. Moment Queen lowered her head and answered, Fine. Han Sen asked her, Have you heard of this fellow called the King? Yes, I have. Moment Queen answered with immediacy. In her heart, the mere calling of that name prompted her to think, Ah, the king who must one day become a most glorious emperor. Does he use a skill that involves coins? Han Sen asked. I think so, Moment Queen said. Have you seen it in action? Han Sen asked. No, I haven't. Moment Queen had developed a compulsion to lie, it seemed, as she snickered to herself on the inside, saying, Of course I have, you dimwit, as if I'd tell you about it. It is good that you have not seen it, then. I have a power that involves the use of coins, too. I bet I'm better than the king with them, too. Han Sen boasted, baiting her. Hearing this, Moment Queen thought to herself, Pah! You are nothing compared to the king, you imbecile. Moment Queen despised Han Sen with every bone in her body, but she was bound to him in service. So, for now, she had no choice but to comply with Han Sen's desire to practice. Han Sen could sense how much she hated him, but that was fine. She used to lie about possessing the space element, when it was in fact time. And she seemed to have some relation to a lot of emperors. If she wasn't useful, he would have killed her after her last attempt of betrayal. Han Sen reached out his right hand and made a coin appear between 2 of his fingers. Moment Queen had already been shocked. She didn't expect he'd even be able to formulate a coin out of thin air. Of course, that could be little more than an illusion, just something for show. It didn't illustrate Han Sen's true proficiency, power, and expertise with the coin technique he wished to show her. Her face soon changed, though. After a small amount of time elapsed, the coin was able to gather up a vast amount of scary, wretched power. Moment Queen was able to detect and detail how much power was being amassed. If it kept on going, Han Sen could kill her. Have I finally outlived my usefulness? Has the time come for him to kill me? Is this the day? Is this how I am going to go out? Will my existence be snuffed out by this monetary monstrosity? Moment Queen's mind was riddled with such thoughts. But if Han Sen truly wanted to kill her, he'd only have to use his mind. Still, the thought remained. And the stronger the power in that coin became, the more her anxiety and nervousness grew. Pang! The coin flew towards Moment Queen like a golden arrow, as the dimension around it twisted with the flight. Moment Queen's face changed as she realized that the power in that coin could easily kill her. She had initially believed she could fake an injury and end the session prematurely. But when the coin flew, pretending an injury was off the table. If she wasn't outright killed, she'd at the very least be rendered a crippled mess. Moment Queen teleported a few hundred meters away. She believed she had managed to dodge the attack, but the coin's flight halted in mid-air. The coin twirled and twirled, as if trying to suck her back to it. Moment Queen tried her best to escape that power, but the coin had been brewing for so long. Not even a king spirit with 9 of its gene locks open could escape such a thing. Seeing herself being drawn to the coin, she knew she'd be killed the moment she touched it. He really does want to kill me? Moment Queen then used her power to slow down everything around her. Then she sped herself up to attempt an escape. Unfortunately for her, even that was in vain. She was unable to escape the wretched suction the coin was producing. She was pulled towards it. Catcha! Moment Queen felt as if a mountain had been dropped on top of her, and she felt all her bones break. The coin then disappeared. She felt the weight quickly vanish after that, too. She was alive, but she was now little more than a crumpled sack of crushed bones on the ground. Wow! Why are you so weak? Han Sen squatted down near her and shook his head. Moment Queen was infuriated by what he had done. If she wasn't trying to be nice, she would have tried to dodge and escape whatever he attempted to do earlier. Now that he had the audacity to insult her, she was furious. I really should have practiced with the blue dinosaur. This was a waste of time, Han Sen said as he turned to leave. Moment Queen then managed to wheeze out a few words, saying, Hold on, I'm not done yet. Moment Queen's bones had all been broken, but somehow, she was still able to stand upright. As she shakily got back up to her feet, Han Sen was more than surprised. It was as if time was going backwards, and the condition of her body was reverting to what it was before the coin ruined her. Her body was swiftly brought back to a good condition. If there was one power Han Sen was afraid of, it had to be time. Time and space were a freakish duo, but the former definitely made him the wariest. What it could achieve was both fascinating and frightening, and this was what Han Sen thought as he looked at Moment Queen now. Humans could control space but not time. They were not technologically advanced enough for time manipulation. In the sanctuary, things were a little different, and time there could be controlled or at the very least manipulated. Moment Queen had not opened as many gene locks as Han Sen had, but that didn't mean he was willing to underestimate her. Han Sen formed another coin between his fingers, but before he could do anything, Moment Queen had already teleported in front of him and delivered a punch. She used to be a noble figure, one of divinity and grace. She had been disgraced repeatedly by her service to Han Senator. The final straw was Han Sen's insult, following her broken body. She could not take it anymore. Moment Queen attacked Han Sen with all the power she had. She had to vent and release her pent-up frustration with him, but she didn't think he'd kill her for the act. He'd have to keep her around for moving the shelter, after all. Han Sen quickly used his phoenix techniques to avoid her thrashing. He knew he had avoided her, but in the next second, her wailing fists had become nothing but a blur, and somehow she had managed to strike him in the stomach. Wow! Why are you so weak? Moment Queen wore a cheeky smirk. Moment Queen's powers were different than Sky King's, that much was certain. If she battled against Sky King, he'd have been able to kill her in one hit, but doing so would be difficult. Her unique talents most certainly gave her the ability to punch above her weight class. That's the spirit. Let's keep this going. Han Sen activated his Dongxian Sutra and ran towards Moment Queen. Moment Queen twirled the dimension around them and got to fighting Han Sen. When it came to the manipulation of time, Moment Queen was in a league of her own. Even with a low amount of gene locks open, she was still frightening to compete with. Although she could not stop time, she could easily rewind the clock on her body and remove damage. She could speed up and slow down time too while giving her a separate flow to operate on. She was almost as good as Sky King and his ability of warping dimensions, despite the obvious gap in power that was between them. Han Sen thought she could speed up time to predict the immediate future and what attacks might come her way, too. If that was true, that was similar to the falsified Sky Sutra. Moment Queen was still weak, though. If her talent would eventually lead to that ability, there was still some time to go. The ability to speed up time was already quite the showcase of someone's power, and if Han Sen did not have Dongxian aura, he'd have been unable to dodge. Moment Queen kept on flashing before him with unrivaled speed. Even Han Sen had to stay on his toes and remain sharp. But Moment Queen still kept missing him. He could see the dimension around her was being twisted as she went. I could hit him if I was just a little bit faster. Moment Queen was firing on all cylinders but was just falling short of what was necessary to smack him silly. Believing herself to be too slow was just a misconception, though. That being said, it did drive her to give it everything she had. If she was able to move as fast as Sky King, there was no doubt she'd be able to strike Han Sen however she wanted. But the Dongxian aura was giving Han Sen the edge. By being able to predict her moves, he was evading her attacks before she even began executing them. Her speed wasn't quite the issue. At the very least, Han Sen was now able to gauge how much power Moment Queen had amassed in the time they had been apart and see how far she'd come. While he had been gone, she had managed to open 4 gene locks. Wanting to keep things fair, Han Sen made sure to only open 4 gene locks to compete, too. With things like this, their powers were rather even. And balance was what Han Sen wanted. He did everything he could to maintain the equal balance of the sparring session. From a spectator's point of view, all that could be seen were 2 wispy shadows brawling like mad in the martial hall. Now, Moment Queen discarded all attempts of maintaining a steady defense. She was now giving Han Sen all she had, with all her focus placed in an attacking stance. Unlike Han Sen, she could rewind. As such, Han Sen would have to be put on the defensive. I can be faster. I know I can. There was only one thing occupying Moment Queen's mind, and that was the thought of beating the smirk off Han Sen's ever-smug face. Whoosh! Moment Queen felt like a chain had just broken inside her. Her 5th gene lock had now been opened. Her entire body became a blur before Han Sen, and he could no longer see her fists coming. Then he was quickly walloped in the chest. Yes! Moment Queen was tremendously overjoyed. Very good. Moment Queen thought of following up the attack with another, but she was taken aback to see Han Sen praise, congratulate, and clap for her. You have opened 5 gene locks. It seems to me as if you have many King Spirit Geno points. I think it is time we make good on that deal. Do you remember? Han Sen patted her on the shoulders and said, I get half. Moment Queen froze. Her excitement and happiness over managing to strike Han Sen had all vanished. Time King Spirit Geno point +1? Time King Spirit Geno point +1? Time King Spirit Geno point +1. Han Sen, seeing his Spirit Geno points increase, looked delightfully happy. Moment Queen wasn't feeling quite the same way, as could be imagined. She was fuming. She had managed to amass many Time Geno points, but they were incredibly difficult to come by. And now, to see half of them go to Han Sen, she felt as if her heart was physically bleeding. It looks like she managed to get herself a load of goodies in my absence. If she managed to open 5 gene locks, that means she must have received at least 500 self-Geno points. I doubt ordinary king spirits could achieve such a feat in such a small time frame, Han Sen thought, as he pondered Moment Queen's situation. It was a shame they had signed a contract, though. This meant she could not give him any more than 100 Geno points. If Moment Queen was the one who held the contract and owned Han Sen, then there'd be no limit. But, for obvious reasons, Han Sen wouldn't place himself under contract with her. And for the time being, 100 of such Geno points were more than enough. When Moment Queen looked at Han Sen next, there was a fire of murder in her eyes. Now that he had managed to obtain 100 Time King Spirit Geno points, Han Sen was able to start producing his own skill. The Dongxian Sutra was able to simulate Sky King and Moment Queen's powers. But the Dongxian Sutra had only 6 of its tiers open. There'd be a limit to the efficiency of his creation, and if he wasn't careful in the combination of those two volatile powers, there was a chance he could hurt himself. When Han Sen created Saving Money, it was a long and laborious job that took him many years to complete. Returning to the Alliance, Han Sen hopped onto Skynet. He wanted to increase his knowledge and learn all he could about space and time. He even consulted Bai-Shan about the subject. I focus on the human body. Space and time, well, that isn't exactly my forte. I suggest you go see Professor Long. He's an expert on the subject. Bai-Shan then provided Han Sen with a slip of paper, before going on to say, he holds lectures regarding hyper-geno-arts that deal with space and time, primarily. Han Sen filled out the application form, then Bai-Shan helped him fast-track the registration process. It was then that Han Sen realized Professor Long was the creator of hyperspace. A tidbit of knowledge that greatly amped up his excitement. Due to this class being private for members of the Saint Hall, it was held in their base. The knowledge to be shared there would undoubtedly be secret. As such, Han Sen had to travel to Lymen planet. It was a great distance away from Roca planet, so to pass the time on the journey, Han Sen decided to practice combat in the virtual community. Are you Han Sen? Someone recognized him. Han Sen turned around to see a modern-looking couple, both of whom were in their 20s. The girl happily ran towards Han Sen, saying, "Can I just say how much I love you?" And Ji Yen ran. "Would it be boorish for me to request your signature?" "It'd be a pleasure." Han Sen smiled. "Here on this sheet of paper. Could you address it to Little Lon?" The girl had quickly lifted a notebook out of her pocket. Han Sen wrote, "To cute Little Lon, Han Sr." The girl thanked him and quickly left. "I didn't know I had female fans." Han Sen was pleased after this, so he trotted around with a spring in his step. But then he overheard a conversation. "Why did you ask for his signature? You do know he cannot fight anymore, right?" The boyfriend told her. "So? I think he's a lovely person," the girl said. "Childish." The guy clearly didn't approve. Han Sen, hearing this, did not mind too much. He wasn't a saint, and he knew he couldn't get everyone to like him. Han Sen entered the holographic machine to practice combat and pass the time. Lymen was on the outskirts of the Alliance's system, so it was going to take half a month of travel for him to reach it. A lot of that time was spent in virtual fighting. But Han Sen soon lost interest in it. Each fight was a cakewalk, and after winning every single match with the greatest of ease, he grew numb and bored. He wouldn't have spent time there if he had anything better to do. Just as Han Sen was going to go off and watch the news, he was matched with someone a little out of the ordinary. Han Sen was impressed by the fellow's name. Fourth person in the Alliance, interesting. Han Sen smiled when he saw the tag. If it was something number 1, Han Sen wouldn't have been impressed. This, though, gave the impression he wasn't someone who was talking nonsense. This person exuded a feel that was real. Let me just see how strong this person is. Han Sen chuckled to himself. Han Sen was in social matchmaking, but there were rankings in play. He would only be able to match up with others of the same level, so in this case, other surpassers. When Han Sen entered the arena, he did not hesitate to rush towards his opponent and unleash a flurry of attacks. When the dust settled, Han Sen was shocked at the result. The opponent had successfully blocked each of his strikes. This person had to be special, as no one else could block Han Sen's attacks like that. Han Sen spent the next 10 minutes on the offensive, but he was surprised to see his opponent successfully defend against every attack. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought to himself, "This guy really is something." Han Sen's hands did not slow down, though. Instead, they just sped up. Fang Mingquan entered the virtual community and sent a message to Yuan Zhufeng. Fang Mingquan had scheduled an interview with Yuan Zhufeng, and despite the fact that they could only meet inside the virtual community, he had still been very excited for the occasion. Yuan Zhufeng was a demigod teacher, and he was so well-renowned, he had earned himself the title Tutor of the Alliance. His primary field of teaching lay in hypergeno arts. He hadn't created any hypergeno arts himself, but he had formulated simpler varieties of some of the more complex ones that could be found. That way, those who weren't the brightest of bulbs could still participate, learn, and become stronger. Yuan Zhufeng's influence was sprawling, and he had garnered a great deal of respect over the years. He was so well respected, he was given more credit than the original authors of hypergeno arts themselves. Over the years, though, his services had aided countless people, so it wasn't undeserving. Fang Mingquan was proud and honored to have been given the opportunity to interview someone of such prestige. Fang Mingquan, however, was soon surprised. He received a reply to the message he had sent, and the answer was quite unexpected. "I'm sorry. I am in a match currently. I'll be available shortly." Fang Mingquan confirmed this in his online status, so without anything better to do, he decided to spectate. Fang Mingquan was quite curious over who the combatant was, who might have delayed him, and so he thought to himself, "Old Yuan is having a match against someone? Could it be another demigod? Could it be Zhuo Donglai?" Fang Mingquan looked to his opponent and noticed they had hidden their ID. Fang Mingquan knew every person of renown's ID, but without being able to see theirs now, he couldn't tell who Yuan Zhufeng's opponent was. The image of the opponent's face had been obscured, as well. As such, all that Fang Mingquan could learn about that person was the shape of their body. As the two fought intensely, Fang Mingquan reclined and made himself comfortable. He noticed that Yuan Zhufeng was being very defensive. Not that this came as a surprise. In fact, this was quite normal for Yuan Zhufeng. When he joined matchmaking, he did so to teach. He never fought an opponent with the desire to win. He only did so to encounter individuals with strength and teach them. From the way Yuan Zhufeng is defending, though, I can only suppose his opponent is of a lower tier, Fang Mingquan noticed. After a while of watching, a slow boiling shock began to alter his perception. Due to the fact he always watched matches and had developed great skills of analysis, he started to realize old Yuan's opponent's attacks were perfect. There was not a single flaw to witness in his abilities of combat. Before old Yuan, it was nearly impossible to remain perfect and flawless for a whole 5 minutes. Yuan Zhufeng, although his outward demeanor would not suggest it, was even more surprised than Fang Mingquan was. He thought he could kick back and relax for a while, matchmaking quickly through a number of people before the interview. And with Yuan Zhufeng's power, ending a fight when he wanted to shouldn't have been difficult. He had continued to defend against his manic opponent, in the hopes of spotting a flaw he could quickly exploit. There was still 15 minutes to go before the interview was supposed to start, though, so it wasn't as if he was late. Slowly, Yuan Zhufeng's surprise turned to shock and a mild perspiration. He had difficulty believing how great and talented his opponent truly was. Fitness could always improve through the increase of genopoints, no matter how they were obtained or consumed. A person's abilities in combat were something else entirely, though, and they had to be properly learned. The opponent was not making use of anything special, but he truly moved like water. He was like a ribbon of silk on a gentle breeze, moving delicately and without the single shadow of an error. Or perhaps he was more of a machine, programmed to perform a move with the precision and finesse of a computer, devoid of flaws or human mistakes. 20 minutes had elapsed, and Yuan Zhufeng was unable to notice a single error. He was going to stop the fight, due to the timer ending soon, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He wanted to see how long his opponent would last before making a mistake. Mistakes were inevitable, and they were a fault of the human condition. Everyone made mistakes, but his opponent was clearly something special. Yuan Zhufeng really wanted to see just how long his opponent would last. Han Sen did not know he was fighting a demigod, but it felt as if he was getting nowhere, and each strike made zero progress. So strong, Han Sen thought to himself. Easy wins had been boring him before this, though, and a good challenge was exactly what he had wanted. Yuan Zhufeng was exciting him quite a bit. Yuan Zhufeng's seemingly impenetrable defense was fascinating to Han Sen, and Han Sen wanted to see if he could eventually break it. Han Sen used everything he had learned to fight, making every inch of his body a deadly weapon. Fang Mingquan was still in awe. It was as if he were watching a visual, fighting textbook spring to life, with a rehearsed and choreographed fight that seemed too good to be true. The person on the offense and the person on the defense were both perfect in everything they sought to do. The skills and techniques performed weren't particularly special, but both of them together in perfect harmonious combat was strikingly unique and infinitely riveting to watch. It was a sheer spectacle to witness, no doubt. He had never seen anything like it. Every human's body was different. A strong, chunky body could not make use of soft and delicate skills. It was not uncommon to see muscular men fail to bend and weave with the finesse of someone who was thinner and thus more agile. Han Sen was an exception to this rule, though, it seemed. It didn't matter what skill Han Sen performed or which way he attacked. He was perfect. This was why Yuan Zhufeng almost mistook him for a computer. The precision of his fighting was almost inhuman. As the march of time went on, so did Han Sen's ravenous barrage of attacks. His opponent was like a tumbler doll, refusing to fall over no matter how hard or how quickly Han Sen struck. Even while channeling all his powers of prediction, he simply couldn't find a way to knock him down. Han Sen was actually shocked by what was going on. Yuan Zhufeng was just as shocked. They had been going at it like this for 1 hour, and Han Sen had yet to make a single misstep or produce a move that featured a flaw. Yuan Zhufeng was reducing his own abilities to match with his opponent, but he was starting to worry. Yuan Zhufeng was strong, but he was a human, after all. Even he could make a mistake after such a long, intense session that required absolute focus. And while he had been waiting for his opponent to make a mistake, he was starting to have the sneaking suspicion that this was what his opponent was waiting for as well. They were both in on the game, waiting to see who would be the first to slip up. Yuan Zhufeng no longer treated Han Sen like a junior. He fought as seriously as he could and took him as a real challenger. Yuan Zhufeng was having to use every ounce of his power to stay strong, and he'd have to continue to do so if he wanted to emerge victorious. Fang Mingquan was in awe. It was only supposed to be a casual social match. He never expected to watch a balls-to-the-wall, high-octane match such as this, given the circumstances. Amidst the dizzying array of skills consistently being cast, Fang Mingquan was only able to recognize around 1 in 10. And before he could finish blinking to acknowledge a skill, another flurry of attacks and defensive skills had been flung. Fang Mingquan knew his knowledge was lacking as he watched this battle between two hardcore elites. He was glad he had been recording the match, though. Once it was over, he'd be looking forward to a steady and studious rewatch. Although he couldn't fight very well himself, it was always an admirable trait of Fang Mingquan that his passion for combat never waned. It enthralled him, despite his lack of participation. The fight was frightening to watch, and it kept its spectators on the edge of their seats. It was one that required a constant, pinpoint-precise usage of stamina and endurance to maintain a status quo that could collapse at any minuscule miscalculation. Any who were to watch it would know that, and it imbued the atmosphere with a feeling of dread and unease. One attack followed by one defense. Whoever made a mistake first would be the loser. After 3 hours, there was still no change. But Yuan Zhufeng's gentle perspiration had turned to him full-on sweating bullets. This fight was no longer taxing on the body, it was exhausting to the mind. His opponent continued to show no sign of human emotion, and it continued its assault with the cold lethality of a machine built to destroy. Yuan Zhufeng was starting to fear he'd be unable to keep up, and that he'd make a mistake any second now. Who is this man? Who can have such a vast amount of power and stamina? Yuan Zhufeng thought to himself. He was well acquainted with many of the elites that populated the alliance, but his opponent was not someone he recognized. Rack his mind as he might, He just couldn't think of anyone who fit the bill. But he didn't think he was just some nobody either. Anyone who possessed that much power must have some manner of renown. Fong Mingquan had been there, staring intently for the past 3 hours. He was as captivated as ever. Still, he was starting to feel exhausted, more so than the fighters that were actually engaged in the battle. And just as Fong Mingquan thought this fight would go on for another eternity and a day, an explosion sounded. Yuan Zhufeng used his arms to block the incoming fist, but when the dust settled, he had lost. Impossible. He blocked the punch, but he lost. Fong Mingxuan's face had twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. Seeing Yuan Zhufeng's virtual body outside the battleground, Fong Mingquan had to immediately ask, "Old Yuan, did you encounter a glitch?" Old Yuan gave a wry smile and answered, "I lost." He is not only strong of body. Grand power resides in every aspect of that person. He's powerful overall? Fong Mingquan wasn't entirely sure what he was being told. Old Yuan did not elaborate any further, though. Instead, he sent an invitation to his opponent to request a meet. Who was your opponent? Do you know? Was he a demigod? Fong Mingquan believed his opponent had to be someone of a comparable level. Old Yuan smiled and admitted, "I don't know who he is, but believe me when I tell you that he is just a surpasser." A surpasser? Fong Mingquan was shocked, and he partially believed his ears had been fibbing. It was more than a surprise to hear a surpasser had beaten Old Yuan, even if he had weakened himself to compete. Fong Mingquan wished to say something more, but all of a sudden, the opponent arrived to greet them. "You are so strong. My name is Yuan Zhufeng. Can we be friends so that we may compete again sometime?" Yuan Zhufeng gave a gentle, heartfelt smile. Han Sen was surprised. He knew who Yuan Zhufeng was, but he never expected that was the person he had spent the past 3 hours fighting against. "I appreciate your compliments." Han Sen then showed him his ID and name, then added him as a friend. Han Sen respected his elders a great deal, particularly those that had done great services for humanity in their time. Han Sen was not opposed to telling people he had healed, either. "You are Han Sen?" Fong Mingquan unwittingly blasted, while Yuan Zhufeng beside him was still deep in thought. It was shocking to see him there fighting like that, as many demigods had believed his condition to be beyond repair. Although they had never met before, Yuan Zhufeng knew exactly who he was. "You are healed?" Yuan Zhufeng asked with visible surprise. "Almost." Han Sen smiled. He wished to say more, but all of a sudden, he disconnected from Skynet and disappeared. "Warning! Warning! Universe is under attack. All passengers of Universe, please proceed to the evacuation terminal." The hologram disconnected and then all doors opened. From beyond, the blaring sounds of a siren raised everyone to their feet and incited panic. Boom! The ship called Universe was shaken, causing everything to be cast around in disarray. It was as if something had rammed the ship. Boom! 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 It kept going, as if a cannon was repeatedly firing at the ship. The ship was rattling and shaking like mad, as passengers scrambled in their attempts to reach the panic terminal. Fortunately, most of the people on board were humans with a good fitness level. They were unfazed and unshaken by the sudden bombardment from a hostile force. Before Han Sen could exit the hologram lobby, he saw the girl who had asked him for a signature make her way out alongside her boyfriend. They were both young, and neither of them was an evolver yet. Due to their inexperience, they struggled to maintain calm in the face of what had assuredly ruined their day. Han Sen approached them, wanting to guide them to safety. The panic terminal was the sturdiest location of the ship. It was designed for an event such as this, as it had been built to withstand the crumbling of the entire battleship and to deflect cannon fire that was aimed directly at it. It also served as a large evacuation pod. Their ship was now in the farthest reaches of the Alliance's system. It was on the outskirts of human-inhabited space, the edge of the bubble. It wasn't near the Shura, but it was a mostly uncharted, rarely visited pocket of the black. Interstellar pirates frequented such desolate strips of space, so this attack did not come as a complete surprise. The universe had to divert away from the course it had been following. If things continued, this could end poorly. If they were being attacked by pirates, they would probably be all right. Pirates were thieves, and if the universe was boarded, then they would only want to steal valuables. Han Sen had an ace up his sleeve, unbeknownst to everyone, though. He had the Black Beetle with him, and he could use that to slip into space and destroy the attackers with ease. Even the infamous pirate Minotaur only had 3 Star-class ships. A threat such as that would be nothing for the Black Beetle. For now, though, Han Sen was going to cover the couple in their rush to safety. All of a sudden, an extra-large explosion struck the ship. A hole had formed in the hull, producing a large amount of suction, pulling everything out into space. Surpassers could not survive in space, only demigods. The couple were unable to grab a hold of anything to prevent themselves from being pulled out into the black. Hope of survival seemed bleak, and Han Sen witnessed the pain and realization of what was coming across their expressions. He was not willing to let them go. Han Sen went into the suckstream, donning armor and a winged beast soul to aid him. Then, he activated his 9 gene locks of the Bloodpulse Sutra. The couple, by this point, had been pulled outside the ship. They were sure death would come for them. And with the ship still moving at the speed they were going, it seemed impossible for them to get back inside. They continued to flail in an attempt to grab a hold of something, but they couldn't. Out in space, their lives were now at the mercy of fate. But then, a red shadow with draconic wings flickered past their eyes. Amidst their shock at what had just occurred, they struggled to comprehend anything, but something familiar appeared directly before each of them. There was a hand, one for each of them to grab. They couldn't see who it was, but the arm seemed to be the only thing near enough to grab. So they did. Boom! All of a sudden, it felt as if they had been wrapped up in the warm embrace of a friendly dragon. They heard the wings flap in their ears, and they watched as they were brought back into the safety of the ship. With the incredible speed they were traveling at, they were able to push through the suction that sought to keep them out. The couple could not believe what they were seeing. In a situation such as that, demigods were the likeliest people to risk life and limb going out into the black physically to save others. Surpassers were almost guaranteed to die. So, the person who saved them must have been incredibly powerful. The couple were shocked but honored to have been saved by someone with such strength. Han Sen held the couple tightly and continued flapping his wings to defy the vacuum. Then, Han Sen reached the controls for sealing the hull with an emergency panel and repressurized the room. He pushed the button. "Thank you so much." They both thanked Han Sen profusely. Han Sen put away his beast souls and then guided them to the panic terminal. At its entrance, he told them, "Get in there. It's not safe elsewhere. It's you." The boy could hardly believe his eyes, recognizing his savior had been Han Sen. The girl's face was one of utter surprise, too. Han Sen didn't pay them any mind, though. He had been able to glimpse a lot when he allowed himself to be pulled out into space. There was an entire fleet of Shura ships outside. There were 2 that were star-class, amidst an armada of many others. And that was all Han Sen was able to see in his brief look outside. There had to be many more he hadn't been able to catch sight of. Han Sen now knew they weren't up against pirates. This was a proper military force, an entire arm of the Shura's military. A small passenger ship, such as the one they were on, had no hope of survival. If the Shura wanted to, they could blow up the universe any second. But what may have been stranger was what had prompted such an attack. It was strange for the Shura to attack so aggressively with a large military force, despite the uneasy establishment of a ceasefire. Why would they come for a small passenger ship such as that? When they attacked universe, they had exposed themselves, though. Han Sen might have understood if they wanted to attack a large alliance fortress by surprise. But that element seemed to have been squandered, now that they had chosen to pepper the universe with a small amount of fire. The alliance was guaranteed to have heard what was going on by now, and the Shura were most likely aware of this. For that reason, there had to be something on the universe they desperately desired. After Han Sen took the couple to the panic terminal, the Shura ship started firing once more. This time, however, there were more misses than hits, and it gave them the uneasy feeling they were being issued a warning. If the Shura had been attacking for real, the universe wouldn't have lasted more than a second. "Little Lien, are you okay?" After entering the panic terminal, an old man grabbed the girl in worry. "Grandpa, I'm fine. Han-san saved me and Ling Yuan both," the girl told him. The old man thanked Han-sen profusely, but Han-sen had more on his mind right now, and he didn't have the time to hang around and indulge any further social niceties. Understanding the situation better than anyone, he wanted to ask the captain what the ship was transporting in the cargo docks. Before Han-sen left, a person approached with a few more stragglers. This person was dressed in the uniform of a captain, and he said, "Old Su, the Shura have us surrounded. I don't think the panic terminal was built to withstand the pounding of an armada's fire and take us to our proposed destination. We must proceed to the next step. Asset denial. We will destroy the information." It was then that Han-sen noticed the old man was clutching an alloy box. It was fairly modern in its design, but it looked weathered and worn, as if it was a few decades old. Han-sen felt as if he had seen a similar box elsewhere. "No, this is irreplaceable," the old man pleaded, as his grip on the box tightened. "Old Su, we cannot be saved. Hope is lost. All we can do now is make the most of our predicament by preventing the Shura from obtaining this item. I apologize, but this is how it must be." The captain gestured with his hand, prompting soldiers to come forward and try to seize the box. "I remember." Han-sen remembered where he had seen this box before. It was an old box, one whose trace could not even be found on Skynet. He had seen it in the sanctuary. When Han-sen first met Zero in the cave, he saw an identical box there, except it was broken. Looking at this box before him, Han-sen knew they had to be the same model. Han-sen also remembered he found a Geno solution and some information inside it. Han-sen never figured out what that information dictated, so he had it hidden. It was all coming back to him now that he was seeing that box. If there was a connection between the two, Han-sen could not tell just yet. After all, the box itself wasn't particularly remarkable. Two of the soldiers were now directly in front of the old man, who had yet to flinch. His grip on the box only tightened. "Old Su, I am sorry. You know I wouldn't let it come to this if there was another way." Another round of explosions echoed around the ship, prompting him to gesture for the soldiers to hurry. They both grabbed the old man and removed the box from his grasp. The old man looked very upset, but he didn't resist too much. A soldier tried to open the box but found out he was unable to. "Old Su!" the captain shouted. The old man then sighed, providing the soldier a keycard to open it. The soldier used it and the box opened successfully. Han-sen looked at the now open box and was delivered quite the shock. Inside there was a bottle and information. The bottle was the same one Han-sen had found. The box is the same. The bottle is the same. No way the solution inside can be the same. Can it? Han-sen thought to himself. The soldier opened the box and brought a punch down on the bottle with a fire-wreathed fist. Han-sen watched the events intensely. The soldier was a surpasser, and with a fire element attack, the box was sure to be destroyed. If Han-sen hadn't seen that bottle, he wouldn't have cared too much. But he wanted to learn more, so he ran before the soldier, blocked his fist, and grabbed the box himself. Pang! The hot flames came down on Han-sen's hand like a meteor that spewed lava. But he was undamaged. Everyone was shocked, and the rest of the ship's personnel all aimed their weapons at Han-sen, thinking he was a threat. "You are a traitor. You are working for the Shura?" the captain asked with half a rhetorical tone. "I am Han-sen and my wife is Ji Yenran. Ji Ruojin is my father-in-law," Han-sen quickly stated, raising his hands in innocence. Han-sen didn't think the laser guns could hurt him too much, but he didn't want to risk having to fight humans. Being a relative of President Ji had its perks. When he said this, everyone stopped and lowered their guns. Then they all pointed at Han-sen. "You are Han-sen?" the captain asked. "Yes," Han-sen answered. "Yes, he is Han-sen, and he just saved our lives," Sulan proclaimed. "Regardless of who you are, you cannot interfere with our task. It is imperative we stop this box and its contents from falling into enemy hands. We must destroy it, the captain exclaimed. Seeing the way the captain held himself, it didn't seem likely he'd care too much. Even if Han San was the president's father, it was his task to destroy the box and its items, and he wasn't going to let anything get in the way of that. Boom! Another explosion sounded, as a wide hole was punched through the hull of the panic terminal. The Shura were going to board. The Shura that boarded the ship were all wearing the same armor. Aspects that often revealed their level, such as horns and faces, had been hidden. Only one of them stood out from the crowd. He was dressed in armor that was a far more glamorous and a far more intimidating sight. Presumably, this figure was the leader. The Shura in the front were holding energy shields. The humans inside all looked dismayed, thinking they were all to be killed by the ruthless Shura that had come for them. The captain gritted his teeth and fired his gun at the box, which was still in Han Sen's possession. Han Sen knew he was going to do this, so he was quick to react and avoid the shot hitting its target. Pang! The laser beam hit the ground, forming a scorch mark. If I give this to you, will you let me live? Han Sen asked the Shura boss, holding the box up. Everyone was angered by this action, not expecting Han Sen, of all people, to betray them so casually. Rebel scum! Kill him! We cannot let that box fall into Shura possession. The captain issued the command without hesitation, prompting everyone to turn their weapons on Han Sen and attempt to gun him down. The lasers came at Han Sen like the passing of stars, but they did little to stop him. Han Sen was able to duck, dodge, bob, and weave his way around every shot. The Shura leader made a gesture, telling his shield-bearing men to provide him protection. Pang, pang, pang. The rest of the laser hits pinged off the energy shields. The power of the shots was not enough to break them. It was only just a passenger ship, after all. The most high-tech weaponry was not given to traditionally uneventful cruise personnel. Han Sen ran into the middle of the Shura horde, wanting to give the box to the leader. I will give this to you if you spare my life, Han Sen said, with a trembling voice. The leader took the box from Han Sen with visible glee. Tracking down the box had caused them a lot of trouble and grief. It made them exuberantly happy to see a human hand deliver it for them. The leader did not care much for Han Sen, though. He thought the human looked young and weak. And with the humans wanting to kill Han Sen for real, he was able to tell this was not an act. The leader followed his instincts, which were telling him Han Sen genuinely wished to help, even if it was for his own benefit. He didn't think Han Sen harbored any malcontent. A pathetic human, the leader thought. But Han Sen had done him a service, after all. The leader accepted the box, but in the next moment, a copper dagger was plunged into the Shura's chest. Catcha! The armor he wore was unable to provide an adequate defense against the power of that strike. A second later, Han Sen turned red, as wings sprouted from his back in a glorious display. In his hand, a copper dagger was clenched tightly. The leader threw a punch towards Han Sen's face with ferocious, terrible power. The Shura were powerful beings, and it usually took a lot more than a stab to stop them from being able to fight. The rest of the Shura then turned to fire at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't care too much about them, though. He dodged the punch and evaded every single laser. He ducked his head as one last laser whipped past his face. The soldier had only missed that shot because he didn't want to hit the leader. Han Sen pulled out Taya and drew back closer to the Shura leader. The Shura leader cared nothing for the wound he had suffered, and with the box in one hand, he threw a whole bunch of punches towards Han Sen with the other. Again, Han Sen was able to dodge the punches with relative ease, all the while avoiding the lasers blasting in his direction. With Taya in his left hand, Han Sen hopped and sliced it across the leader's throat. The leader was still standing, but only just. He wished for nothing more right now than to grab Han Sen by his neck and snap it. Han Sen spun around, dodging the feeble attempts of the dying leader, and continued to evade the laser fire. He went around the leader and cast Bloodpulse Sutra as he went. Taya returned to dig a trench across the other half of the leader's neck. And this time, the entire head left the quivering body. It went flying up into the sky, casting blood across the room as it went. Han Sen took the box back and kicked the headless body into the crowd that still sought to gun him down. This had all happened in a short amount of time, and the humans who were now watching barely had time to acknowledge what had transpired. They almost didn't realize Han Sen had spun a yarn to trick the leader and behead him. The moment Han Sen kicked the body, though, he disappeared from sight. The Shura were now in chaos. The blood of their leader had them at a loss, and they grimaced at how quickly the tables had turned. The captain was frozen when Han Sen reappeared. He flashed between being visible and invisible, as each reappearance coincided with a strike that brought several Shura soldiers down in a haze of blood and pained screams. The Shura that were still standing fired their weapons as they had been doing the entire time, but it was as if they were firing blanks. Despite the barrage of laser fire that was being cast each second, none of the shots were able to find their target. The panic terminal was blackened by the laser scorch marks. Han Sen was like the Reaper himself, come to make good on a quota that had fallen far behind. His harvest of Shura was grand, but terrifying to behold. One by one, under Han Sen's sword scythe, the Shura fell and submitted to the cold clasp of death. The captain and Old Su were not soldiers, but the men under their command were. They already had their guns out, firing at the Shura to aid Han Sen. "Get to cover or get down. We're lighting this place up," a soldier exclaimed at the top of his lungs, as he squeezed the trigger of his blaster. The captain, guards, and passengers all fell back and got to cover. The formation and planned tactics of the Shura had fallen to ruin within moments of letting Han Sen into the middle. They were in disarray with no clue how to respond. It was utter anarchy. Han Sen slew a few more shield-bearers after killing the leader, resulting in a complete collapse of their immediate chain of command. They were headless chickens, and all they could think to do was to try to kill the man who had brought ruin to their plans. But Han Sen was like a ghost, and no matter what they tried to do, they could not hit him. More Shura soldiers came on board as backup, but they were just meat for the grinder. Han Sen thought to speed things up, so he summoned a copper knight and a stunning angel to join him in his running riot. The angel of death moved her hand, then soared into the midst of the soldiers, cleaving a bloody path as she went. She swung her great sword as chunks of flesh and ribbons of entrails curtained and showered her as if in celebration of the feat. Disloyal Knight was no slouch either. He used his halo to suppress the soldiers and make them move even slower. Han Sen left a few of the Shura soldiers behind for the other humans to deal with as he pushed forward with Taya to clear a path. There were many Shura soldiers waiting for him, but the corridors were narrow, and they couldn't respond very well to the threat that was bearing down on them. When the human soldiers finished up the final few Shura, they wanted to follow Han Sen, or they took off after him. But when they turned the corner to look down the corridor Han Sen had gone, all they saw was a dim, red tunnel of death and destruction. The human soldiers were shocked and even disgusted by the ghastly sight of all the dead Shura that had been mercilessly slaughtered by Han Sen. "Who said this guy's a cripple?" the captain gasped. "This lad could very well be a demigod." But Old Su sighed. Everyone understood what he was going to say. No matter how strong Han Sen was, the Shura he was slaying were a fraction of the fleet at large. The ship was still surrounded by an armada and countless thousands of Shura. If the Shura didn't get what they wanted, universe was doomed. Not even Han Sen could survive in space, so they were still at a grave disadvantage. "I'll kill as many as I can," a soldier solemnly said. For as long as he drew breath, he wouldn't run. He would march into the maw of hell itself if it meant buying as much time as possible and bringing down a bunch of Ox-men with him. The two soldiers ran down the corridor, trampling the fallen Shura as they went. The floor was too littered to avoid this. When they turned the next corner, the same horrific sight greeted their eyes. The captain and passengers followed from behind, too. Ling Yuan felt like throwing up when he saw Han Sen's work. A stomach-churning mixture of fear and excitement spun in everyone's bowels as they treaded those murder halls. "Han Sen killed all these?" Ling Yuan asked. A man who he had not believed to be special had suddenly become a deity of death. He had killed a lot in a gruesome way, but Ling Yuan couldn't help but admire Han Sen for sticking it to the Shura. Old Su said, I have seen many strong surpassers in my time, but never before have I seen one wield this much power. If he doesn't get himself killed, he might very well become the second Godslayer. The captain gave a wry smile and said, "It's a crying shame he has to die with us lot, out here in the armpit of the system. 'Tis a crying shame." The two soldiers in the front moved forward in silence. They couldn't find Han Sen, but it was easy enough to follow what was left in his wake. A door eventually barred their passage. There was a window next to it, and when they looked through, they saw the boarding craft that had latched itself onto the universe through the hole they had punched through the hull. Han Sen was nowhere to be seen, though. "Where is he? Where did he go?" Su Lan asked, as her eyes scoured the limited view the windows provided. "It is space out there. If you can't see him, I'm afraid." The soldier's grim suggestion faded without finishing, but everyone knew what he meant. "Look!" a passenger shouted from the observation deck. Everyone looked to where the passenger was pointing. They all went over to join him, since the radar was broken and they would have to use their eyes if they wished to know what was waiting for them outside in the black. That place was supposed to be a simple sightseeing platform. You could see nothing but a black screen from the outside, but from the inside you could see everything. And what was transpiring out there was not what they had expected. Countless Shura ships were exploding like northern lights. The blooms of destruction spread like wildfire as Star-class ship after Star-class ship exploded. The weaker ships, such as the Planet-class and Satellite-class ships, were immediately disintegrated into nothing more than an eye-searing haze. The entire armada was crippled and destroyed, blown up like a glittery fireworks display. Like a supernova, the brightness saturated the sight of everything outside the windows. If the glass hadn't been designed to filter ultra-bright lights, they'd have all been blinded for sure. And while the glass might have filtered the light, it could not filter the shockwaves that soon followed. They rattled the ship, rocking it backwards and forwards, terrifying them all. Fortunately, they were at a distance where the shockwaves did not deal any lasting damage. One person fell over and hurt himself, but that was the extent of it. When the rocking had calmed down and they all looked back outside, the armada was gone. Only wreckage and a vast amount of space debris were left behind. It was a graveyard now and nothing more. What happened? The captain's head was bleeding as he struggled to stand up, looking out the window. No answer came, as everyone was too fixated on the sight of that destruction. Their minds had been numbed. "Are we saved? Did the Alliance send in the cavalry?" a woman asked. "We are safe now, yes, but there is no cavalry," Old Su said. Their radar had been broken, and they couldn't see any other ships, so they wondered what had occurred. All they could see out the window was a distant planet. If it was the Alliance that had destroyed the ships, there should have been a large-scale fight. "Oh my days! What happened? God himself gave us a hand, didn't he? God punished his red-headed stepchildren. Mwahaha. That'll teach them to misbehave and threaten us, the favored creation." The passengers were overjoyed. They might not have understood what had happened, but the mere fact they were safe again gave them much relief and happiness. Even the captain couldn't stop smiling. Still, his eyes couldn't keep away from the window, as if they were searching for something. Sadly, though, all he could see was trash. Turning around to get the ship back in order and command the people on board, he then saw Han Sen standing in the corner with the box. Han Sen, box in hand, went to the command deck. All the soldiers saluted him. Han Sen did the same in return. He wasn't a soldier anymore, so it was a sign of massive respect for them to salute him in unison. Inside the command deck, the captain and Old Su approached Han Senator. The rest of the personnel stood up in respect, too. The captain gave Han Sen a salute, prompting the rest to do so, as well. Even the young couple looked serious. Han Sen did not say a word. He merely returned the salute again. "You saved us all," the captain excitedly said. "I was just saving myself," Han Sen replied. "Let us discuss this further in my office." The captain brought Han Sen to his office, while Old Su followed from behind. "Did you destroy the Shura fleet?" The captain didn't want to beat around the bush, and he asked Han Sen directly. He could not see another reason why all the Shura ships were destroyed, so the logical conclusion was for it to have been Han Sen's doing. Of course, Han Sen was one person and he was alone. Even if he was to believe it was his doing, it'd be a mighty struggle. But with no other alternative explanations, who else's doing could it have been? Han Sen answered, "You think too highly of me. Even if I was a demigod, I could not destroy a whole Shura fleet by myself." The captain thought he was right. Han Sen was just a human surpasser after all. But still, it was too strange of an occurrence for him to write it off completely. Han Sen was annoyed, though. He drove the Black Beetle to the enemy and spent 5 purple crystals in nuking the fleet. The power was enough to wipe the entire army out of existence, and then some. Although Han Sen had many purple crystals, he couldn't get more whenever he wished. He had to be careful in their use. "Brother Han, can you give that back to me?" Old Su asked as he pointed at the box. Han Sen placed the alloy box down on the table, but he wasn't giving it back. He said, "You can have it back, but I almost died to save it. If you tell me what's inside, I'll give it back to you." The captain said, "Old Su, maybe it would be best if you told him." Old Su said, "Okay, since you saved my life." Old Su accepted the alloy box and opened it. He then examined the bottle of some tincture. Han Sen only wanted to know what it might have been. He didn't actually want or need it. Old Su said, "Have you heard of Angel Gene Fluid? I am in charge of it. And my team and I created it. Well, not quite. I suppose it is more accurate to say I copied it." When Han Sen heard what Old Su said, he was shocked. The Angel Gene Fluid the Zhao family had created was not their original creation, after all. It had been based on that vial of liquid. Angel Gene could never find out what the exact components of the solution were, so it was a bit of an enigma. Roughly, Angel Gene only understood 10% of the fluid in its entirety. Humans could not use the liquid itself. That much was certain. Consumption of the liquid would result in the consumer exploding, even if they were a strong surpasser. When Han Sen asked where the liquid came from, Old Su told him it came from the grave of a Shura king. Shura kings can never catch a break from grave robbers, it seems. First, it was the falsified Sky Sutra, and now this. Han Sen mused over the elucidations he was receiving. Han Sen was happy he never used the liquid. Had he done so, he would have most assuredly died. There is no way Zero used it. She would have died if she had, wouldn't she? Then again, she seems able to switch between human and Shura. And this has been a trait of hers for a long time now, Han Sen thought. Shortly after the Shura had been destroyed, other ships of the Alliance were sent out for relief efforts and investigation. When they reached the universe, they saw it sitting beside a vast debris field. After boarding, they were more than surprised to see the countless Shura bodies cluttering the hallways of the ship. Furthermore, the personnel and passengers of the universe were only mildly injured. The death toll was firmly situated on the count of 0. Han Sen was brought in for questions, and he admitted the hand he had in slaying the leader and all the soldiers. But he feigned cluelessness as to why the entire armada had been destroyed. When the officers and soldiers heard the description of the events that transpired, though, their admiration for Han Sen was just like old times. The higher-tier officers looked at Han Sen like he was some kind of monster, but it was a fear driven by respect, and they knew he had done something magnificent. If it wasn't for Han Sen, everyone on the ship would have assuredly been killed or worse. To prevent from panicking the populace with the Shura threat, everyone on the universe had to be sworn to secrecy over the events that had transpired. They were even forced to sign an NDA. For days later, Han Sen resumed his journey to Lai Men planet via a different ship. The Alliance provided Han Sen with a Medal of Honor, whereas Angel Gene gifted him a lot of money. The rumors that Han Sen had been healed also spread. Stories were whispered amongst the populace, telling how he might have single-handedly wiped out a Shura general and the army it commanded. How? Didn't Luo Haitang say he could not be healed? Zhao 7, leader of Angel Gene, heard the news firsthand, due to him having a direct connection to the events that unfolded. I knew his story wasn't over. Men like him go out with a bang, not a bedridden whimper. Tang Xinliu leaped for joy when he heard the news. People had many different reactions upon hearing the story. If Han San was able to kill a third-rank Shura general with ease, the recent quietness of the alliance and the lack of wild tales from the Third God Sanctuary would be over. He was back in business. Various officials of the alliance spent time investigating why the fleet of Shura ships had been wiped out. Their suspicions of Han Sen's involvement did not linger, as it seemed incredibly unlikely one human was capable of doing all that. Han San received countless messages, but only replied to those from the people he knew. He did this while continuing his journey to Lai Men planet. Ji Ruozhen already knew Han San had been healed, but it never really concerned him much, as Han Sen wasn't one to involve himself in politics or dealings of the army. When Luo Haitang heard Han San had been healed, it didn't prompt too much concern and it didn't change anything, either. After all, he had now already selected Han Yen. A few days later, Han Sen arrived at Lai Men planet. Professor Long had already started his lectures, so Han Sen found himself joining in 2 days late. Han Sen already had a basic knowledge regarding the time and space elements, so it wasn't a struggle for him to catch up with what he had missed. And if there was something he didn't understand, he just asked the others for a recap. After Professor Long finished his lectures for the day, he gave Han Sen a personal call. "You are quite something, do you know that? Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua, those 2 weekend rivals, often talk to me about you. They just told me to give you a proper recap of what you missed, as a matter of fact. If you're interested in learning even more, perhaps you can come visit my lab too. You may go there whenever you please," Professor Long said. Han Sen felt touched. He didn't expect Bai Yishan nor Li Xinghua to have known about his hold-up and to also ask Professor Long to help him with what he had missed. It was incredibly kind of them. After this, Han Sen spent his days in the lectures and his evenings in the lab. Professor Long was not a fighter. He was a genuine scientist, one well-versed in the workings of the universe, space, and time. His research was very different from Bai Yishan's and Li Xinghua's, and it was quite refreshing. Han Sen ended up learning a lot from him. Han San was not a researcher, so he couldn't help as much as he wanted to in the lab, but he still showed interest and tried to do what he could. Everything there was new for Han Sen, and he pictured himself as some sort of sponge absorbing knowledge. 2 months passed, and all the while, Han San spent his days learning about time and space in the creation of a new hyper-geno art. Han San was able to simulate Moment Queen's energy flow, but so far, he could only speed up time and not slow it. Han San only had 100 Time King Spirit Geno points, unlike Moment Queen, who was born with a direct attunement to the element. Han San could only simulate a bit of Sky King's space energy flow, but it was enough to allow Han San to condense space without his opponent realizing what he was doing. It was not too dissimilar to the method used to travel across hyperspace, punching a hole through the fabric of the dimension and creating a shortcut. Of course, these 2 abilities only applied to Han Senator. They had no effect on others when used. Han Sen wanted a high-damage hyper-geno art, and he still would once this creation process was over. This was because his current creation did not inflict damage on an opponent. Han Sen kept on practicing these 2 abilities, trying to find a way in which he might be able to combine them. Speeding up time allowed Han Sen to move faster. Condensing the space in his proximity also made him quicker, in a certain sense. In the eyes of others, he'd be moving at a blistering speed that no one else could properly register. Han Sen was able to use these techniques to speed up and reduce the range he had to traverse to attack. Han Sen dwelled on the final results this hyper-geno art would yield, and how the finished product might look and feel like. The concept was promising at the very least. After a day of work, the researchers all left. Han Sen remained, though, making use of the zero-G room to practice various time and space techniques. The more he practiced, the better he would get. That was true for everyone with everything. It was simple but infinitely effective. Practicing was the only way to get a true grasp and understanding of something, and that was a universal truth. Han Sen practiced hard, working up a sweat. He didn't notice that Professor Long was outside the room, watching him. Professor Long was supposed to have already left for the day, but he had forgotten something in the lab. He saw some light in the zero-G chamber, so he thought to check it out. Professor Long nodded when he saw Han Senator. Professor Long had learned quite a bit about Han Sen, but he didn't understand why Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua liked him so much. Up until now, it was because through Han Sen, they could see themselves when they were much younger. He was quiet, but he worked hard. He didn't get distracted easily, and he was all around very different than most young people. If Han Sen focused on research, there was no doubt he'd become an acclaimed researcher and garner great fame. He'd accomplish much, Professor Long believed. Professor Long was similar to Han Sen, so he admired him a lot, too. When Han Sen first arrived late, he saw how diligent he was in trying to catch up on what he had missed. For that reason, Professor Long was happy to extend an invitation for him to visit the lab and help. He was very satisfied with Han Sen's performance, and although Han Sen had a long while to go and much more to learn, Professor Long could see that a bright future awaited him. He'd walk away from the lab with much knowledge. Professor Long was going to leave Han Sen alone, but when he saw the way Han Sen moved, he was fascinated. As a professor who researched space and time, he noticed Han Sen was practicing space. Han Sen seemed able to take one step and travel 100 meters. It was like Han Sen had a warp drive installed in his body. He has talent with the element of space? Professor Long was surprised. Space talent was rare. Professor Long had 2 researchers with the space talent, but they were awful and ridiculously expensive to hire. To Professor Long, Han Sen's importance had greatly increased. Humans were not machines. Machines could use energy to travel and crack space. But this was a human, and Han Sen had just demonstrated the ability to travel in the manner of hyperspace. It was an action he performed with no technological aid. It was practically unheard of. Professor Long thought he was very good with the element of space. But that was a topic that Professor Long wasn't as well versed on, due to his inability to practice it. I cannot believe Han Sen has this much talent. Professor Long looked at Han Sen and licked his lips, as if he was a treasure he could never risk losing. Han Sen had no idea Professor Long was checking him out in such a manner. He wasn't in the sanctuary right now, so he did not have to pay attention to his immediate surroundings at all times like he normally would. He could relax and be a little more carefree when he was in the Alliance. Over the course of those 2 months, Han Sen continued practicing his teleportation and time adjustment techniques vigorously. Unfortunately, they remained separate, and he was unable to figure out a way to combine them. But on this evening, when he was done practicing with the space element, he turned his focus to time. When Professor Long saw this, his jaw dropped. His mind raced as he yelled to himself, "He has talent with both time and space?" Professor Long felt as if he had just won the lottery. He smiled madly as he stared at Han Sen. "This is most wonderful." Professor Long watched Han Sen as if he were watching a naked woman. As Han Sen continued to practice, a sudden shiver ran down his spine. "Why am I covered in goosebumps? Did the temperature drop?" Han Sen then checked the thermostat, wanting to raise the temperature. Professor Long had never before seen a human with proficiency in both talents. And now, his mind was racing with all sorts of ideas of what he could with Han Senator. He was very excited. Professor Long was very excited, but he made sure not to alert Han Senator. He remained there watching, and only left when he saw the sweat-drenched Han Sen finish practicing. The next day, after Han Sen entered the lab, Professor Long called for him to come to his office. "Han Sen, my boy, research this for me, would you please? And then, hand me your reports when done," Professor Long said, handing Han Sen a task. "No problem. Is there anything else?" Han Sen asked. "No, but these are unfinished projects. Don't allow anyone else to see them. Go to room 507 to do the work, too." Professor Long then handed Han Sen a key card, before saying, "There you go." Seeing Han Sen walk away, Professor Long smiled. He knew people like Han Sen would be very attracted by such information and would invest time in learning it. But the classes were soon to come to an end, which worried Professor Long. There was only about a month left, so for now, he provided Han Sen the most important parts to see. A month is not enough time. If he can give me 10 years, 50 years. Professor Long said to himself, losing himself in deep thought. Han Sen went to room 507 as instructed. A lot of text and video had been included in the information he had been provided. Although Han Sen did not know too much about it, he still tried his best to understand. For a full grasp, he knew it'd take a long time, too. Han Sen had never learned something like this before, so he had to start slowly. He liked it, though. And despite the struggle, he never once felt bored or tired with the task. Han Sen was still being annoyed by his predicament with the hyper-geno art creation, as he still couldn't find a way to combine time and space. After reading this, though, he was very inspired. Han Sen thought Professor Long was something of a genius, in fact. He was a very creative man. Professor Long was focusing much of his thoughts on Han Sen now, and he greatly admired him. After he read the first round of notes he was given, Professor Long told Han Sen to skip the lessons so he could focus on the research instead. The lessons during the daytime dealt with time and space, and how it was associated with humans, so there was no real need for Han Sen to sit there and listen anyway. Han Sen was delighted, and with the information he was provided, he knew there was a lot more to learn and a lot farther to go. He knew he was still dealing with the research on a very basic level, but it was a start. And that aside, it was much better than what he was doing before. After Han Sen's brain mutation, his memory and abilities of comprehension had become far better. But even so, there was still too much for even him to wrap his head around in such a short time frame. When the classes were all finished, Han Sen had only managed to go through 20% of the stuff. "Take it home and spend more time with it," Professor Long said when Han Sen came to return what he had done so far. "Can I, really?" Han Sen was like a happy child. Hearing this, a lot of information and research breakthroughs were contained within, but many of them had been withheld from the public. "It's my private research. You can take it home, just keep a lid on it. Don't allow any leaks," Professor Long explained. This information was very important, but it was all hogwash to those who did not have a grasp on the elements of space and time. Han Sen never did research for money and fame, he just wanted results. He wanted an advancement of his self, not what surrounded him. After that, Han Sen accepted the information and returned home. He continued having trouble and restlessness over combining space and time into one hyper-geno art, but now the predicament had shifted a little. Before it was all about how he could combine them, now it was about which way he could combine them. Han Sen decided to read through everything he had been given first. After that, then he would decide how to combine the space and time properties. Due to there being no super creatures in the immediate vicinity, Han Sen didn't spend much time hunting. Instead, he took his time reading the information and learning. Before he finished, Moment Queen had at last managed to find Holy Sword Shelter. Bringing the humans to Holy Sword Shelter, Han Sen wondered what they'd all think once they saw Xiaqing King. Xiaqing King had not changed in Han Sen's absence, and he was still soaking in an unhealthy vat of human culture. He wore flip-flops, boxers, and a loose t-shirt. To go along with his aviator sunglasses, Xiaqing King now had a straw hat. He was having another cookout, it seemed, and as he charcoaled once fine slabs of meat, he wiggled his body, holding a beer in one hand. If Xiaqing King did not have a good body shape, Han Sen would have believed him to be a psychotic butcherer. Strangely, Han Sen did not see any comics around him. So, he thought to himself, has he grown tired of comics and now just indulges himself in the art of barbecuing? Han Sen. Sup, you're back. Xiaqing King saw Han Sen and placed his arm around Han Sen's neck and shoulders. Swaying from side to side, he brought him over to sit. He then said, "Let me tell you something. You ain't going to believe FO show. I'm a freestyling mofo. In the way I made my own style. Can you believe it, bruv? This is a new style?" Han Sen thought he might have created a new skill or something tangible and beneficial. "Come take a look. This is my new product, so what you think?" Xiaqing King presented Han Sen with a book. "A book? A comic book? Did you draw this?" Han Sen's eyes were wide open in a mixture of confusion and about 10 other emotions. "I'm telling you, son, this gon' light the streets on fire. It's gonna sell like hotcakes," Xiaqing King said with much excitement. Han Sen was in a bit of a daze, and when he looked at the comic's name, It was called Overbearing President Love Luov. Han Sen looked at Xie King as if he was looking at some hideous monster. No wild super creature had ever rattled him as much as the spirit before him was now doing. He partially believed himself to be dreaming, thinking it to be utterly ridiculous for a king spirit to take up the hobby of drawing crude comics. Han Sen opened the comic, dubiously titled, Overbearing President Love Luov, and began reading it. The art, to Xie King's credit, was wonderful. The protagonist of the comic was actually a fellow named Xie King, perhaps unsurprisingly. The spirit had obviously gone to great lengths in this self-admiring portrayal of himself. He was dressed up in similar attire to what he was now wearing, and wholeheartedly believed to be cool, and the opening panels had him surrounded by a number of voluptuously shaped women. Strangely, these women did not look human, though. "Are these lady spirits?" Han Sen asked while pointing at them. "They sure be king spirits, yo," Xie King said. Han Sen was actually rather surprised. He hadn't suspected a king spirit could look upon other king spirits in a horny way. "My dope is targeted at the younger generation. But tell me, bruh, could you help out a crib spirit of yours and help me release it on that thing you call Skynet?" Xie King said. Han Sen helped him with the release, but did not want to associate himself with the comic. So he made an account on Xie King's behalf. He was worried at what others might think of him if folks genuinely believed Han Sen was the one who drew it all. After that, Han Sen took Bauer back to Ghost Mountain. He believed remaining with Xie King any longer would drive him insane. Silver Fox had been gone ever since he received the Fox Life Geno Essence. So Han Sen also fancied trying to find him on Ghost Mountain. In the meantime, Han Sen let all the other humans out at Holy Sword Shelter, except for Queen. There were too many people crowding the underground shelter, and Han Sen wanted a bit more space. To scale Ghost Mountain, Han Sen rode atop Golden Growler and took Bauer with him. Strangely, the super creatures on Ghost Mountain were nowhere to be found. It seemed as if they had all disappeared. Han Sen traveled across the entirety of Ghost Mountain and confirmed this. Even the ones he had previously met were no longer around. What happened? Han Sen wondered. If there had been a great battle, surely there would have been signs. But it was as if they had all been abducted, vanished into thin air without leaving a trace behind. The blood-winged beasts were still there, but their king was gone. What happened? Han Sen had no idea what had taken place. Even if the king's spirit shelter on the mountain had tried to expand to conquer and rule over its surrounding landscapes, there should have been signs of such a thing happening. But there were no clues to what had actually occurred. The landscape seemed to be the same as it was the first time Han Sen had been there. Han Sen continued traversing the slopes of the mountain, and just when he started to worry over the well-being of the silver fox, he saw a purple light illuminate the night sky. Han Sen tried to look over to where it originated, but it was too far for him to scan. So he summoned his wings and decided to fly there. The purple light was a good distance away, and he had to leave the borders of Ghost Mountain completely to get to it. It was a purple mountain, and when he got to take a closer look, Han Sen was more than just shocked. Han Sen thought the mountain had simply gotten bigger due to his proximity to it. But when he stopped for a moment and noticed that it continued to grow, he realized it was doing just that. The mountain was growing bigger. Han Sen never thought a mountain had the possibility of growing. It would have made sense if there was an earthquake currently raging, but there was no such thing. The lands all around were quiet, and it was just that one purple mountain rising out of the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Han Sen didn't go any closer to it, as he figured himself to be too old to attempt something reckless. He was hovering above a field, so he could see everything well enough and did not have to go any closer to watch what was happening. Han Sen saw many small creatures emerge, all heading for the purple mountain. Then he saw bigger creatures going that way. They were headed there with visible excitement. Han Sen tried to grab a snake he saw, but the snake dodged his grasp and looked angry. That was okay, though. The snake seemed fairly normal and of its own mind. It hadn't been possessed or tainted by some other phantom force or anything. If they're not under a spell, perhaps some treasure is enticing them there. Did Little Silver and the other super creatures of Ghost Mountain go that way, too? Han Sen mulled over the questions while staring at the purple mountain. Not thinking there to be any immediate danger, Han Sen flew closer. If there was treasure, he wanted it. At the very least, he could lend a hand to the silver fox if he needed it. With Han Sen's power having reached its current heights, he figured he could deal with any threat that presented itself to him. He had the ability to take on Emperor spirits, after all, so he reckoned he'd be fine. And as long as Han Sen did nothing to provoke the creatures, they'd probably be too focused on what they had come for to pay him any heed. They appeared to be very single-minded in their near-rabid approach to the Purple Mountain. Han Sen saw wolves, ants, and birds heading for the area. The fact that none of the creatures appeared to be possessed was a relief to Han Sen. The Purple Mountain was further away than Han Sen initially believed it to be, and he hadn't quite realized how big it had become. And yet, it still wasn't done. It was continuing to grow, with no end to its development in sight. Han Sen was 10 miles away from its foothills, and as eerie as the scene was, its creepiness was aided by the fact it was silent the whole time. It rose from the ground in complete, utter quietness. He could view the mountain with fair clarity, and he could espy what lay on its slopes. The purple light he had viewed earlier, though, was a projection of the clouds that now swirled around the growing landmass, hanging around it like a thick mist. The mountain was not, in fact, purple. It was black and green. Han Sen decided to follow the creatures on their way there, and that was when he noticed something even stranger. The creatures that could fly were not going up the mountain. They all stopped 200 meters away from the slopes, standing there. And it wasn't just them, either. The ground-based creatures stopped before ascending, too. They all just gathered like the audience to some spectacle that had yet to begin. As this transpired, the mountain continued to grow. The catalyst for that growth was still a complete mystery to Han Sen so far. Han Sen decided to travel to the other side of the mountain and see if there were any other creatures there. He hoped he'd see the silver fox amongst them. On the other side, there was a wide abundance of different creatures. But to his great dismay, Han Sen was unable to spot the silver fox among them. Neither could Han Sen see any of the other creatures that disappeared from Ghost Mountain. The absence of the white snake was as much a mystery as well. But as Han Sen reviewed this disappointment, he couldn't wallow in it for long. All of a sudden, he heard one of the beasts squeal. It was followed by the sound of a fierce strike. Then, silence drowned the scene once more. Han Sen heard these sounds emanate from the peak, but it was shrouded in a veil of mist. Thus, Han Sen's vision of whatever had occurred was obscured. And as loud as the sudden outburst was, it was over in an instant. Nothing else accompanied the two sharp sounds that rang out. No rustle, no movement, nothing. Is Silver Fox up there on the mountain, perhaps? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen scanned the remainder of the creatures at the bottom of the mountain and made sure there weren't any of the super creatures he was missing there. There wasn't a single one down there. Maybe Silver Fox really is up on top of the mountain, Han Sen guessed. After this short while of thought, the silence that re-nestled the land did not last. The thundering roars of explosions began to echo across the region, accompanied by the cries of creatures. The noise came from the peak again, but it only lasted for a few seconds, just as it had earlier. A sudden grand crescendo, fading into absolute nothingness. Han Sen had no clue where the silver fox might have been, and while he wondered, Bauer leaped off of Han Sen down onto the mountain ground. She turned to look at Han Sen and said, "Daddy, come." Han Sen, witnessing Bauer's fearless approach, decided to follow. There didn't seem to be any harm in doing so after all. The purple light flickering mist that cloaked the top of the mountain was very thick. Though, Bauer was hasty in her ascent, and she went into the mist without waiting for Han Senator when she was inside. She could not be seen. Han Sen, seeing her disappear, quickly called out, "Slow down, we should go together." But Han Sen's face immediately turned ugly when he realized he could not hear what he had just spoken aloud. Han Sen quickly reactivated his Dongxian aura. Aside from what his naked eyes could see, it was of little help. He couldn't sense Bauer's presence or anything, so he walked faster to try to reach her. Eventually, Bauer returned, coming out of the purple mist with a visible look of confusion. Han-sen picked her up and told her, "You should stick with me." But again, Han-sen could not hear himself speak those words. It was as if a noise-canceling dome had been established, circling the whole mountain. It was impossible for someone to make a noise, it appeared. Bauer could understand what Han-sen wished to speak, though, and then she said, "There is something here, but I cannot find it." Han-sen was shocked at his ability to understand her, also. It was as if he had heard what she said, even though he actually hadn't heard what she said. "What is it?" Han-sen asked. "Treasure," Bauer answered. "What treasure?" Han-sen's interest spiked, and he knew he had come to the right place. If Bauer said there was treasure, you could bet your bottom beast's soul there would be. But Bauer shook her head then, strangely. She signaled she did not know what sort of treasure they'd be after. There was treasure, but its nature was a mystery even to her. Han-sen knew if she had seen the treasure, she wouldn't have come back with such an obvious look of confusion. Han-sen looked up towards the purple mist, and he noticed it was beginning to descend to swallow the rest of the mountain. From a slow roll, it quickly picked up like the ravenous tumble of an avalanche. It looked as if it wished to swallow the entire world below. When it passed the halfway point of the mountain, though, it slowed down, and when it reached Han-sen's position, it had resumed the gradual descent he had first witnessed. Han-sen did not sense anything coming from the mist. He could not detect the presence of any power, benevolent or malevolent, and neither could his ordinary senses pick up anything. No sound had been heard in quite a while, either. As Han-sen observed this strange phenomenon, the noise started up again. It was a crude sound, one that made him picture the hewing of rocks. Each sound was accompanied by an angry roar, but then, it suddenly stopped again. It was as if an earplug had fallen out and hastily been replugged. Then something came out of the mist. If there had been fighting up there, it could have been just a rock. But when Han-sen saw what tumbled out of the mist, he was quite shocked. It was not a rock that had tumbled down from out of the mist. It was a white ball. It looked like lobster meat. It did not look fleshy and scrumptious, though. It looked quite dry. But as random as its sudden appearance had been, Han-sen did not sense any danger stemming from it. And as he studied it, he reevaluated his perception and thought it looked more like a circular chunk of mushroom. The whitish color was a little jaded, too. It was as round as a yoga ball, and when it came tumbling down, it bounced from rock to rock. Han-sen thought it changed color as it descended, too. But that was incorrect, as he later noticed it was just coated in splotches of blood. Quite disturbing. When the ball stopped moving, Han-sen fancied approaching it for a closer examination. He particularly wanted to see where the blood had come from. Before Han-sen could touch the blood, though, the ball moved away by its own volition. Han-sen was shocked by the sudden movement. He looked at the ball which had leaped away from him, but he could not notice anything special about it that might have prompted the sudden jump. The white ball was like any old, unremarkable object. It didn't appear to be something living, and after it moved away from Han-sen, it returned to a motionless state. Han-sen walked forward, and when he was at a distance where he was close enough to touch it, the ball rolled away again. Han-sen could not sense a life force stemming from the white ball, but it certainly behaved as if it was a living creature. The ball did not roll quickly, so Han-sen picked up the pace for his next attempt at touching it. But when Han-sen's speed increased, so too did the speed of the ball's attempt to escape. Bauer thought the ball was quite interesting, too. So, she leaped towards it with a crazy speed. When she almost touched the ball, the object was able to match her speed in an evasion. Bauer landed on the ground in a bad way, as her hat and sunglasses were dashed across some rocks. The ball then began to jump around Bauer. It didn't make any noise, but it behaved as if it was mocking her. Han-sen did not know why he felt that was what the ball was doing. But Bauer also seemed to believe that was what it was doing, and she became incredibly angry in response. She was furious. She jumped up and ran towards it like a pouncing tiger. Her speed was almost teleportation-like, and a match for Han-sen's Super King spirit mode. But strangely, Bauer was still unable to catch the ball. It effortlessly matched her speed again and dodged her raging grab. The ball was quicker than the casting of a shadow. Missing this attempt did not hamper her desire to grab the ball, though. She quickly spun around and tried to get a hold of it once more. She jumped from rock to rock in an attempt to touch the ball, very much like an angered tiger that possessed wings. Han-san was taken aback by what he was witnessing. Bauer was using his phoenix techniques. Han-san had performed it in front of her many times, but he had never seen her train with it. For her to now just do it all of a sudden, it surprised him. Han-sen watched their play continue for a while. Many times over, Han-sen was able to confirm that Bauer was indeed using his phoenix techniques and original self-made modifications. Yet despite all her attempts, the ball was able to dodge her every single time. It was remarkably nimble, that was for certain. What is this thing? Han-sen wondered to himself. With a speed like that, it would have to be a super creature of sorts, assuming it was a creature. But despite repeated attempts at scanning the ball, he was still unable to pick up the trace of a life force. It had no eyes, nose, or orifices of any kind. Without a mouth, it couldn't have been a super creature. Bauer was getting frustrated with her inability to catch the playful ball. So she pulled out her mini gourd and pointed it at the ball. Then she slapped the gourd. A scary power of suction swirled out towards the ball. At first, it helplessly succumbed to the suction and began to roll towards the gourd. But eventually, it seemed to find its grip and begin to effectively resist Bauer's terribly powerful gourd. The gourd was a most mighty weapon, and it had never failed before. Its suction conjured a vortex similar to a wheel, endlessly spinning. The ball, with its grip, was digging into the ground in a bid to resist. Deep skid marks were being left in its wake. Needless to say, Han-sen was flabbergasted. This was the first time Han-sen had ever witnessed the gourd struggle to nab a target. The gourd was unable to draw in the ball, but neither could the ball wholly escape. It was like a wheel fighting to get out of the mud or snow. Han-sen was met with an uneasy feeling in his stomach. If something was so powerful it could resist the gourd, he knew he'd have to be more wary and not behave so playfully with it. So he drew his phoenix sword and activated his 9 gene locks. The sword was dyed red, and then Han-sen swung it at the ball. The ball couldn't afford to loosen its grip and avoid the strike, so the sword found its target. But when the sword met the ball, Han-sen felt something wasn't quite right. Han-sen felt as if the phoenix sword had come down on rubber. It was a deep strike, but the sword eventually gave in to the cushion and bounced backwards. And with the force Han-sen had put into that strike, it made him fall back more than a few steps. Han-sen pulled out Taya this time and tried to deliver a number of smaller strikes instead. He unleashed a flurry of manic hits, not willing to give the ball a single moment of reprieve. When the ball first rolled down the hill, it had done so soaked in blood. Now the blood was all gone. Han-sen noticed the ball had absorbed the blood. With double fly, Han-sen laid into the ball. He didn't want to invoke its ire and then let it go free, so he had to put his back into it and do his best to end the ball's life now. But despite exhausting all his strength, Han-sen was unable to damage the white ball. His swords and strikes continued to bounce back, having left no damage on the ball's rubber-like skin. With his 9 gene locks open, Phoenix Sword and Taya akimbo, Han-sen did all he could. Under the force of such power, most super creatures would have been laid to waste already. Han-sen couldn't fathom what sort of creature he was now faced with. Its skin made for the best defense possible. Han-sen decided to put his swords away and watch while the ball tried to scramble away from Bauer's Dyson gourd. When he looked at Bauer, she actually appeared to be sweating. It seemed as if using the gourd cost her energy, and using it for a long time was taxing. But Bauer did not want to let the ball go free. She insisted on capturing it, and she seemed determined not to let it get away. Since there was no one else around, Han-sen summoned a coin and let the numbers on it tick upwards. "Let's see how well you resist such lavish expenditure," Han-sen mocked. Bauer's hands were trembling by this point, and when the coin count reached 9, Han-sen released the power and fired the coin at the white ball. A saving money coin with the power of 9 hit the white ball with the weight of mountains. It seemed to be quite effective, too, because it flattened the white ball like a deflating balloon. Bauer pulled the gourd away and immediately went to sit down, gasping. The ball had been crushed in place. Could not move, it had been crippled, but it had been able to resist the weight and not get blown up. After a short while, though, it returned to normal. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. The coin had reached 9, and he was certain it'd be enough to do something more than temporarily restrain the spherical fiend. But with the coin still firmly in place on the ball's surface, it remained unharmed. The ball did roll much slower now, though, so there was that. If it was once a cruising supercar, it was now Granddad's rusty lawnmower. Han Sen felt relieved that the coin was able to do something, at least. It didn't kill or grievously damage the ball, but it was enough to practically cripple it. Saving money still has its uses, I suppose. Han Sen snapped his fingers and summoned a coinfall on top of the ball. Then, a short while later, the entire ball had been given a new coat. It was like a golden orb now, without an inch of its body free from the oppressive weight of a coin. Bauer saw the ball in place, stuck. Then, she ran up to it and kicked it. The ball was completely unable to move now. It was still as tough as ever, though, and there was no sign it was going to buckle under the weight and allow itself to be crushed. The nature of the ball still perplexed Han Senator. If it was a super creature, and it had just endured so much painful treatment, it should have at least tried to fight back. Strangely, the ball was as docile as ever, but Han Sen wasn't quite willing to believe it was just an object, either. Han Sen approached the ball and examined it with greater curiosity. It was an enigma he really wanted to figure out. Bauer leaped onto the white ball and continued to kick it for the runaround she had endured earlier. But eventually the ball became bouncy again. Bauer summoned the mini-gourd once more and attempted to absorb it. But right after she took aim, and before she could fire, the ball seemed to quiver and shake as if it was afraid. Han Sen still had no clue what the thing was, and if there was a chance it could turn sour and attack, he had no qualms with letting Bauer suck it into her gourd. Suddenly, though, before more could be revealed, the sound of a catcha was heard. It was the ball, and it was starting to crack. Han Sen knew it wasn't because of the coins, though. The crack was a straight line through the middle, all around it. The crack also originated from the bottom, and Han Sen couldn't quite see what was emerging just yet. But regardless of what it was, he at least now understood that the ball was hollow. Something was inside it and looking to get out. The once tormenting, violent father and daughter had become as scared as kitty cats. Bauer leaped into Han Sen's arms, wondering what would happen next with an equal mix of fear and curiosity. Han Sen was alert. If this had been a super creature egg this entire time, something most fearsome must reside within. Both of them stared at the crack, and soon after something emerged. When that thing came out, their eyes grew wider. When it wholly emerged, it looked at Han Sen and Bauer and roared at them fiercely. Roar! What emerged from the white ball was a creature, one that was as small as a snowball. It was a furry little thing, and it wasn't too different from a Pomeranian puppy, in terms of its appearance. The plush snowball looked at Han Sen and barked with a rage. Woof! 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 Han Sen and Bauer looked at each other, and then looked back at the creature. With a sudden awkward smile, they ran towards it to feign friendliness. It seemed as if the white ball was indeed an egg, and it had given birth to the creature. And if that was the case, the creature wouldn't be too strong to resist a quick kill. Han Sen leaped forward to grab it with all his strength. The snowball did not attempt to move at first, though. It did not seem afraid of Han Sen and Bauer's sudden approach. But seeing the looming hands jerk forward to try to grab it, the creature howled and made its coat of fur shine with a bright white light that flashbanged the two. Then, it felt as if they both walked into something plush. It was directly in front of them, and Han Sen could not push it away. And when he fell backwards in response, he felt something else barring his passage. All of a sudden, he started to spin and whirl as if he had been thrown into an active washing machine. Holy smokes! Han Sen understood what had happened. He and Bauer had switched place with the fluffy fiend, and it was them who were now stuck inside a white ball. Of course, Han Sen was much taller, and the white ball was much larger to accommodate his size. Pang! 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 Han-san struck the plush flesh of its composure with Taya, but he could not break through. His hits were met with the same reactions as before, and he'd bounce away each time. Stop! 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 Hansen held Bauer and told her to stop moving and jumping about, as he was starting to feel dizzy. So this is the white ball? And it can trap others inside. Can it? Han-san pondered his predicament and tried to think of a way in which he might escape the trap. Hansen heard barking outside, and then the ball started to roll. It was a movement influenced by an exterior force. The snowball was kicking the white ball. Pang! Eventually, they rolled into something hard, but they quickly resumed rolling again. They went all about the place as if they were inside a pinball machine, and Hansen got so dizzy and off balance he wanted to throw up. You think this is a ball for your own enjoyment? Hansen shouted. Then he summoned a heap of coins, which filled up half the ball. When the snowball tried to kick the ball again, it didn't work. Hansen and his stomach felt much relief. His fitness aided his fortitude and balance, and his ability to withstand dizziness was supremely high. And yet, even so, that was a roller coaster for his organs. It was an insufferable torment. Bauer waved her fists next, trying to punch the ball. But her delicate hands were thrown back each time, due to the sturdy but plush material that composed the shell. Fortunately, being inside the white ball isn't helping us deal damage to it. At least, I am not physically hurt. Hansen took solace in that one fact. Suddenly, the ball began to spin again. Hansen tried to use the tumbler theory to help stabilize the ball's motion, but it seemed the snowball was aware of what Hansen was trying to do. The blighter kept on pushing the ball, and in response, the ball rolled as it had earlier. Nothing Hansen could do seemed to stop it, and so he had to think of a way in which he might get out. A difficult task, given the mind-rattling circumstances. A coin with the number 9 could not break the ball, and neither could any move he tried to perform with his phoenix sword. Regardless of past failures, Hansen thought it best to try saving money again, but with even more power. He wondered if, from the inside, he could shoot and break it. So Hansen performed it. The number on the summoned coin began to rise without issue. I just need more numbers to break it. Surely, Hansen thought to himself. Bauer was in support of Hansen's decision, so she took a step back and waited for Hansen to perform the move. She was eager to be released and free, so she could beat up the troublesome snowball. The snowball then started pushing the ball again, pushing up towards the purple light. The creature didn't physically shove the ball, though. It was as if the ball had a mind of its own, one that made sure to walk forward and follow the snowball. A little while later, Snowball brought it over to a cliffside. It was going to drop the ball and watch it fall. At the bottom of the cliff was a pool, and a fierce creature lurked in its depths. The fall would be a long one, as the height they were at was not trivial. If you were to stand there and look down, you wouldn't even be able to tell what the creature in the pool looked like. All you'd see was a dark shadow beneath the water. The snowball approached the cliff and then looked down with much excitement. Kicked a couple of rocks down to amp up the anticipation. When the rocks hit the water, bubbles and steam arose as the stones were melted. The snowball fell back a bit, allowing the ball to roll forward and tumble off the cliff. It then began its descent down towards the pool. The snowball wagged its tail and paws, as if it was saying farewell to the ball's occupants. Inside the ball, Hansen's coin had reached the brightness of a star. The number read 16, and Hansen's entire body gleamed with a red power. Even Hansen had trouble containing all that power. It may have all resided in the coin, but it was the body that was spent. If the coin's power was too much, Hansen's body would feel a strain and pressure to maintain the figure of power. 16? That should do it. Hansen gave the coin one last glance before firing it. Then he let it loose. There were already a lot of coins on the bottom of the ball, so by firing this, Hansen thought he could break the ball. Snowball stood atop the cliff, watching the white ball tumble off. It smiled, thinking of the gruesome demise that would await those inside it once they reached the bottom. But just as the ball started to drop, something from the inside began to stretch it. The force inside the ball was warping its shape and composure. The white ball was not broken, but the power was enough for the entire thing to defy gravity and shoot back up into the skies with the speed of a freshly launched cannonball. It soared upwards, far above where it had been previously. The snowball watched the ball rocket up, and as it looked, its eyes sank and became sullen. Its face turned morbid. They had been on a cliff that skirted a long drop at the center of the mountain. There was a canopy above it with a hole inside. What was above couldn't be seen. Snowball leaped onto the skyward ball and jumped on it, hoping to change its trajectory and make it fall again. But the power of the coin was too much to defy, and the ball was still heading upwards towards the hole. When the snowball saw it becoming alarmingly close to the black hole, it looked shocked. And then, before the creature knew it, the ball was plugged inside the black hole. Hansen was shocked as well. The power of the 16-numbered coin had stretched and deformed the ball, but it had not been able to break it. After a while, Hansen felt the ball hit something, and then the ball began to spin. Hansen held Bauer to keep her steady. The ball was like a bouncy ball, and after a while it stopped. Then, they both heard a noise. A strange noise sounded, as if something had stepped across the ball. Unfortunately, Hansen had been stripped of his ability to use the Dongxian aura for now, so he could not tell what it was. Outside the ball was a cave. There were many cream-colored eggs inside it. When the ball entered, it had crushed countless numbers of them. The juicy innards of the eggs had been spilled everywhere. The cave was messed up, and Snowball stood near the ball. It was frozen. The snowball looked at the ball and the smashed eggs, then simply decided to run. But just as it reached the exit, it was stopped once more. A big, lumbering shadow drowned it in darkness. A giant black snake had appeared. The snake was not an ordinary one. To go along with its black scales, it possessed a black horn and black wings. It did not have any claws or talons despite looking like a dragon, but it did have massive, poisonous teeth. They were curved, and the look of them alone was enough to skewer a person to death with fright. The snake watched the snowball shiver and shake. As it trembled in fear, the snowball pointed towards the white ball and barked. It wanted to protest its innocence and indicate that it had nothing to do with the destroyed eggs. The big snake was cruel and unforgiving, and all parties involved were responsible. It lunged forward and tried to snap the snowball with its wretched maw. The snowball was shocked. It emitted a flash and trapped itself inside a white ball. The snake bit into the white ball that had suddenly surrounded the intruder, and tried to break it with its fierce teeth. The teeth dug their way into the plush skin of the white ball fairly deeply, but they were unable to pierce through. But with this bite, the teeth expelled a corrosive substance. It was its lethal venom, and it dyed most of the white ball black. Pang! Where the ball had been dyed black, it shriveled and melted away. The snowball fell out of the broken ball like a marble, and it unwittingly rolled into a few more of the eggs and broke them. The little blighter looked even paler when it noticed that it was drenched in egg yolk. It tried to force a smile as the snake bore down on it. There was only one thing left for it to do. It turned heel and fled, with the snake behind it in hot pursuit. The snowball's speed was incredible, but the snake was even faster. Whenever the snowball looked likely to meet the snake's teeth, it would wrap itself up in another white ball. But each time this occurred, the snake bit into it and broke the ball with its venom. The snake's poison was the snowball's most feared substance. The balls it conjured could not be broken through pure strength, but only with poison. The snowball kept on running, smashing straight through the eggs without a care if it meant it'd have an easier time escaping the snake. The snowball relied on the ball to stay alive, but its performance eventually became sluggish. It moved slower each time a ball was summoned and subsequently broken. The snowball kept on running, and when it saw the ball that had trapped Hansen and Bauer, it ran towards them. When the snowball was just 1 meter away from the ball, its body flashed. A bright white flashbang was emitted, and it caused the white ball to crack. Hansen and Bauer had heard a lot of movement taking place outside. They had heard a lot of things breaking, and what stood out to them most was a fear-stricken bark produced by the snowball itself. An explosion then sounded, like the popping of a balloon but much, much louder. "Is this ball breaking?" Is it going to open? Hansen guessed. If a creature was breaking the ball, Hansen wondered what incredible strength the creature must possess. And while Hansen was lost in thought, he heard a catchy sound. Swiftly following this, the white ball of his imprisonment opened like the unfolding of a lotus flower. Hansen and Bauer saw the snowball approach them, but before they could react, the snake was right there along with it. It had a giant mouth with wretched fangs. Its mere breath was pungent enough to slay unsuspecting victims, Hansen reckoned, and as it loomed over them, it looked ready to swallow them all in one mouthful. Hansen's reactions were quick, though. So, grabbing Bauer, he jumped away with a mighty spring from his muscular legs. Catcha! Hansen and Bauer's jump landed them in a patch of eggs. Needless to say, many more of them were crushed. It didn't seem as if the snake could get any angrier, but it did. As the snake wildly thrashed and lunged, Hansen used his phoenix techniques to dodge, and whenever the opportunity arose, he threw a slash or two back at it with his phoenix sword. Its scales were hardy, though, and each of Hansen's strikes was no greater than a scrape that produced a number of sparks. Fortunately, it wasn't as tough as the white ball Hansen had just been trapped inside, and the sword left behind visible scratches. The attacks made the snake rage even more, though. Now it was unleashing a strange beam of light. Hansen did not know what the beam of light was, but he wasn't keen on finding out. Instead of attempting a block, he avoided it. Then he sped up time. Hansen still hadn't been able to formulate a way in which he could combine space and time, but he could make use of them individually. Given the circumstances, speeding up time was the best choice for the situation. Hansen dodged the light successfully, but the weirdest thing happened. The light itself looked alive, and it followed Hansen in his evasion. And as it came for him, the snake slithered up behind Hansen to attack his back. As Hansen peered into that light, he thought he could see something inside it. There was a figure, but it was carried and cloaked by a black smoke that swirled as the light moved. As the snake came for Hansen, the snowball ran to the cave's exit and laughed at the two it had left to a grisly fate. But when the snowball turned around to leave, the snake's tail whipped it back inside the cave. The snowball's body was not half as strong as the ball. After it was whacked into a wall, its mouth spilled blood. Hansen knew the snake would kill them all in that cave if things didn't get any better. And a strange thought nagged at the back of his mind. If the eggs all belonged to the snake, why would it attack in the first place? They had destroyed a lot of the eggs, but as the snake madly thrashed and struck at them, it was definitely destroying many more. Even if it was cruel enough to attack its babies, Hansen had crushed a lot of them and not received any announcements. Hansen thought there was more to the situation, and the eggs then met the eye. The snake continued to go after him, but the light had changed target and gone towards the snowball. The snowball turned into a white ball to protect itself again. Inside the white ball, the snowball's speed was much faster, in addition to the grand amount of protection it was granted. The snake knew it was hiding, though, so it left Hansen for a moment so it could bite the ball. The poison broke it, resulting in the snowball limply falling out again. Hansen was shocked. Seeing this, his 16 coin power was not as strong as the snake's bite, it seemed. But when he looked closer, Hansen acknowledged it was not the sharpness of the teeth and power of the bite that ruined the white ball, but the venom. After the snowball's white ball was bitten and the furry fiend rolled out, it was then hit by the light that was still chasing after it. It approached slow and eerily, but the attack it actually delivered was like a missile. Something inside the black smoke hit the snowball, and when the black smoke dissipated for a moment, he saw that the smoke had hidden a transparent orb. It was roughly the size of a fist, and transparent like the most perfect of untarnished crystals. It was difficult to imagine such a dirty mouth could produce something so clean. The crystal looked pure, but when it hit the snowball, it was like the creature's fur was instantly melted. The snowball formed another white ball in a bid to block the freakish orb, but it didn't help. The orb struck the white ball and produced a hole inside it. The crystal orb can't be the snake's weapon, can it? Is that its gear? Is that the treasure? Hansen gasped in shock. The snake clearly did not want him to watch this. So when the snake's beady eyes met with Han Sen's greedy gaze, it lashed its tail towards him. Han Sen knew the power of the snake was something supreme, so he dodged the tail and summoned Disloyal Knight and his little angel. And then, Han Sen summoned a bunch of coins to suppress the snake. It was covered in them, resulting in it having to move at a much slower pace. The venom was very bad for the white, ball-creating cretin, but it wasn't as much as a threat for Han Senator. The snake was just another run-of-the-mill super creature to Han Sen. The Disloyal Knight used its halo to reduce the snake's speed even more. The little angel flapped her wings after this, and delivered a grand slash across the snake's head as she flew past it. The reptile gushed blood in response. Han Sen then used his phoenix sword to add more damage to the wound the little angel had created. Roar! The snake started to thrash and rage all around, with violent shakes that sent Han Sen flying away. The phoenix sword was pulled out, resulting in an even greater cascade of blood. The snake lost its composure and bashed the cavern wall, shaking the entire mountain. Super creature Ghost Toxic Chi killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. When the little angel delivered one last strike to the snake's head, the announcement rang inside Han Sen's head. The snake's body decomposed, leaving a black life geno essence behind. Han Sen took it and placed it in his pocket. Then he walked forward. The crystal ball had incinerated all the hair across the snowball's body, but it stopped torturing the creature when Little Angel finished off the snake. If it hadn't, the snowball would have surely have been killed. Seeing Han Sen approach victorious, the snowball summoned another white ball for protection and tried to leg it out of there. The ball moved slowly, though, and Han Sen was quick to step on it. Han Sen slashed the ball, but it did not break. It looked like the ball was just as strong, despite the fact that the creature that summoned it had been hurt. But given the reduced movement speed, at least that was dependent on the host. Han Sen picked up the crystal ball that now lay on the ground, motionless. It must have been the treasure Ghost Toxic Chi had created. It looked like a fine, pure crystal, but it continued to produce a black smoke. Han Sen put his energy into the orb, and when he did, a strange connection was established. He was now able to control it. Han Sen commanded it to move over to the white ball. It did, and when it landed on top of the white ball, it produced a neat puncture. The snowball tried to flee again, but Bauer stopped it this time. Han Sen picked up a number of dry branches that were scattered about the cave, put them together and started a fire. Then he boiled a pot of hot water. The snowball was tied up next to it. Han Sen was going to wash it and then spit roast it later. Bauer watched the snowball as Han Sen took the time to investigate the curious snake eggs. There were so many eggs there, and there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that Ghost Toxic Chi would have been the undisputed king of the third god sanctuary if even half of those eggs could have resulted in the birth of a super creature. But those eggs, no matter how many were destroyed, did not provide Han Sen an announcement. Han Sen picked up another one and crushed it, to a dismal silence. He did, however, detect a weak life force within. Han Sen had no clues what they were, so he summoned Dragon King and asked him. Perhaps he could elucidate a few things. It had been a while since Han Sen consulted him, so the first thing Dragon King said was, "It was a mistake. I will never be so presumptuous ever again. Look at this. What is it?" Han Sen did not care too much for what he had just been told. Dragon King examined the eggs that were all around. He moved up to them and examined them closely. He looked happy, and he said, "These are super creature eggs." "Super creature eggs? But killing them provided me with no announcement," Han Sen said. Dragon King explained, "Well, most of them are just dummy eggs." "What is a dummy egg?" Han Sen asked. "Super creatures don't just spit out babies all in the same way. Many creatures birth them in different ways, and their nesting protocols and habits differ, too. Super creatures can produce a lot of eggs, but not all of them bear life. Usually, just one egg can absorb an essence and become a proper super creature. The rest of the produced eggs are pretty much just food, all for the super creature when it is born." In their abundance, they can also hide the proper supercreature egg before it is born. Hence, the term dummy. Dragon King paused for a moment and then went on to say, somewhere in here is a supercreature egg. I can't believe you have gone to such great lengths, all for little old me. What is this creature, may I ask? Hansen did not respond to that, but he asked, how do I tell which is the proper supercreature egg? Well, that can be difficult. It can look exactly the same as the dummy eggs, but supercreatures who don't appreciate the concept of hiding in plain sight tend to keep them in a special place. Dragon King then started to fly around in search of it. But Dragon King, after a lengthy search, was unable to find it. The cave was a mess. Did the proper egg find itself scrambled in the midst of the fight earlier? Dragon King asked. If it was, it shouldn't be difficult to find. Hansen smiled. How? Dragon King asked. Hansen raised a coin and broke one egg, saying, We'll find out when I get the announcement. Hansen then raised his hand, ready to produce more coins and destroy more eggs. Dragon King started flying around trying to cover the eggs like a concerned mother, pleading, No, 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 I'll find a way. Such needless destruction is so needless. Woof, woof, woof. The fluffy snowball started to bark. Hansen looked at it, and it seemed as if the creature had something to add to their discussion. Bauer had a whip and she lashed it. But the furry pleader still requested Hansen's attention and woofed again. Hansen used his Dongshin aura to read the creature's mind and heard, I know where the ghost toxic cheese egg is. Hansen frowned. That creature was most certainly something special, and if it wasn't for the poisonous property the snake possessed, he doubted a berserk supercreature would have the strength to penetrate the white balls it produced on a whim. If he killed it for the beast's soul, Hansen couldn't be certain he'd receive what he wanted. If he added the creature to his roster of pets, though, it could be useful. However, it had proven itself to be evil. Hansen couldn't be so quick to trust it. Dragon King, are there any better ways to control a supercreature? Hansen asked. Dragon King was quick to misinterpret his words and he said, Don't worry. When you get me a new body, I would never betray you. A sordid deed such as that would not even flicker in the depths of my most wretched nightmares. And you, sir, are an inspiration. You are as mighty as a giant. You are a role model to me of sorts. Hansen pointed at the furry critter. Dragon King, now understanding his true request, then said, Yes, but it requires their approval. You can't commandeer their respect to control them. Hansen knew there had to be another method, one that was a little more wicked. But Dragon King was most likely afraid to tell him. Spit it out, then. Hansen didn't force Dragon King to tell him the nasty method, as he wasn't in the business of being unnecessarily cruel to creatures or animals. Dragon King answered, It's a simple affair, but it requires their blood. Just tell me, Hansen said. Dragon King explained to Hansen what he had to do. This method required a willing participant. And after Hansen tried it out, it worked just as he was told it would. Perhaps it was because of his attunement with the Bloodpulse Sutra, but he was able to do it successfully. Hansen felt relieved, learning he could use it. If he hadn't been able to control the snowball, he would have had to just kill it. He needed to know he could control the snowball and its powers properly. Otherwise, it could be a threat to him and others. Hansen then let Dragon King continue his search for the egg. In the meantime, Hansen went to speak with the snowball. He first asked it, Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? The snowball's face squinted, indicating that for better or for worse, it understood Han's senator. The snowball slowly nodded. This creature was unique, and it was rather intelligent in comparison to its peers. Good. Now, do you want to be spit roasted? Or perhaps made into a lovely stew? It's either that, or you submit and adhere to my commands under the oath of a contract. The choice is yours. Hansen spoke these words with a surprisingly menacing tone of voice. The snowball looked at the boiling pot of water and the fire below it, and then turned back to face Han's senator. It nodded, opting for door number 3. Hansen pulled out his phoenix sword and cut its body a little. The snowball whined and cried as this happened. Then Han-sen summoned its blood towards him. He laughed and mocked. "You are such a wimp. You're the first super creature I've ever seen to cry like a baby." The blood landed in a vortex, swirling above his hand. Then it was absorbed with no mess. In that spot on his hand now rested an image of the snowball he had taken under contract. "Come on." Han-sen reached out his hand. The snowball then spat out a white light which mixed with the fresh symbol on Han-sen's hand. The symbol began to shiver and shake, and eventually, it faded from his skin. The snowball then collapsed on the floor as if it had just been abused. When Han-sen put the snowball back in his mind, the symbol reappeared on his hand. When this occurred, the snowball started to squeal. When Han-sen shelved his nasty thought, the symbol disappeared again. And after this, the snowball stopped its squealing, too. Han-sen quite liked this method of gaining proper control and ownership of a creature, but he figured it wouldn't be something he could do very often. Most super creatures would probably opt for the stew, as they weren't afraid of death. Han-sen then pointed at Dragon King, and he said to the snowball, "Take me to it. You know what I'm talking about." The snowball stood up and walked towards the exit of the cave. "You're leaving already? You didn't even look yet," Dragon King called out. "We're only having a look outside. You remain here." Han-sen then followed the snowball out of the cave. Dragon King had almost gotten Han-sen killed before, and with the egg most likely providing him with a few super geno points, it was the price the spirit had to pay. If Han-sen could work a blood contract on Dragon King, he'd probably give him the egg. But the terms of their relationship were still shaky at best. "Okay," Dragon King answered, then returned his focus to the search of that egg. Han-sen didn't hate Dragon King. He knew he wasn't as graceful and intelligent as his name suggested, but he did have a lot of knowledge. His past blunders didn't wholly negate his worth to Han Senator, and now, with Dragon King wholeheartedly believing the egg to reside inside the cave, it could have been another mistake, as the snowball seemed to believe it was outside the cave. And with the snowball's life in his hands, he thought it'd be fine. He didn't think he'd be deliberately led astray. On the outside, Han-sen was led to another cave and another set of winding tunnels. When they reached the entrance to a particularly cavernous chamber, the snowball pointed inside. Han-sen did indeed find an egg there, but it looked like any ordinary one. The egg was inside a pool of water, which waved and splashed. "Hey Snowball, your name is Snowball." "Snowball? Is there something wrong with the water?" Han-sen asked. Snowball nodded and then shook his head. He barked and walked near it. Because Snowball's thoughts were weak, Han-sen could not see exactly what he was thinking, but it looked as if he was going to grab the egg on his behalf. When Snowball went near the water, something came out of the pool. Han-sen was shocked. A red rose suddenly splashed out of the water. A red rose burst forth and stood erect in the pool. Its life force was strange, wavering queerly between powerful and weak. Snowball approached the pool, but he was clearly afraid of this enigmatic flower. As Han-sen observed the rose, he felt a rumble come from his sea of soul. Thorn Baron, who had eaten the flying mushroom and gone into a slumber, was beginning to shine with a powerful light. From her figure, thorny vines began to form. Is Thorn Baron evolving? Has she become a king spirit? Han-sen looked on the light in wonder. The flying mushroom provided a chance for spirits to evolve and become king spirits. It was a supremely rare herb, and the percentage chance of success was low. Thorn Baron had king spirit geno points already, though, so her chance of success was slightly increased. Pang! The light that veiled her shattered, and then the vines began to wreathe amongst themselves to create a sphere. Within that wicker-like orb you could see the figure of a person inside. The vines then started to fall with the delicate grace of petals. Thorn Baron's body was revealed, bit by bit. When Han-sen's eyes were able to rest upon the bosom that graced Thorn Baron's pale and voluptuously curvy body, his heart began to race. Thorn Baron's eyes were different from those naturally possessed by humans, as her pupils were shaped like flowers. As beautiful as they were, they hinted at a streak of danger and gravitas. Thorn Baron arose from her bed of vines with a body that stole the eyes and did not allow them to be turned away. When she stepped forward, the vines and thorns dressed her body and covered up her lady parts. Her long legs, sexy arms, and slim waist were still plain to see, though, and Han's son made sure to soak his eyes in the vat of beauty that was her appearance. She was like a botanical bikini model. Han's son summoned her and told her, "Thorn Baron, no, Thorn Queen. Congratulations are in order." Thorn Queen bowed and said, "I have to thank you for providing me with the flying mushroom. It is a gift and blessing I will never forget." Han's son wanted to reply, but before he could, Thorn Queen spoke again in surprise. She said, "Master, why is there an equinox flower here? You recognize this flower? Magnificent timing, then." Han Sen was delightfully surprised. Emperors exist amongst the ranks of king spirits. There is a similar hierarchy to be found in the realm of plant life. Few spirits can be born an emperor, but many plants can. The equinox flower is a famous emperor-class plant. It has birthed right here before you, and it is already an emperor. Thorn Queen paused for a moment, but then went on to say, "Even if a king spirit approached it, their power could be drawn and fed upon by the flower. It is dangerous." "What does the equinox refer to?" Hansen asked. "No one knows, but not even an emperor would dare approach it. It may be a space genoplant, and the equinox refers to a place it has created," Thorn Queen said. Thorn Queen then noticed the presence of the egg and Snowball. She said, "Has that egg been growing in the pool belonging to an equinox flower? That is most strange. How is such a thing possible? It must be a mutation of some kind." "The egg belonged to a creature called Ghost Toxic Chi," Hansen told her. Thorn Queen responded with an admittance. "I don't know what that is, I am afraid, but it must have been a berserk super creature. An evolution stemming from some mutation of sorts." Thorn Queen looked at Snowball, who was currently swimming towards the egg, and she said, "That's strange. I am surprised to see it hasn't gotten lost, swimming so near that flower. If I take the egg, will the creature that hatches be a berserk super creature?" Hansen asked. Thorn Queen said, "It is still growing. If you remove it now, I don't think so. Snowball, get back here, you mutt." Hansen preferred to wait until it was a berserk super creature before taking it. But it seemed as if Snowball couldn't hear Hansen, and so he kept on swimming. Hansen was angered by this disobedience, but before he could use his blood contract to hurt him, Thorn Queen said, "He is in the hell pool. Believe it or not, he treads the waters of another dimension. He cannot hear you." Hansen was surprised hearing this, to say the least. Thorn Queen gave Hansen a warm smile, and then she comforted him, saying, "But do not worry. Perhaps I can be of service here." Thorn Queen reached out her hand and took aim at Snowball. A lengthy vine extended from it, which wriggled through the sky until it reached Snowball. Then, it grabbed the creature and lifted it out. Snowball was dropped on the ground in front of Hansen in confusion. Not everything was able to tread the hell pool to collect something, and Snowball genuinely wanted to please Hansen. For him to be picked up by a sudden vine, he initially thought it was the equinox flower looking to make a meal out of him. But it was Hansen's spirit that had done so, and what surprised Snowball the most was the fact that another spirit was able to traverse the hell pool. "Thorn, how long will it take for the egg to hatch?" Hansen asked. His primary purpose for even coming to this place was to find Little Silver. "At least 100 years. Thorn Queen answered. 100 years? That long?" Hansen frowned. Thorn Queen bowed and said, "I have a request. I hope you can approve it." "What is it?" Hansen was happy to oblige because he liked her a lot, especially when compared to the scheming and conniving Moment Queen. "I am hoping you will allow me to take that equinox flower," Thorn Queen said. "You can take it?" Hansen asked. Even though it is associated with the element of space, its existence was wrought with thorn genes. "I am associated with the element of thorns, and I am a king spirit. While it is still young, I can take it." Thorn Queen paused for a moment before going on to say, With this flower, I might even become an emperor. Although the chance of that occurring is low, it is better than leaving it here for naught. If you can take it, then by all means do, Han-sen politely told her. If she could really become an emperor, it was a win-win for them both. Thank you. Thorn Queen looked incredibly happy, and she jovially pranced over towards the hell pool. Han-sen watched as her legs began to grow vines. They stroked the water, allowing her to glide across to where the flower was. The pool was only 10 meters wide, and the flower was at its center. But strangely, she had to walk over 10,000 steps in her voyage towards it. Weird, Han-sen thought to himself. Bauer sat on Han-sen's shoulder. She looked at Thorn Queen and the flower, but she did not seem at all interested in it. Snowball watched Thorn Queen too, but his attitude was different. He knew about this place, and the mysteries it held, so he was more than surprised to see that Thorn Queen had the ability to cross the hell pool. He had never seen another being able to do such a thing before. As for the egg, it had not rolled itself there, so something must have had a hand in its placement. Perhaps the mother ghost toxic chi had some association with the pool, but without appropriate cause or reason, it seemed unlikely that a mother would place her egg here, of all places. Snowball could go there because he was special, and he didn't think there was any danger for him, as long as he did not venture too close to the flower. Amidst Snowball's surprise, Thorn Queen had managed to reach the flower and pick it up. The flower had no roots, and it was very much like a cut rose one could purchase. It looked like a simple act to the eyes of most, but it was something that shocked Snowball. Snowball had seen many other super creatures attempt to grab the flower, but they had disappeared into the nether, and now it had effortlessly been picked up by someone he had never seen before. Han-sen was disappointed, though. She made the flower sound so mysterious, but there was no spectacle when she retrieved it. But directly after the flower was collected, a snake-like creature appeared. It swam towards the flower that had been collected with great haste. The water swirled to form a wave that splashed towards the flower. But when the waters surrounded it, they formed together to create a single water drop. Then it gracefully fell inside. Master, I will keep the egg in the hell water. You may take it whenever you decide, Thorn Queen said as she took the flower. Okay, understood. Han-sen then returned Thorn Queen to the Sea of Soul and took Bauer with him as he exited the cave. Dragon King, as all this had been occurring, was still looking for the egg by himself. Han-sen went to sit someplace where he wouldn't be bothered and started to absorb the ghost toxic chi's life geno essence. Life geno essence absorbed. Super Geno Point +1. The Life Geno Essence provided Han-sen 5 Super Geno Points, in total. This brought his total tally up to the number of 33. The results of this venture had satisfied Han-sen a lot. He had obtained toxic gear and 5 Super Geno Points, and he had managed to obtain a new pet in the form of Snowball. The Equinox flower and the possibilities it held were just the icing on the cake. If it hadn't been for the flower, he wagered Thorn Queen would not have finished her evolution yet. Where is it? Where is it? Did you find it? Dragon King said. He had looked into every nook and cranny but been unsuccessful in his search for the super creature egg. Han-sen knew this, and he told him, Nope, I'm starting to think we'll never find it either. If you tell me the whole story, concerning Azura and Ancient Devil, I might be more inclined to continue the search and feel compelled to help you out. Dragon King said to Han-sen, Isn't that convenient? I bet you already have it, don't you? Han-sen responded by saying, Before I let you out, I didn't even know what a dummy egg was. How would I know which is the correct egg, even if I did come across it? Dragon King didn't believe Han-sen, though. If he hadn't found the egg, he wouldn't have offered such a bargain. But Han-sen didn't care too much about what he thought. Tell me the story and I'll help. That's the bottom line here, Han-sen said. Han-sen thought he'd be willing to do anything for a new body. But Dragon King simply gritted his teeth and returned to the ring of his own volition. What happened, I wonder? Why is he not willing to say a word about this matter? Han-sen thought to himself. Han-sen only wanted to find out the relationship between the Shura and Azura. If he could figure out the connection there, it'd help elucidate many other pressing questions and mysteries he had. But with Dragon King still firm in keeping his mouth shut, there was nothing Han Sen could do right now. So, Han Sen turned his attention back to Snowball and said to him, "Take me to the peak." Snowball looked scared, and he shook his little head. Han Sen knew this creature was something of a wimp, so he ended up having to use the contract to force Snowball to lead him up. Snowball no longer had a choice regarding anything anymore. Snowball left the cave alongside Han Sen, being forced to guide him up the mountain. To reach the peak of the mountain, they would have to tread a steep and precarious path. The path was only 1 foot wide, and on either side of that treacherous track was nothing but the expanse of mist no eyes could peer through. Even Snowball took his steps carefully. Han Sen knew Snowball had the ability to fly, but he seemed to favor walking. Han Sen didn't question him too much, and just opted to walk along with him. But Han Sen thought there had to be a better way up than this, and so he wondered why Snowball was so resolute in his determination to take this particular trail. Han Sen thought the furry thing was trying to stall and waste time by taking that slow, plodding, and oh-so-reckless route, but after a while, he noticed the absence of creature noises. It was very quiet on that path. This guy is a coward. He'd rather risk breaking his neck in a fall than take a route that might lead us through trails inhabited by monsters. Despite this thought, Han Sen was starting to grow fond of the little guy. The purple mist grew thicker the further they went, until it was almost as thick as a mucus that clogged their vision. It eventually got so bad that Han Sen could not even see his fingers in front of his face. At this point, Han Sen had to abandon his sight and rely on his ears. He followed the sounds of Snowball's little footsteps the rest of the way. And of course, for extra security, lest he make a fatal slip, he hugged every single wall he could. After a while of this, Han Sen's eyes eventually caught sight of something very bright piercing through the mist. It was so bright, he initially had to raise his hand as a shield. A little further along, they left the mist. That was when they saw the giant black peak of the mountain, pointing heavenward like a craggy fist to the skies. This mountain is massive. What in the sanctuaries is this mysterious place? I wonder. Han Sen gazed up, and at this point, he realized he was treading what might best be described as the mere foothills of the mountain. They walked and walked through the day and into the bosom of night. After dark, they reached the peak. They hadn't seen a single creature on their way. Whether there truly was an absence of creatures, or Snowball had just opted for a route that avoided them, Han Sen could not tell. But as he poked around on the peak for a bit, it wasn't too long before surprise struck once more. There was a tower protruding from the craggy ground. What's more, it looked to have been the product of human handiwork. It was only 2 meters tall, but there was a tiny door. The blue bricks the tower had been constructed of were caked with what seemed like rust. Whatever this tower was, it was old. Snowball approached the tower and began to kowtow before the door, as if it was earnestly begging for forgiveness. Han Sen knew to be wary of whatever might reside in that tower, so he didn't stand too close. He was here for the silver fox, and he wasn't going to take any chances. He ensured there was nothing too odd hiding in the immediate vicinity, and checked the slopes of the mountain for a sign of his missing companion. As he eyed the slopes, though, Han Sen caught sight of 2 shadows. They were 2 super creatures Han Sen had never seen before. They were both massive in size, and they fought together like crazy. As they battled, the mist around them swirled like a vortex. Strangely, the combat was silenced as all sound had been before. It was as if nothing was going on. Han Sen did not think the creatures would finish their fight anytime soon, so he continued his search. He wanted to find Little Silver and the missing inhabitants of Ghost Mountain. But aside from those 2 creatures, which were occupied enough with themselves, there did not seem to be anything else alive there. Are they stuck in the mist, maybe? Han Sen wondered, because he was unable to find anyone. Han Sen decided to turn back and go for those 2 fighting monsters. He fancied slipping in and taking advantage of their situation to kill them both and reap any spoils he could. They both looked very strong. One was covered in black scales and possessed deer antlers on its head. It looked like a water-based Kirin. The other was purple and it crackled with lightning. Its appearance was slightly more amusing, as it looked almost like an electrified squirrel. The water and lightning clashed together but did not explode or cause a reaction. Instead, the two powers ended up distorting the very aspects of the dimension the two fighters operated in. Han Sen had seen creatures with these elements before, but he had never seen them fight against each other. As Han Sen watched the two, he felt something pull his hair. In response, he immediately said, "Stop it, Bauer." But a few moments later, it happened once again. And when he turned to look at Bauer, he noticed her hands caressing his chest. Couldn't have been her fiddling with his hair. Han Sen had a shiver run down his spine. He had no idea what might have been behind him, grabbing his hair. Han Sen turned to his side to look at Snowball, who was on the ground, quivering in fear with a look of shock at something else that was behind Han Sen. "What is behind me?" Han Sen opened his 9-gene locks and threw a punch backwards. Han Sen first thought it was Bauer that had been tugging his hair, but he was holding her against his chest. Realizing this, he knew it couldn't have been her. When he saw Snowball's frightened face, he knew something was wrong. It was at this moment instinct kicked in, and he threw a punch backwards to see what may have lurked behind him. But when he lashed out, nothing met with his fist. And when he looked at what might have been behind him, there was nothing. Han Sen lifted Bauer up and said, "Bauer, is there anything behind me?" Han Sen thought that whatever was behind him might have clung to his back and turned around with him. Bauer climbed around to inspect his back and simply said, "Nope. No." Han Sen went over and kicked Snowball. Then, he boorishly asked him, "Did you see something?" Snowball was still shivering in fear. The furry cretin pointed at the ancient tower, and then suddenly leaped upon Han Sen's shoulder to hide. Han Sen looked over to that mysterious building, but he couldn't spot anything amiss with it. That being said, he could only see one side of the tower from where he was standing. So he decided to walk around it. Han Sen was only halfway in his walk towards the tower when the small rotten door suddenly flung itself open. Inside, a human skeleton was sitting on a decrepit chair. Han Sen now thought the small size of the door made sense. It seemed perfectly sized for the skeleton inside. The height was snug enough for the skeleton to sit down just beyond the door frame. "I doubt it was this bonehead being playful, pulling my hair." Han Sen's skin still flared with goosebumps at the spooky sight. Han Sen wasn't afraid of the possibility of a ghost, but what was really starting to unnerve him was the fact he hadn't noticed or sensed anything approach him. But suddenly, the skeleton began to move. At this point, Snowball tucked itself behind Bauer in absolute fear. A few loose rags were all that clothed the skeleton, and even those shreds were ripped further when the skeleton began to move. The skeleton stood up and walked outside the tower, as its sockets flickering with a light before burning hot with a green flame. Han Sen was not afraid of the skeleton. In fact, he looked forward to its coming, as it held something in its hands. It was a scroll. Han Sen could not tell what it was exactly, but it was most certainly a scroll of sorts. The cloth had yellowed over the passage of time. The skeleton walked outside, lifted its hands, and opened the scroll. Han Sen could only see the back of it, and while it looked very old, it did look to be in remarkable condition. Han Sen could not see what was written on the front just yet, but he could hear the skeleton speak. Strangely, its mumbling was not silenced, like everything else had been. "Kakaka." After perking his ears to discern some words, Han Sen realized he had been mistaken. The skeleton wasn't speaking. Its jaw just had a loose hinge that was rattling in the mountain breeze. But even that didn't seem right. Immediately after that noise was made, the scroll began to shine with a purple color. Han Sen felt a horrible power flow from the scroll, so he didn't fancy hanging around any longer than he had to. He decided to flee the area. If it was a berserk super creature, things would go awry for sure. There were a lot of creatures at the bottom of the mountain, and if Han Sen battled the skeleton and won, it might allay the fears of the other creatures. He'd be doing them a favor. Of course, Han Sen wouldn't stand for that. So he decided to run towards the two creatures that were still battling each other and flee that way. Perhaps they could slow the skeleton down if it continued coming for him. Pang! Han Sen was ready to jump off the peak and descend, but he had run directly into an invisible wall. He was going as fast as he could and whacked against it solidly, which caused his flattened nose to start bleeding. Han Sen then noticed a purple line had been drawn on the ground. It was almost like a crack in the earth, and it was starting to emit a purple mist. Slowly, the plumes of this phantom mist began to envelop the entire peak. Han Sen looked back towards the tower and saw that the skeleton had not moved much, and it was still reading the scroll, which had become even brighter by this point. Ready for a fight, Han Sen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Then, he drew his phoenix sword and Taya to slash the invisible wall and see if he could break it. He struck the purple wall many times with his swords, and he seemed to make some progress. But just when Han Sen thought he could escape, the wall recovered its strength and rebuilt, trapping the phoenix sword inside. Fortunately, the phoenix sword was very sharp, and Han Sen was able to wiggle and cut its way free and retrieve it. Han Sen wasn't going to be reckless and risk getting himself stuck in the wall, though, so he shelved the idea of hacking through it for now. If he couldn't get out of the established barrier, he'd have Little Angel deal with the skeleton. As he thought about the different ways he could deal with the predicament at hand, a purple light appeared beneath his foot. Then, a purple light began to beam across the entire peak, transforming the entire area into what looked like a purple crystal. The only thing that had not been bathed in a purple light was the creepy tower. Hen Sun watched the purple ground glow and stand still as something moved below the earth. Inside the rock of the mountain he could discern a shadow. What it was, he could not yet tell. It was human in shape, hovering horizontally as if it were lying down. It was a Lynchian sight, one that unnerved him. As he stared down at the crystallized ground, he heard a catchy sound. Then, the crystal underfoot began to web with cracks. The cracks spread across the peak as if they were netting it, like the keen silkworks of a spider. Eventually, it all shattered and left a deep hole in the ground. Only the tower remained firm and standing. Everywhere else was suddenly tossed into ruin and dusty chaos. Han San and Little Angel had taken flight and watched the scene unfold from the sky. The hole seemed bottomless, and what might have resided way down in the pitch-black depths of that place, Han San could not tell. There was only one place they could see that was unaffected. There was a floating purple platform perched above the black abyss that had just formed. Atop it stood a handsome man clad in purple armor. His eyelashes were very long, and he was a drop-dead gorgeous man to look upon. Han Sen had seen many handsome Shura and spirits in his time, but they all paled in comparison to this person. The strangest thing was the fact that Han Sen was detecting a human energy radiating from him. Is he human? Han Sen asked himself as he looked at him. Was he trapped here by the skeleton? Han Sen continued to wonder. The human opened his eyes to reveal black pits, painting him as an even more mystic and enticing person. The skeleton had stopped reading the scroll at this point. He put it away before walking forward to approach the man on the platform. When the skeleton had nearly reached the platform, the man still hadn't moved. He still looked a little unconscious, lying down as if in peaceful slumber. He must have been trapped by the skeleton. He had to have been. Han San unsheathed his swords and rushed forward to attack the skeleton. He didn't want the man to get hurt. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight accompanied Han San in the assault. But when the skeleton saw them coming, it quickly reopened the scroll and prohibited their advance. Han Sen finally saw the scroll and what it contained when the skeleton used it again. The words upon the scroll were gold, and it was written in an ancient language of the Alliance. He could recognize this due to his study of languages in his time away from the sanctuaries. Dong! The Phoenix Sword and Taya, the Angel Sword, and Disloyal Knight's fist were thrown forward to break the scroll, but none were effective. Following this, a fight erupted, and not even the combined might of the three had what it took to tackle the skeleton. Han Sen was shocked, seeing how the scroll could block them all. Little Angel had 10 gene locks open, which made her the strongest of the three. So, it was frightening to think what power the skeleton might have truly possessed if it was able to repel and subdue the trio. The green flames that surged inside the skeleton's sockets raged, and they flared as if the skeleton was angry about their disturbance. It started to enshroud itself in a black smoke of sorts, and it didn't take long for the smoke to cover its entire body. The smoke eventually took the form of armor, which suited up the skeleton. With the fire that followed it, the skeleton looked like the Reaper geared up for war. The skeleton, in its dark armor, gave off a terrible, frightening aura. Sensing the power its scrawny body actually wielded, Han Sen's face turned grim. Snowball was hidden in Bauer's chest as this happened. Bauer had already brought out the gourd, but for some reason, she did not yet use it. Han Sen rarely encountered foes that filled him with such a sense of dread or that exuded such power. Such enemies were few and far in between, but without a shadow of a doubt, the skeleton was one of that prestigious few. It was up there with the likes of Big Mara in the ancient devil shelter, Xiang Yin who went to the fourth god's sanctuary, and Sky King of the Sky Tree. They were beings that had open Tenjin locks, and this skeleton's energy was just like them. It was just as powerful. Han Sen would have liked to run, but the area he was in had been cordoned off with the transparent, purple walls. Seeing the skeleton now approach him, Han Sen planned to use his Super King Spirit mode to attempt an escape alongside Little Angel. But then, curiously, the skeleton stopped in its tracks. The skeleton turned its attention back to the platform, as the person in slumber woke up. The man yawned, as if he really had been roused from a long, deep sleep. After he stretched, he looked at Han Sen with much surprise. Boom! The black-armored skeleton ran to the purple platform. With its speed, it really must have been an emperor. Han Sen shouted to the man, saying, "Watch out!" What transpired in the next second, though, shook Han Sen to his very core. It left him speechless and motionless. He stared at the man on the platform in disbelief. He thought he must have been dreaming to witness something such like that happen. The skeleton in black armor did not try to attack the man. It just knelt before him like a knight in a king's service. Is he really a human? Han Sen looked at the platform in deep contemplation. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should escape, the man spoke with eyes fixed on him in observation. I cannot believe Shen Men still exists. The repeated shocks of this entire scenario had rattled Han Sen's nerves. But he responded to the man and asked, "You are of Shen Men?" Han Sen only knew one other person of Shen Men, and that was Dong Shenzi. It surprised Han Sen to hear the man suggest he was of Shen Men. Is this someone else who managed to break through the vacuum? Han Sen wondered to himself, thinking the situation to be almost unreal. If breaking through the vacuum was easy to do, there'd be far more people like Dong Shenzi. This man looked incredibly powerful, though, especially with the black skeleton by his side. The man smiled and said, "You know a technique belonging to Shen Men, don't you?" "There is only one Shen Men." Han Sen bowed respectfully and said, "I am Han Senator. I am very grateful and fortunate to have learned a skill that belonged to Shen Men. May I ask what your name is?" The man sighed and did not answer. Instead, he said, "People of Shen Men studied hard, but ever since the Dong Shen Master, all anyone ever did was seek to break through the vacuum. The integrity and philosophy of the group did not matter to anyone much after that. And with everyone else failing to break through the vacuum, I had thought only I remained." Did you? Did you break through the vacuum?" Han Sen asked. "If I did, I'd be in heaven," the man said. Han Sen guessed that the man was someone from the Alliance, and a true heir of Shen Men. People from Shen Men thought Dong Shenzi went to heaven, but they had no idea the place he had broken into was actually the sanctuary. There, in the first sanctuary, he died. Dong Shenzi had practiced hard his entire life and was a figure of great admiration, but compared to the average power of people in this day and age, he could be regarded as little more than a common weakling. It was no trouble for anyone to survive the first god's sanctuary anymore. Han Sen thought the technological advancements of humanity had yielded great results, but he never thought it would have been so difficult for them to break through the vacuum. The man then asked, "Han Sen, right? Where did you learn Shen Men?" "I was fortunate enough to stumble across an ancient scroll in an antique shop. There was no name on it, so I had no idea who wrote it." Han Sen provided his curated answer. If Han Sen told him he had received it from Dong Shenzi, heaven knew what the man might do. Han Sen didn't know if the teachings he had been given were illicit or forbidden, so he wasn't going to be honest. The man nodded and just said, "It must be very difficult for you to make progress without the guiding hand of a teacher." The man walked towards the tower, looking at the sky. There, he said, "Perhaps I spent more time with Shen Men than was good for me. Feelings and emotions are almost a foreign concept now. I am numb, dulled like an old blade. I am afraid Shen Men is in its twilight years, and no true successor will trumpet its name and carry its torch onwards." The man went on to say, "Perhaps it was fate for you and I to meet here on this mountaintop." The man then pulled out an item and threw it to Han Sen. Han Sen caught the item and noticed it was a memory card. The man said, "Consider that a compendium of my knowledge regarding all things about Shen Men, skills included." Han Sen was delighted to receive this, so he wholeheartedly thanked him. "Thank you so very much. I am honored to receive this. Would it be boorish of me to request to become a student of yours?" Han Sen had studied many ancient languages, but the Dongxian Sutra was still too difficult, even for him. Now that he had met a member of Shen Men, he figured he could ask him for elucidations. The man replied saying, "I must decline. I don't want to teach, and time is preciously short." The man continued staring into the sky and said, "I might not have the talent my master had, but I practiced for 200 years. I can break the door." Han Sen was shocked, hearing this, and he said, "Are you talking about the door? The door which will allow you to become a demigod?" The man smiled and said, "You know about the doors, do you? Men can become demigods through the evolution pool, but through the practices of Shen Men we can use the doors." The man then told Han Sen, "I cannot be certain if we will meet again, but if you have a question you wish to ask me now." Han Sen asked the man about every word he did not know, and he received an answer for each. Now Han Sen understood everything in the Dongxian Sutra he had not known before. His mind envisioned a dam blocking a river, and his new learnings had blown it up, releasing the flow of knowledge. When Han Sen asked his first questions, though, the man frowned. He said, "Your Shen Men is different than the one I have. It almost seems as if your Shen Men does not come from a true member. The card I gave you possesses the real stuff." Han Sen only nodded. Dongxian Zi had created the Dongxian Sutra himself before he died. It was only natural for it to be somewhat different. Han Sen took advantage of this encounter to ask more about the nature of the Dongxian Sutra. 2. The sun rose before long, though, and it prompted the man to hurry things along, saying, "You can ask me one more question." Han Sen devised his final question and asked, "Back in the day, aside from Shen Men, were there any other large factions?" The man did not expect Han Sen to ask this, so he said, "Back then, there weren't any sanctuaries. Even if there had been, new stuff to learn included, the practices of their ways and methods would be difficult. Aside from us, there is only one more I can think of." "Which one would that be?" Han Sen asked. "Blood Legion. If you meet any of its successors, watch yourself. Their skills can be passed on to others completely, so they must be very powerful," the man said. Han Sen still had a trove of questions he wished to ask, but the man had started to shine with a purple light. An ancient stone door appeared in the early morning sky, and after it did, the man approached it without hesitation. "What is your name?" Han Sen repeated his first question. The man had been kind enough to answer all his questions so far, and he had even been kind enough to give him the memory card on Shen Men. Yet strangely, he hadn't mentioned his name. "It does not matter," the man said without looking back. He continued onwards toward the door. Han Sen felt that it was all quite peculiar. The man had given Han Sen so much, except the simplest of ordinary niceties. A name. The skeleton followed the man to the door. This was a surprise, and it made Han Sen think, how can the skeleton follow behind him? Can other creatures traverse the same door? Is that skeleton even strong enough to withstand the fires of those steps? As Han Sen pondered this, the man pushed the doors open. The typhoon-like gusts of wind began to blow through the opening and expand, blowing the man's hair. The man pushed it open effortlessly, and then he ascended the steps with the skeleton in tow. Perhaps because there were two beings passing through the door, but the fires seemed stronger and more ferocious than the ones Han Sen had seen before. The man continued to shine and glitter like amethyst, and a purple mist warped around them like a shield against the scorching whips that lashed out. The man and the skeleton walked the 10 steps without trouble, and then the door shut behind them. Han Sen was shocked. It was very different than what had occurred with Xiang Yin Yaksha's intrusion aside. That man walked as if he was going shopping, and the fires were nothing but bothersome pedestrians. Awesome! Han Sen believed if that man could do it, he could do it too. Of course, he still had a while to go before he could attempt the feat. He still needed a fair amount of additional strength, and the time frame for when he achieved the necessary amount of power to traverse the steps was still up for debate. The Dongshan Sutra seemed different from Shen-Tian, and Han Sen did not know if their levels were the same. Regardless, he was eager to find out more about this new Shen-Tian he had just learned about. He had the memory card, but that could not be used in the sanctuary. Boom! Boom! Amidst Han Sen's excitement, the sound of thunder rolled. The snaps of what seemed like lightning pummeled the mountainside, vibrating the entire landmass. What was that? Han Sen looked down at the chasm that had recently formed on the peak. A man like that wouldn't just go for a nap, here of all places, for no reason. There must be something around here worth investigating. I might find a souvenir, and it might be something that helped him. If it helped that fellow, it can surely help me. Han Sen's mind scrambled to keep itself composed, thinking of the treasure that might lurk in the darkness. Boom! An energy pulsed out of the hole, blowing Han Sen away a few hundred meters. Han Sen kept his body straight as he flew backward, watching a purple light stem from deep inside the chasm. It was like an eerie, purple volcano that was seeking to erupt. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. He flew around the area, but he noticed many creatures had started to ascend the mountain. When the purple light began to beam up and up into the sky, it exploded in a dizzying array of fireworks. The purple light was soon like rain, cascading over the mountain. All the creatures on the mountain were washed with that purple rain, Han Sen included. The purple rain landed on Han Sen and moisturized his skin. The substance was warm and soothing to the touch. He used his Dongshan aura to absorb the warmth, and almost immediately, he felt as if his 7th gene lock was going to burst right open. Under the purple rain, a lot of plants came out of the soil, making the mountain bloom with lush plant life and an unrivaled vibrancy. The creatures that touched the rain were all shining now, as well. They too were opening gene locks. Catcha! Han Sen felt like a restrictive chain had been severed inside his body. It delighted Han Sen to confirm that he had indeed opened his 7th gene lock with the Dongshan Sutra. As Han Sen sought to absorb more of that rain, though, the rain came to a stop. The tower below became purple as a holy presence and aura started to form around it. The tower started to grow, becoming much larger. Suddenly, the tower overtook the entire mountain, becoming one incomprehensibly large spire. Han Sen looked around and stared into the crowds of creatures that had come together, but he could not find the silver fox. Strange. Did none of the ghost buddies actually come here? Then, Han Sen frowned. But then, Han Sen watched the creatures resume their ascent and hurry towards the tower. Not wanting to leave with his curiosity unsatiated, Han Sen followed them. After he entered the tower, though, Han Sen was shocked. The minuscule tower had transformed into a shelter, and a king-class one at that. Han Sen followed the creatures and reached the top. There was a spirit statue there, with a spirit stone lodged in its forehead. Han Sen realized that man had overtaken the location where a spirit could be born. The man had absorbed its energy, and when he left through the door, the spirit was free to continue its growth. I wonder what the spirit's level is. If it was worthy for that man to take its power, it must be a strong one. Han Sen's face started to turn grim as he felt the power of that stone become tangible. The life force was much stronger than he expected it to be. It cannot be an emperor with 10 of its gene locks opened, can it? Han Sen stared at the purple spirit stone in awe. Looking at the spirit stone directly before him, Han Sen quickly fell into the grasp of greed. He flew towards the forehead of the statue and to grab the stone. Han Sen knew he would have to grab it before it completely formed and the spirit was given shape. The creatures roared at the intruder that soared above them, as if he was humiliating their god. Not that Han Sen cared for their audible complaints. He just sped up in his rush to take the spirit stone. This could very well be the only chance he would have to take control of a newly born emperor. It was an amazingly rare opportunity, one he'd be foolish to ignore. The creatures moved to stop his intrusion, but much to their dismay, they were all slower than the human. Han Sen's fingers felt as if they were just about to touch the spirit stone when suddenly, a sharp purple light surged out of the crystal. When Han Sen touched the light, it was sharp and made him bleed. The beam of light took the shape of a blade and extended from the stone. He hurriedly brought his hand back and healed. When he next looked at the spirit stone, he saw the figure of a humanoid shape gathering. Han Sen could not see the spirit's face, but the purple smoke that built it formed wings on the humanoid figure's back. It was looking like the hazy, disturbing image of a reaper. The newly born spirit lunged towards Han Senator. It was still 3 meters away, but the sword had already traversed that distance and tried to cut him. Han Sen wielded Phoenix sword and Taya, and he tried to block the attack. It was successful, but the strike was too strong and it knocked him to the ground. The sword forged of light did not disappear as the spirit finished his lunge. The sword did not need the hand of a user, and it was relentless, controlled by the mind of its operator. The power came against Han Sen's swords again, and he held strong as it pushed and inched its way closer and closer to his chest. Boom! The reaper-looking king spirit tried to slash Han Sen again. Han Sen's eyes turned white along with the rest of his body. His hair flowed down to brush the ground, like a creamy cascade of milk. Han Sen lifted his swords and threw away the first blade of light. Then, with Taya, Han Sen knocked another one away. Pang! The purple blades of light were shattered beneath Han Sen's supreme surge of power, and so was the white light that carried Taya. Loads of super creatures stepped forward to take advantage of any opening they could find to maul the human intruder. Seeing this, Han Sen knew it was time to call in backup. He summoned Disloyal Knight, Little Angel, and Thorn Queen. Disloyal Knight used its halo to weaken the surrounding creatures and the newborn king spirit. Thorn, restrain those creatures, Han Sen shouted over the chaos. Then, he and Little Angel pushed on to tackle the king spirit. Thorn Queen used her equinox flower. A wall of thorns emerged from the ground to subdue the approaching army of creatures. Han Sen, in the meantime, moved on the king spirit alongside Little Angel. He had realized the king spirit was unusually strong, and it was probably of an emperor status, all things considered. But Han Sen had gone up against Sky King not so long ago, and there was a clear and discernible difference between the two. This king spirit was not in Sky King's league, that was for sure. Han Sen thought it might be because its 10 gene locks had not yet been opened, or perhaps the man had stunted its growth by absorbing the spirit's nutrition. Whatever the case might be, Han Sen was sure of one thing above all. He could kill it. Creatures were everywhere, anyway, and fighting his way out would be difficult enough task by itself. So, he planned to take it down and perhaps earn another servant in the process. Han Sen and Little Angel approached the king spirit with care, as it summoned more blades of light in an attempt to cut them down. Boom! 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 The purple light and holy light collided in a dizzying array of sparks. The king spirit, however, had no trouble in suppressing the two. After an evil blade of light was shattered, it'd reform easily and come at them again, putting Han Sen and Little Angel at a disadvantage. More and more blades were summoned, and the spirit started to gain ground. With less and less space to dodge, Han Sen was in trouble. He must be a born emperor. There can no longer be any doubt about that. The spirit had most certainly opened 10 of its gene locks. A super creature with 9 gene locks open was not even close to the level of power Han Sen was having to deal with. It was probably an insufficient amount of nutrients that had kept this spirit from becoming as strong as Sky King. The born emperor used his purple blades like mad, filling the entire tower with them. They cut down anything and everything they touched. Little angel, it's time we combine. Han Sen ran over to her. Little angel ran towards him, too. When they met up, little angel's wings embraced Han Sen, and the two moved to lock lips and kiss. The purple blades of light came towards them relentlessly, and now hundreds were all coming at once. Boom! A crazy white light exploded out of them, destroying each and every one. The purple pieces scattered everywhere. Then, a beautiful white figure with angel wings and a halo emerged from the blinding flash, wielding a transparent greatsword over its head. Boom! The greatsword was brought down on the newborn king spirit. The newborn king spirit's face changed. With two purple swords, he repeatedly tried to slash Han Sen. Dong! The swords repeatedly collided with force of such magnitude that they produced shockwaves strong enough to blow away the approaching super creatures. The roof of the tower was blown off like a lid, as well. The newborn king spirit was fierce, and he kept on swinging his swords without relenting for a moment. As he did so, he'd repeatedly called out and shouted. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. There was a stark contrast between his white light and the purple of the spirit. Die! Han Sen blasted. The purple sword was cut in half by the angel sword, and as the spirit momentarily froze in shock, its guard dropped just enough for the angel sword to swing back and plunge itself deep inside the spirit's chest. As victorious and relief-bringing as this should have been, Han Sen did not feel a triumph had been achieved just yet. Something felt oddly wrong. The king spirit's body did not feel solid when the sword cleaved through the flesh. The angel sword was able to pierce through without any resistance. It didn't sink through the flesh as it should have. The king spirit laughed, and then he tried to strike Han Sen. Han Sen moved forward. In that one step, he managed to get behind the king spirit. Traveling with a manipulation of space was not considered actual teleportation, but the effects were similar enough to be almost indistinguishable. The purple sword hit nothing. Han Sen then swung his angel sword with a blistering speed that made the weapon look as if it had disappeared. But it reappeared as it struck the king spirit. Han Sen swung again and again as the smoke of the spirit's figure began to tear. Even so, it all looked pointless. After the king spirit was sliced in two, it recovered with ease. The king spirit was further angered by Han Sen's actions, though. The purple smoke became a bunch of swords that again took on a will of their own and tried to kill Han Sen. However, it wasn't enough to throw off Han Sen's roll. With another slight move, Han Sen was behind the king spirit once more. Han Sen did not hesitate to strike the king spirit with the angel sword again. "You can't hurt me. Give it up," the king spirit mockingly called out. Han Sen sliced the king spirit in two again, and after that he dashed ahead. But the king spirit instantly recovered again, telling Han Sen, "You can attempt this many, many times," but before he finished, his face had changed. Han Sen was in front of the spirit statue, with his hands touching the spirit stone. "How dare you!" The king spirit raced forward to Han Sen and tried to cut him down. But without even paying him heed, Han Sen took the spirit stone in his hands. Boom! The purple blade that was about to strike Han Sen broke. The newborn king spirit froze, as his eyes fell on the sight of Han Sen, whose hands were now holding the stone. "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" Han Sen turned to the spirit and gave him the ultimatum, as his fingers quivered as he thought about what he should do. He was tempted to break it then and there. The newborn king spirit continued to stare at the spirit stone that was in Han Sen's hands. After a while of silence had elapsed, he lowered his wings and knelt. He said, "I, Purple Emperor, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." Han Sen was delighted to hear he was submitting, so he jovially placed the spirit stone inside the emperor's forehead. Han Sen felt very nervous. He had been afraid the king spirit was going to self-destruct. After all, his Super King Spirit mode was not very intimidating, and it had obviously not been of sufficient strength to engage the spirit one-on-one. The moment Han Sen put the stone on the spirit's forehead, A purple light bathed the entire tower in a dazzling haze. Then the spirit entered Han Sen's Sea of Soul. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. But unfortunately, he did not have the time to examine the spirit any further. So Han Sen disconnected from Little Angel, an act that left them both feeling very weak. Then, Han Sen used his blood demon dragon wings to remain safely airborne. He then asked Disloyal Knight to help Thorn Queen. The moment Han Sen took the stone, the creatures all disbanded and fled in a hurry. Thorn Queen had used her vines to trap one super creature and prevent it from escaping, though. The vines were like a cruel cage, pinning the creature in place. The thorns had punctured deep into its flesh, like nails that had been hammered into it. The creature spat and frothed out ice from its mouth in a futile bid to escape. But like hungry needles, the thorns sucked its blood and made it weak. Han Sen looked at the super creature and noted how it was a white wolf with icy powers. It was rather strong, and it surprised him to see that it was so well restrained. He wondered if that was Thorn Queen's natural strength now, or if it was only possible through the power of the equinox flower she had just received. Disloyal Knight jumped down to help her finish the beast off, but Thorn Queen had already sucked it dry and killed it herself. Super creature Ice Wolf God killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Will you accept the beast soul? Han Sen wanted it, but a form of ice was already coming out of Thorn Queen. It was then placed in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, presenting him with an ice wolf. Han Sen exited the tower but did not see any more creatures. There were some weak stragglers, but they weren't worth the effort. Uninterested with anything more, Han Sen returned to the tower to examine his spoils. Ice Wolf God's flesh and life geno essence were great rewards, but Han Sen was happiest about gaining ownership of the Purple Emperor and the Beast Soul. Han Sen looked at the Beast Soul with much joy. Super Beast Soul Ice Wolf God, Armor Type. Han Sen hadn't found another Super Armor Beast Soul since his last one got destroyed, so this was a supremely beneficial gain. Han Sen summoned the Ice Wolf God armor to try it on. When it appeared, he was clad in ice-white armor that was skirted with fur. It was both stoic and beautiful. Unfortunately for him, it was a light armor. Its defense was not as sturdy as the last armor he had obtained, but with that being said, it had immense ice and frost defense. The armor glistened softly as the images of snowflakes were generated around him, giving the illusion that snow was perpetually falling in his proximity. It was gorgeous. Han Sen could use it to block AoE attacks, and what's more, it was also great against fire. He would have liked something a little more useful, but Han Sen wasn't willing to complain too much. This was already a brilliant find, and it sure had the looks. After a while of self-admiration in the armor, he put it away and decided to get a good look at Purple Emperor. Just the mere thought of doing that made him giddy, as he never expected himself to be able to obtain an emperor so soon. Han Sen did not bother reading his stats and just summoned him right away. When Purple Emperor appeared in front of him, Han Sen told him, "Tell me what powers you possess." Purple Emperor told Han Sen about himself without delay. Han Sen was disappointed ultimately. He had indeed opened 10 gene locks, but his growth really had been stunted by nutrient deprivation. This made him weaker than the average emperor. Opening 10 gene locks is harder than replenishing the nutrition he might not have received. Thinking it over, Han Sen's disappointment was alleviated somewhat. Some king spirits actually managed to reach emperor status without opening 10 gene locks. Purple Emperor was more than fine, and he had already proved his abilities in the fight earlier. Purple Emperor was strong and intelligent, and the only thing it truly lacked was experience. That was most likely because it had only just been born. So, aside from what resided in his instincts, he knew nothing. He was like a big baby in some ways. It was fortunate of me to claim him now. With him being doe-eyed, it made my claiming much easier. If it was an emperor with much experience, I'd wager he'd rather self-destruct than submit. Han Sen was certainly warming up to him, There were quite a few super creatures in the vicinity, so Hansen planned to stay at the shelter and see if he could kill a few of them and perhaps max out his super geno point tally. So Hansen had Purple Emperor, Thorn Queen, and Disloyal Knight remain at Tower Shelter while he returned to the Alliance. Hansen and Little Angel were still weak, so he thought it would be best if they took a small break to recover. Furthermore, upon returning to the Alliance, Hansen's attention was brought to a number of messages he had received while away. They had all been left by Lin Weiwei, and with the number of them there, the subject must have been an urgent one. Hansen opened the message to be greeted by an image of Lin Weiwei. She said, "Are you there? Holy Sword Shelter is under attack." The rest of the messages all dealt with the same matter, and almost immediately, Hansen was greatly worried. With Xie King there, whatever was attacking the shelter and causing such panic and distress had to be an obscenely powerful force. Hansen contacted Lin Weiwei, and when she picked up, she was surprised and said, "Finally you're back." "Yes. What's the issue?" Hansen said. "Some spirit brought a bunch of creatures to attempt to conquer us. Xie King killed them all, and so we believed the issue to be over. But a little while later another host of forces came. This time, the outfit contained a number of super creatures. Xie King told us to teleport back to the Alliance, and if we couldn't get a hold of you, stay there." Lin Weiwei paused for a moment, in obvious worry. After taking a breath, she continued by saying, "Will Xie King die by remaining there all alone? I don't think that guy will go down without a fight. He won't go down easy. I'll go and check it out, you stay here safely." On the inside, Hansen knew this had to be bad. Xie King was not afraid of anything, but if he told the other humans not to come back, it showed he lacked confidence. That was what was most disturbing about this affair. After that, Hansen returned to the sanctuary. He knew he had to hurry back to Holy Sword Shelter. It had been 4 days since the humans took refuge back in the Alliance, and so Hansen feared it might be too late for him to save Xie King if things had turned ill in his absence. Hansen rode Golden Growler back, bringing all his spoils with him. When he arrived at Holy Sword Shelter, all was quiet. The place was in ruin, but the fighting was over, that much was clear. Buildings had been toppled and walls had collapsed, so the place was in a right state. When Hansen entered, he was immediately brought great relief. There, he saw Xie King sunbathing as if nothing had changed. On his chest rested a comic. "You're fine. That is a relief." Hansen smiled. Xie King sat up, and when the comic fell, Hansen was given a fright. There was a big wound in his chest, one that had exposed his heart. You could clearly see the organ pump. What happened? Hansen knew that whatever damage he had incurred, Xie King should have healed by now. "The wound has been marked with a strange power. Won't heal. But that's fine, don't worry." Xie King composed himself and went on to say, "But they'll be back, and I'm sorry to say this, but when they do, I won't be able to stop them. Bring Lin Weiwei back and take them someplace else. Take them someplace they can be safe." "Yo. Who did this to you?" Hansen frowned with much concern. "Thunder Hell Emperor's cronies. He won't show himself, but whoever he sends is sure to be strong. And next time they'll be even stronger. I can't fight them alone." Xie King frowned and began to bleed again. "You're not alone." Hansen approached Xie King and used silver lightning on his chest. Hansen used his lightning-derived healing ability, the ability he had received from Silver Fox, to start healing Xie King's wounds. It exhausted Hansen, and if Xie King was to fully recover, it'd take a few days. Inside the shelter's palace, Hansen brought out the cruel bottle and released Qing Jun. As soon as she was released, the sprouts and vines resumed their growth. She did not know why Hansen had summoned her, and she started to panic. "Zero," Hansen called, wanting to see if the Azura Sutra could deal with the affliction. There was going to be a battle, and if Hansen could fix his bottled collection of spirits and creatures, they'd be of immeasurable help. Zero approached Qing Jun in a feisty rush, flailing her arms as if to attack her. As this occurred, Hansen slipped behind Qing Jun and held her by the arms, restricting her movement. Zero slashed her body, killing the invasive vine sprouts and eliminating their roots. Dragon King was correct. The Azura Sutra was indeed able to destroy the vines. Qing Jun and Dry Bone King had attempted to get rid of them over the course of their incarceration in the bottle. None of their attempts had yielded any positive results thus far. She was surprised a little human had again provided them a definitive answer to another one of their problems. Qing Jun, are you free from those sky vines? Han Sen asked. Qing Jun, released from his clutches, patted herself down to examine her body. Then she said, yes, actually, I don't think I feel them. Good. But you're out of the frying bottle and into the fire, I'm afraid. We're going to come under the assault of a terrible enemy. I need your help. Tell the others I will remove their vines, but only if they truthfully remain here to help in the defense of this shelter. Han Sen paused and then went on to say, and don't forget to mention the king spirits will have to provide me their spirit stones, and super creatures will have to sign a contract. That's by the by, but just make sure to mention it so they understand the terms that will allow them to be free of the bottle and free of the vines. I'm not entirely sure they'll agree to that, Qing Jun said. Ask and see what they say first, Han Sen told her. Qing Jun returned to the cruel bottle. She started by telling the inhabitants of the bottle they could be cured, and Han Sen was willing to release them. This made them all very excited. Their attitudes quickly soured when they heard they'd have to come into service beneath Han Sen. Why would we have to obey him? He is a weakling. Pa! Who does he think he is? An emperor? No way. Do you guys want to stay in this bottle forever, or do you want to get out? Qing Jun said sternly, looking into the eyes of each. Immortal Emperor will try to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, and when he does, we will be free anyway, Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun responded by saying, do you not realize the terms of your entrapment inside the bottle? You can't escape it by your own volition. The super creatures were all shocked when they understood what that meant. Ghost Eye spoke again, asking, is Han Sen keeping us in here on purpose? Has he gotten us bottled up in here for this very reason? Yes and no, but try to leave by yourself. Go on, try it. Qing Jun was making a good case. The cruel bottle might have been their sanctuary, but it was a glass prison at the same time. If Han Sen didn't let them out, they'd be stuck in there, and they were only now becoming aware of that fact. Water Fairy suddenly said, Qing Jun, tell Han Sen I am willing to sign a contract. Are you mad? Ghost Eye shouted. There is no harm going under his employ. Besides, anything is better than being stuck inside here, suffering the scent of your sweaty reeking. Water Fairy rebutted. But he's so weak. Can you all not see that? Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun said, you're a broken record. Don't keep me going in circles on this. Again, can you remove the vines by yourself? Can you leave the bottle by yourself? I wouldn't be here if I could, Ghost Eye admitted. A little girl accompanies Han Sen, and she can remove them, Qing Jun said. All the super creatures, hearing this, were shocked. I will sign a contract with Han Sen. Me first. Tell him, Water Fairy pleaded. Okay. Qing Jun nodded. Han Sen was watching the bottle the entire time. Drybone King, Water Fairy, and Ghost Eye were willing to join up with Han Senator, only Rock Giant refused. Drybone King provided Han Sen with his spirit stone, while Water Fairy and Ghost Eye signed the blood contract. King Spirits, Moment Queen, Thorn Queen, Drybone King, Qing Jun King, Purple Emperor. Super Creatures, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, Water Fairy, Ghost Eye, Snowball. Han Sen had more power in his back pocket than the average King Spirit Shelter, not to mention his other companions. He still had Xiaqing King, Bower, Zero, Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and even Ghost Baby and Golden Growler if push came to shove. Han Sen wished he had more knowledge of his opponent, and he wished he could view the troops they'd be sending, though. If it was a King Spirit coming for them, with a few super creatures in tow, Han Sen would laugh in the face of that adversity. He wouldn't be afraid. But if Thunder Hell Emperor himself was going to show, he would rather lose the shelter and not risk the battle. Han Sen suddenly felt something move inside his sea of soul. The sound of a raven cawing was heard. The gold raven had finished evolving. Gold raven, berserk super beast soul shape-shifting type. Han Sen was delighted. He hadn't expected it to finish evolving in time for the fight, and having this meant he didn't have to risk using Super King Spirit Mode. "I will come with you," Xie King said. As Han Sen was about to leave, "I'm only performing some light reconnaissance to get a sneak peek at the guest list," Han Sen said. "Why don't we move to meet with them, dude? Why not battle them out on the plains instead of risking the ruin of the shelter? This crib has already suffered enough," Xie King suggested. "That's good thinking, actually. You may be right," Han Sen agreed, and so he led his host of minions to where Thunder Hell Emperor's forces were said to be. "Old Huang, why is the Emperor bringing so many king spirits and super creatures with him?" In a forest, two humans spoke with each other in a hushed volume. The Emperor's son, Thunder Devil King, was bullied. The Emperor sought retribution, so he sent a small host of king spirits and super creatures to where the enemy was said to reside. "They were all killed," the elderly man said. "Who is strong enough to defeat, let alone bully, his son?" the young man said. "I think it must be another king spirit," Old Huang said. "It is a shame humans don't have someone that strong," the young man said dismally. As they walked below the boughs, Old Huang said, "Why is there a clearing here? This was not here before." The young man responded by saying, "Yeah, and look at this swollen tree. Should we check it out?" "We're out here to work. We shouldn't be so nosy," Old Huang said. Then the two walked away. But as they walked away, they suddenly screamed in fear. They saw a young man standing ahead of them. "What's wrong with you? Scaring us like that? Wait a minute, I haven't seen you before. When did you come here and where did you come from?" Old Huang asked. The young man screamed again, but this time, it was a scream born of glee. He shouted, "Han Sen! It's Han Sen! Little Zhao? Do you know this person?" Old Huang asked. "Are you telling me you don't know who President Ji's son-in-law is?" Little Zhao replied. "I have been stuck in here for decades. Last I recall, the president was called Wang. I don't care who this young man is, not after that scare," Old Huang said. Little Zhao approached Han Sen and asked, "Why are you here? I didn't know you became a part of Thunder Hell Shelter." Han Sen smiled and said, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just checking the real estate value of this place. But tell me, how large is the attacking host?" Old Huang said, "I'm not sure. There's at least 6. Do you know where the king spirits and super creatures are?" Han Sen asked. "They are currently in the Thunder Garden. We can't go there, though," Old Huang said. "Thanks, I appreciate it. In the meantime, I suggest you two steer clear of the shelter." Han Sen knew the place they were talking about, so he left the two be. Old Huang wished to say something more, but Han Sen was already gone. Stay away from the shelter? What did he mean by that? Old Huang did not understand. Little Zhao was excited, as he knew more about Han Sen and his unbelievable feats. He said, "Something big is going to happen, old man. Just you watch." "You mean he's going to start something in the shelter? Pa, have you gotten a fever, boy?" Old Huang touched his forehead and went on to say, "Even people who have lived here for a century would not dare to rebel against a spirit. If you're suggesting this Han Sen would actually try to attack the shelter, you're being ridiculous." "No, I'm not. This Han Sen, he's different." Little Zhao's excitement was difficult to contain. Han Sen traveled past the forest and equipped a black cloak. He was sneaking into Thunder Hell Shelter. The night cloak truly was a treasure belonging to Night Empress. With it, Han Sen was able to sneak in without being noticed. Han Sen went towards the Thunder Garden he had been told about, completely invisible under the eye of the moon. That place was where the king spirits and super creatures lived. There was an abundance of healthy vegetation there. Before he entered, Han Sen saw a giant beast atop the gate. It was fast asleep. Han Sen could immediately tell it was a super creature. Han Sen snuck inside without trouble, due to it not being able to notice him. After entering the garden, he saw another 2 super creatures. Again, without hassle, he was able to avoid them noticing his presence. The night cloak was amazing, and Han San was able to avoid the detection of at least 10 king spirits and 10 super creatures. He really is an emperor. There are so many super creatures and king-class spirits here. If the emperor himself is going, there is no way I can repel the force he'll bring with him, Han San thought to himself. Han San suddenly heard 2 king spirits engage in conversation. Is Mr. Thunderhell going? A king spirit asked. Yes. Mr. Thunderhell said that the king spirit there used to be incredibly powerful, and he wishes to claim him. The other king spirit answered. Han San was very happy to hear this. If Thunderhell was confirmed to be going, an opportunity might arise. Han San could use the night cloak to sneak into the spirit hall. While the emperor was gone, he could nab the spirit stone and ruin everything the emperor sought to accomplish. Han San stayed there for a while longer, but he didn't hear anything else useful. It was going to be dawn soon, so he decided to leave before he risked being spotted. The night cloak was supremely effective at night, but it was useless during the daytime. Han San returned to the underground shelter and combined a sacred blood thorn scorpion beast soul with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Han San was going to use everything he could to bring down Thunderhell Emperor, and he was going to do all he could to grab his spirit stone. He had no time to find another scorpion beast soul for the gem, so that would have to do. Although Thunderhell Emperor was leaving his shelter, he was sure to leave some guards behind to protect the spirit hall. And with the spirit halls always being bright, Han San knew he'd have to fight his way in once he reached it. Han San used the night cloak every night to sneak into Thunderhell shelter. On the 6th night of doing this, he found a reduced number of super creatures and king spirits in the Thunder Garden. Understanding this, he knew the time to strike was now. He swiftly returned to the underground shelter, and with everyone gathered around, he formulated a plan that would enable him to retrieve the spirit stone. Han San had been watching the proceedings of the garden for 2 nights. He wanted to ensure Thunderhell Emperor had indeed gone and taken a hearty-sized posse of his best with him. If the spirit was gone, Han San would wait until the emperor had crossed a great distance and a quick return would be impossible. After Han San was able to confirm he was gone, things were looking up. Still, he couldn't yet determine what would await him in the spirit hall. If he went inside, the night cloak wouldn't work. It was a one-way ticket. On the night of the 3rd day, Han San hid everyone in his Sea of Soul, and if they couldn't go in there, they were instead placed inside the cruel bottle. With the night cloak on, he snuck back inside. The spirit hall was situated behind the garden. The super creatures and king spirits were again unaware of Han San's infiltration. If they noticed, by the time they did so, Han San would be crossing the spirit hall. Han San worried how many super creatures were acting as sentinels inside the hall, but there was no way of telling without exposing himself after stepping in. Whatever the case would be, he had to grab the stone and grab it fast. Han San could not return to Holy Sword Shelter now. It was too late, and even if he beat the hostile forces there, taking on an emperor and his army would be incredibly difficult. Purple Emperor was not a complete emperor, so there was no chance of him being able to match Thunderhell Emperor in combat. The only way Han San could beat him, he figured, was by taking his spirit stone. Thus far, Han San's infiltration of the garden had been easy. He observed the genoplants all around and thought to himself, when I've got the spirit stone, I need to get sucking. Han San looked over at the hall, which was not too far from him now, and inched his way over to it. He noted how it had the soft, mystic grandeur of some ancient temple. Getting into position a small ways from the entrance, Han San summoned Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and the rest of his compatriots. Everyone readied themselves for a battle and started running towards the gate. The run-up to the spirit hall had environmental traps that frequently blasted black lightning all about. It tried to fry unauthorized intruders who sought to reach the hall. The black lightning flickered out like craggy rocks, and sometimes like webs of electrocution. Fortunately, none came to harm, as all of Han San's forces were able to avoid the lightning. With a hefty strike, they all reached the gate and pummeled it down. Boom! The entire structure vibrated as the gate collapsed under the obliterating force. The noise was loud, though, and it might as well have been the sounding of an alarm. Old Huang and little Zhao were talking to each other over the warming glow of a campfire as this transpired. Old Huang said, "Do you honestly believe that Han Sen can achieve something? I'm telling you, he cannot. Kids and their role models these days." Before he could finish berating his camp partner, the ground vibrated all of a sudden. It shocked him dearly. "What happened?" Old Huang exclaimed and stood up. Little Zhao looked over to the garden and said, "Look, something is happening over in the garden. Han's sun is striking." "How?" Old Huang saw lightning and vines erupt over the garden walls he could only peer at. "Quick, tell everyone to leave. We can't risk killing each other," Little Zhao said as he took off running to warn the others. "That could not have been him. You must be joking, surely." Old Huang was quite the doubter. Inside the spirit hall, for super creatures and 4 king spirits stood as guards. The ones in the garden were quick to react, too, chasing the intruding crowd like wolves trailing blood. Han Sun told Thorn Queen to do her best to prohibit their passage and block them with her command of thorns and vines. Then he, Xiaqing King, Purple Emperor, and Little Angel raced into the hall to engage the enemies before them. Super creatures and king spirits ahead of them were snared into battle with Han Sen's fighters, while he transformed into a gold raven and swiftly flew over to the statue's forehead. Han Sun wanted to grab the spirit stone as fast as he could and not suffer any delays. The creatures and king spirits were enraged as he soared above them all. They sought to react, but Little Angel and Xiaqing King were able to re-engage the attention of those that sought to break away and chase after Senator Han Sen's talons almost came into contact with the spirit stone. But just before he could touch it, a monster leaped out of the spirit stone. It was Thunder Hell Emperor himself. He was furious. He had been in the third god's sanctuary for the longest time, and this was the first time he had ever committed suicide to respawn back at his spirit hall. Seeing the raven trying to snatch the stone, he threw a slap in its direction. His palm quivered with the shimmering creation of a black hole. It was a terrifying move that warped the dimensions it traveled along. It looked like a black, hungry maw that wished to chew up and consume all in its path. Han Sun immediately felt the power head his way, so he reacted by throwing Snowball towards it. Snowball turned into a white ball and fell inside the black hole. Lightning exploded inside that black hole, striking the white orb with frightening ferocity. The white sphere was getting pulled and twisted like dough, but it remained strong and didn't break. Han Sun did not expect Thunder Hell Emperor to return so quickly, but he was past the point of no return. He had to take the stone now. It was now or never. Like a glorious phoenix that could transcend space, Han Sun soared with a blazing trail of fire in his wake and tried to grab the stone. The super creatures that had followed Thunder Hell Emperor out were on their way back. But all the king spirits that had left had also committed suicide to return, too. The entire shelter brimmed with a hostile aura of terrible power. Boom! Thunder Hell Emperor's lightning lashed towards Han Sen, who was in the shape of a raven. He wanted to incinerate Han Sen with his electricity and burn him to ash. Han Sen knew there was no going back after coming so far. He ignored the bloodthirsty Thunder Hell Emperor and focused on grabbing his spirit stone. The capabilities of his Phoenix techniques were being pushed to the max as Han Sen fired on all cylinders. He sped up time and teleported, wanting to close the gap and obtain the stone. The fires of the raven's wake and the lightning that webbed and weaved a trail behind Han Sen illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The lightning was gaining on him, despite the blistering speed he traveled at, and it was about to come into contact with him. They both reached the speed of light, and not even a machine could tell which of the two were faster. Thunder Hell Emperor's face changed, though. The consequence of his decision to commit suicide had now become clear to him, as he noticed he was still in recovery. He needed to be strong, but he couldn't summon the full extent of his power, and it made him falter. Pang! The black lightning hit Han Sen's back, incinerating the wings that carried him and searing the skin of his back. But at the same time, His talons pierced through the spirit stone that was lodged inside the forehead of the statue. If he slowed down the slightest amount, the lightning that was about to devour him would ravage his entire body and turn him into charcoal. When the talons struck the spirit stone, it shattered. And as this occurred, Thunder Hell Emperor and the lightning vanished. Pang! Han San fell down to the ground like a fallen bird, hitting the tiles of the hall as a human with a smoldering, smoky back. The king's spirits and super creatures looked at him, frozen in shock. Then they all abandoned their combat and scrambled, running away in fear. "Don't let them escape." Han San commanded his companions to chase after them and capture or kill them. Han San did not expect the emperor to commit suicide and return so quickly, but with the situation being thrown on its head like that, he had no choice but to gun it and destroy the stone as soon as he could. And as for the super creatures that had been in the emperor's employ, he wasn't going to let them escape. Purple Emperor managed to kill an airborne super creature with a clean swipe that beheaded it. Little Angel soared over and killed another. Thorn Queen was able to ensnare 2 more airborne super creatures. Snowball, who now rode upon the blue dinosaur, hunted down a king's spirit. Old Huang, Little Zhao, and the other humans meanwhile had left the shelter. They did not know what to expect, but all of a sudden, they felt their contracts break. Old Huang was shocked after this happened, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The contract is gone. Mine as well." They all noticed the same thing, and everyone began to shout and chant in glee. Han San attacked the shelter and slew Thunder Hell Emperor. Little Zhao called out, "But it was an emperor. That is impossible." Old Huang still could not believe it to be true. Little Zhao found his disbelief annoying at this point, so he pointed at the shelter and said, "Look, the creatures and spirits are escaping. Who else but Han San could have done it?" Everyone looked at the shelter in shock. Those that fled were racing out as fast as they could, each one clearly in a panic. They most likely wished they had more legs. The higher-tier creatures only cared for themselves, and they simply stepped on the lower-tier beings if they happened to be in their way. They looked so powerful, and yet there they were, running for their lives. A dragon soared through the skies above them, but a purple light chased after it, severing the head from its scaled neck. The body fell atop a building, which buckled and collapsed under the sudden weight. The vines had taken hold of 2 flying birds, and try as they might, they could not escape the snare. An angel flew towards them swiftly after, beheading the 2 creatures and causing blood to flow and rain over the area below. "That's right, peel their lids. Before me and this posse, you ain't nothin'. Go to hell, you snakes." A man, wearing sunglasses and shorts, chased after a bunch of spirits with fists that gleamed like silver suns. He grabbed a hold of one king spirit and punched it to death with surprising brutality. The humans who watched this were shocked. The creatures and spirits that had made them miserable and bullied them for years were now being pummeled to death, slaughtered as if they were little more than livestock. "I don't think they are human," Old Huang said. Little Zhao was shocked, too. The gang that had seemingly attacked the shelter really didn't look human at all. The entire shelter had been emptied of hostile creatures and spirits. The shelter had been rendered a city of the dead. They saw a skeleton monster approach them, and fear took hold of them. They had previously seen it approach a group of creatures, and it had knocked a bone heart and watched them all writhe on the ground and submit to the cold grasp of death. The skeleton looked as if it was going to strike the bone again, but before it could, another voice sounded. A person spoke, and the voice carried with a calm and clear tone. "Dry bone, they are with us." Old Huang heard these words, and then watched as the skeleton immediately turned back and followed the command. A gold beast rode out of the shelter and approached the group of humans, and atop it stood Han Sen. The forces they had watched conquer the shelter now rallied around Han Sen, falling behind him as if they were royal soldiers. The people were all in shock and disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it had to be a dream. After learning Han Sen had recovered, people knew it was only a matter of time before he got to doing something big. This was beyond their wildest dreams, though, and no expected Han Sen to be capable of achieving such a feat. He had brought down an Emperor-class shelter in the Third God Sanctuary. Even in the Super Gene era, no one had believed it to be a remotely possible endeavor. It was an Emperor's shelter, and each and every person knew how difficult conquering one could be. News spread fast, and even those who were previously unlearned about the Third God Sanctuary were informed of how powerful they were. Many people thought the tales were preposterous at first, but Thunderhell Emperor was infamous and widely renowned, so the news of his vanquishing was not something that could have been faked. There were 30 people who had been rescued by Han Sen's heroic deed. The oldest of them was a fellow who was 200 years old. The youngest had only been at the shelter for a year. They were each able to prove that Han Sen had done what was being told, and they each spoke in great admiration as they retold what they had witnessed. Han Sen had indeed taken down Thunder Hell Shelter, and he had killed all the super creatures and king spirits that previously existed there with his posse. Huang Tianzi used to hold a title, and he was oft referred to as the father of Warframes. He had been missing for 60 years. Han Sen had rescued him. The alliance went crazy as the stories of Han Sen's effortless victory over an emperor shelter began to circulate. The alliance usually forbade the spreading of news regarding the Third God Sanctuary due to how horrible the place was. Most humans had to endure great suffering when they entered the Third God Sanctuary, and if this became widely known, many humans would be afraid of going. No progress would ever be made. If that happened, humanity's hopes and dreams of eventually conquering the Third God Sanctuary would be lost. It might have been cruel to mislead people about the dire situation in the Third God Sanctuary, but it was a necessary evil. If humanity wanted to become greater, they had no choice but to go and brave the howling dark, even if that meant they would not return. If humanity became too afraid of the cost of becoming greater, it would only be a matter of time before they were beaten and one day eliminated. When the news was heard, the alliance was taken by a Han Sen fever. Propaganda, spreading word of Han Sen's deeds, was everywhere. An emperor shelter. How did he do such a thing? Old Qin was shocked, hearing the news for the first time. Zhao 7 was sad on the other hand. They had Angel Gene, but they had yet to take even a single king-class shelter. I'd like to be an adventuring partner of Han Sen. That is for sure. Son of God. Lu Meng heard the news and wanted nothing more than to group up with him. But thinking of his old man, he knew he couldn't. Tang Jinliu said, "It has been quiet for so many years, hasn't it? And now, the mad lad has gone and conquered an emperor shelter. I am going to the Third God Sanctuary," Yi Dongmu said, hearing the news. Then he left. Lin Feng, reading the news, immediately went back to practicing. The whole alliance was in fervent discussion about Han Sen and what he had accomplished for humankind, and news about the Third God Sanctuary was released to the masses. Han Sen had become a hero, but he didn't revel in the fanfare he was receiving. Currently, he was holding something far dearer to him, and his mouth drooled all the while. They are all mine. Han Sen was holding a number of life geno essences in his hand. Bauer looked at him in disdain, and she ran out, looking for Zero. Han Sen was holding them all, kissing each of them in rapid succession. Han Sen had killed 6 super creatures, yielding 6 life geno essences. 2 of them had left flesh behind, and another had provided him a super beast soul. Still, none of the king spirits were willing to obey a new master. 3 had been killed. He was more than satisfied with what he had obtained from that daring conquest, though, and he was particularly happy with the beast soul he had managed to get. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul called Ancient Devil Soldier. It had armor and demon wings, which increased his power and speed. He could even fly with it. Furthermore, because it was humanoid, Han Sen was able to use the skills and hyper-geno arts he had learned. Han Sen did not absorb the life geno essences yet, and he shared the merry time with Ji Yanran. When Han Sen first went to the sanctuary, he wanted his family to improve and live a better life. Now, his goal was to simply become stronger. To learn the truths he also sought, Han Sen knew there were many areas he had to become even stronger in. Ji Yanran told him, "Now I really want to go to the sanctuaries. I want to be there with you. It's too dangerous. And what's more, I have no idea where you'd spawn. But don't you worry, I will take down the whole of the third god's sanctuary for you. Mom and little Yen will also be able to go there without fear of unfair death and danger, Han Sen said. Han Sen knew full well how dangerous the sanctuary was. Merely going to the third god's sanctuary was a risk, as spawning in the wrong shelter could leave you at the mercy of a spirit that didn't even want you. Can you really take down the whole sanctuary? Ji Yanran asked. Han Sen placed her on his lap and slapped her bum. Why are you hitting me? Ji Yanran blushed. You doubted my words, didn't you? Han Sen said, spanking her once more. Suddenly, the slaps became soft. Han Sen's hands turned to a gentle caress, like velvet. Then, they rode the heat of passion like a comet burning bright. I'll take the third god's sanctuary as a gift for you, Han Sen said, at last. Han Sen was resting at home after that. When Ji Yanran came back, she dropped many cards in front of him. What are these? Han Sen asked. Receipts. Many people from different planets came to our shop to buy aircraft. All because they desire your signature, Ji Yanran said. That many? How many aircraft did you sell? Han Sen was flabbergasted. Let's just say we can live the rest of our lives merrily. All with the money I made today. Ji Yanran paused to give a warm smile. Then she said, My dad did tell you to prepare though. The Alliance has created a new title called Super Aristocrat. You will be the first to receive it. And what's more, my father will present you with medals in Levo Plaza. Dear friends, I am Fong Mingquan. I am standing here at the heart of Levo Planet, in the renowned Levo Plaza. Less than 500 meters away from me sits the sacred Holy War platform. As is the custom, all of humanity's great heroes, like the Alliance General Peng Hongming, receive their awards there. But today we have someone else of similar prestige being honored. In honor and gratitude of his deeds, he will be bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. In the council's voting chamber, most were in agreement that Han Sen should be the first to be given this title. Fong Mingquan looked at the clock and then went on to say, in 15 minutes and 30 seconds, President Ji Ruozhen will issue and bestow the aforementioned title and a medal in honor of it. It must be a proud day for the president, given that he will be bestowing these gifts upon his son-in-law. Countless people were watching the stream live, fascinated by the ceremony of someone being bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. The glory of conquering an emperor shelter in the third god sanctuary had not been seen before. It was something new for humanity, and it painted Han Sen as a hero to the masses. This was a feat that went above and beyond what they thought he could achieve. It had a great influence on the drive of humankind and the Alliance. It meant people could become better than a sacred blood aristocrat. The greatness a person could achieve did not stop there, and everyone was capable of more. In the resting room, Han Sen was kitted out in his neatly prepared uniform. He was still in the special squad, so he still counted as a soldier. Han Sen was going to represent the army that day. Do I look okay? Han Sen smiled at Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran patted him down and said, Today, you are the most handsome man in the universe. Every other man will look upon you and feel nothing but jealousy. Only for today, though, huh? Han Sen said, feigning disappointment in jest. Well, we can't have you in the public eye all the time. It's not fair on the others, you know? Ji Yanran laughed. Han Sen still wished to say something, but another soldier appeared, indicating it was time for him to go. On the Holy War platform, Ji Ruozhen was beginning his speech. The people who were there were fine, but those who watched it live on a stream were impatient. They wanted to get straight to the heart of the event. The president always had speeches prepared, and more often than not, they ended up long-winded. People were bored in the opening minutes, desperate to see Han Sen. A lot of people know I have a daughter. Like any father of a daughter would know, she is your princess. Her importance is equal to that of her mother, who you take to be your queen. When Ji Ruozhen said that, everyone looked at him with shock. He sounded different on this day. Ji Ruozhen smiled and said, When she was small, I thought no one would ever be good enough for her. The man who took her hand in marriage would have to be the best of the best. But rarely can fathers be 100% happy in the person their daughter loves. Their betrothed is always assumed to be a thief, who steals their most precious diamond. Everyone smiled, hearing these words. Honestly, when my daughter first told me she wanted to marry Han San, I shuddered at the mere thought. He was just a young lad from an ordinary family. He wasn't high class, he didn't have money, he didn't have much of an education. I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter. And again, I believed him to be a thief. He stole my daughter's heart and my diamond in the process. But today, I realize I could not have been more wrong. I looked for value in all the wrong places. He is a soldier that represents the best in humanity. Not once has he disappointed me, and most importantly, not once has he disappointed my daughter. In the 200 years of our era in which we have dealt with the sanctuaries, a huge price has been paid to get to where we are. And each and every day transactions in lives are made. Without the sacrifices of those who go before us, our survival in the third God sanctuary would not be possible. Those who go there are trailblazers, building the foundation of a road we can all travel and build upon, in asserting our progression and ascension as a species. Today, I will be bestowing the title of super aristocrat to an important person who has gone above and beyond for us all. He is an individual who currently roams the third God sanctuary in defiance of what we thought to be impossible. He is a person we can all look upon in pride, because again, he represents the best of what we humans are capable of. Today, the Alliance will enter the super era. The importance of each individual will be measured and valued by their deeds in the third God's sanctuary. The young people who bravely go are pious and fearless, unafraid of death when they march into the dark valleys of that sanctuary. Lives can be lost, yes, but each and every one is held dear, and no one is ever forgotten. Every contribution made, no matter the size, is valued. Please, to the people that dare the third God's sanctuary, continue as you have done. It is my hope that one day, you will all reach the heights of Han Senator. You will each become a super aristocrat. Today he brought down an emperor shelter. Perhaps in the near future, we will see every shelter of that sanctuary hold proud the Levo flag. Han Sen approached the stage and accepted the medal and title of super aristocrat. Then he and Ji Ruoxian hugged. Every media publication wrote an article about the events of that day, and many young people became inspired. The desire to join Han Sen as a super aristocrat was a compelling one. And indeed, Han Sen became an idol to all. Despite being the first super aristocrat of the Alliance, though Han Sen did not spend much time reveling in the celebrations. He was eager to return to the sanctuary, and so he did. There, in silence, he absorbed his cherished life geno essences. Han Sen appreciated the glory he was given, but he knew that he himself was not powerful enough to go against an emperor in proper combat. Taking down Thunder Hell Shelter was a group effort, and it was luck and sneakiness that made it possible. Holding it, now and in the future, was another question entirely. After Han Sen absorbed the 6 life geno essence, he was left standing at a super geno point total of 69. There was still the Ice Wolf King's body and 2 others to eat. So Han Sen provided the super flesh to Golden Growler, Snowball, and Metal Eater. The king's spirits were similar to humans in that they did not eat super flesh. Han Sen went to the Geno Garden at the shelter, as he greatly desired the Geno plants that resided there. He had been busy for quite some time, so his pining for them had only gotten worse. Now he had the opportunity. The plants that occupied an emperor's garden would surely be nothing but the best, and just a few emperor-class plants would be enough to satiate Han Sen's desire. But when Han Sen finally walked into the garden, ready to drain it, he was dealt quite the disheartening surprise. The garden was dead. Moment Queen was standing conspicuously at its center, with a life force beaming with energy. It was much stronger than it used to be. Moment, what have you done? Han Sen was ready to kill her, once and for all, if she didn't provide him an explanation for what she had done. I just want to live, was Moment Queen's answer. You have 1 minute to explain. Otherwise, your want is not going to happen, Han Sen said. Moment Queen looked surprised and she stammered. You think you'll be safe, now that you've taken over Thunder Hell Shelter? You have 45 seconds. Hansen said. Moment Queen said, Thunderhell Emperor was a good friend of Saint Fan Emperor. Saint Fan Emperor won't look kindly upon the one who killed his friend and took all his things. I absorbed the plants so I can help you in the future. I have only opened 5 gene locks, so I cannot help you very much under my current circumstances. Hansen frowned, thinking he might have heard about Saint Fan Emperor before. In the second god's sanctuary, it was Saint Fan who branded a mark on his forehead when he came to take the Holy Rhino. And later, when Hansen encountered the Lotus Empress, she name-dropped Saint Fan when she noticed Hansen and the mark. Now that I have opened 9 gene locks, I can help you out a lot, Moment Queen said. Hansen brought out the cruel bottle and sucked her in. Moment Queen was shocked, wishing to plead more in her defense. But before she could, the bottle was corked. Existing inside the cruel bottle was different to existing in the Sea of Soul. You could evolve in the Sea of Soul and slumber, but the cruel bottle was more like a prison. If she had just asked, Hansen would have been willing to part with some of the plants. But for her to take them all without permission was the sort of behavior he was not willing to tolerate. I can help you against Saint Fan Emperor. You cannot do it without me. Moment Queen screamed, hoping Hansen would hear her. She did not want to be trapped inside those glass walls forever. Even if I was to lose Thunder Hell Shelter, and you were my last hope of survival, I wouldn't let you out. Hansen put away the bottle and didn't say another word to her. Hansen asked his other companions if they knew who Saint Fan was. Qing Jun and Thorn had only heard his name, but didn't know much else. Xie King and Baby Ghost had never even heard the name. Drybone King was the only one who was able to provide information. Drybone King said, I thought about that asshole as he's not too far from this shelter, and last I heard, he and Thunderfart were friends. He might attack us, you know? How much do you know about him, exactly? Hansen asked. Drybone King looked excited to provide information, and he said, well, back then my father, Skeleton King, had his spirit stone destroyed by Saint Fan Emperor. Xie King was shocked when he overheard this, and he exclaimed, Hold the phone! Are you the son of Skeleton King? Was he famous? Hansen asked. Xie King had been trapped for 100,000 years. If even Xie King had heard about him, Skeleton King had to be some sort of legend. Xie King explained, Oh boy, I sure did. Back then he was the bee's knees. He could have been an emperor, you know. I didn't expect him to have been killed by Saint Fan Emperor, though. That sucks to hear. Drybone King looked angry, and he said, Saint Fan's power exploited a weakness of my father. He took over Skeleton Shelter, and that is how he became an emperor so quickly. What power did he have? Hansen asked. People always assumed it was light, but that would be incorrect. His power can heal everything and anything. It has long been a dream of mine to slay him, even if revenge is a luxury I cannot afford. But I fear that even with all our might combined, there is nothing we can do to defeat him, Drybone King said. Heal everything? Did you say that right? To heal is not to attack. If he can't attack, what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Eye chimed in. Drybone King looked over to Ghost Eye and said, The powers of healing are strong, and that is especially true of Saint Fan. Could you elaborate? Hansen did not know how or why the powers of healing would inflict damage. Drybone King's voice sank to a strange tone, and he said, His powers are so strong, he can seal all of your orifices. He can warp the shape of your body and turn you into little more than a meatball. Drybone King looked at both Ghost Eye and Xie King, and said, He could even combine the both of you. He could merge you together by your flesh. Xie King and Ghost Eye looked at each other, having both been given goosebumps. The bottom line is, Saint Fan's powers cannot be any less than Thunder Hell's. And that aside, he has an abundance of super creatures and king spirits in his employ. If Thunder Hell was the mini-boss, Saint Fan is the big cheese of this region, Drybone King said. Everyone was talking about the subject, but no real results were coming of the discussions. Assaulting Saint Fan Shelter preemptively would have to be done differently than their attack on Thunder Hell Shelter. Saint Fan's shelter was a mysterious construct, and it was encircled by a moat. The night cloak could not be used to breach the place without being seen. No one knew where the spirit hall was either, so it'd probably be quite difficult to locate in the midst of an attack. After fighting Thunder Hell Emperor, Han Sen had learned a thing or two about proper Emperor behavior, though. For one, he now knew they were willing to kill themselves quickly, and they'd respawn at an alarmingly fast rate. Whatever Han Sen and his companions chose to do, trying to conquer a shelter such as that was going to prove tough. But the talks were interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion that rattled the entire shelter, causing the ground to cough up plumes of dust. Han Sen's face changed immediately, and so he ran to the source of the sound with the others in tow. Han Sen came before a well in the garden, which was cascading water. It had flooded the ground of the garden, and it was 1 foot deep already. Bauer was near the well, with Snowball quivering behind her. "Are you okay?" Han Sen asked the baby, but she seemed to be totally fine. "I'm good," Bauer said. "What happened here?" Han Sen asked, indicating to the water that was flooding the place. Bauer pointed at Snowball and said, "I threw him in the well. Big boom. He flies out." "Is that true?" Han Sen asked Snowball. Snowball nodded gently. Han Sen tried peering into the well, but he could see nothing in its depths. All that seemed to be there was water. Han Sen picked up Snowball and dropped him in the well again. Snowball summoned the white ball to protect himself and fell inside. Pang! While Snowball was sinking down into the dark depths of the well, there was another sudden explosion. In response, Snowball was fired back out of the well like a cannonball. The garden was flooded even more. Following this, Snowball quickly ran back over to Bauer and hid behind her. It looked to be absolutely terrified. Well, this sure is one peculiar well. Han Sen tried looking down into the well again, and he did not see any clues that might explain what had occurred. The well had seemingly spat out Snowball by its own volition. "Let me take a look," Water Fairy said as she hovered near the well. "Okay, but be careful." Han Sen nodded. She was a water super creature, so if anything else was going to plunge into the aquatic mystery, there was none more suited to do so than her. "Oh, you care for my well-being? Thank you." Water Fairy smiled at Han Sen and then dove into the well. The Water Fairy did not create another explosion, and she was able to blend in with the rest of the water that filled the well. Han Sen watched her go, relieved that what happened to Snowball did not happen to her. Han Sen stood on the well looking down, but eventually, he lost sight of her and could not see what was going on at the bottom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder boomed. Han Sen quickly fell back, but he was surprised to see nothing actually happen this time. Han Sen inched his way back to the well and saw the water begin to bubble, as if it were coming to a boil. "Where did that thunder noise come from?" Ghost Eye asked as he too approached the well. The thunder sounded again, but this time continuously, and slowly the volume grew and grew. Inside the well, there was no lightning or anything. The water was only moving a little, so where it might have come from was difficult to discern. "Is there a place below the well, perhaps?" Han Sen frowned as he mulled the curiosity. Xiaqing King now came near in his flip-flops. He prepared to dive in after Water Fairy, saying, "Let this seaworthy hombre take a look." "No, you don't have to. Let's wait and see if Water Fairy returns." Han Sen wasn't sure what was down there, and if there was a trap, it'd be silly to send his troops in one after one. "Nothing in the third god's sanctuary can stop a dude like me. Come on, son. You know I'm unstoppable. You're saying a well can get the better of me?" Xiaqing King scoffed at the desire for safety, and he looked ready to jump in. Splash! The sudden sound shocked them all, and it was Water Fairy who had come back out. "Are you okay?" Han Sen swiftly asked her. Water Fairy, after regaining her balance, said, "I'm fine, but I did stumble across something interesting down there." "Well, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention," Xiaqing King said, as if speaking to the actual stone of the well. Water Fairy directed her gaze to Han Sen, saying, "It would be better if you followed me." Okay then, let's go take a look, Hansen said, leaning over the side of the well. Before going in, Water Fairy said, "This water is sky pure water. If anything dirty or pure goes inside, it'll be rejected like filth, like that mangy mutt you've adopted. But for yourself, don't worry. I can protect you and let you in." Water Fairy then turned her attention to the rest of the crowd and said, "Don't come in after us. Okay? If you do, you will hurt Master and I." After that, Water Fairy became a floating spring of water. It circled around Hansen and grabbed him tight. Then it picked him up and brought him into the well. Hansen began to descend through the water of the well, and the further he went down, the wider the structure of the well became. Before long, Hansen noticed he was at a depth of 1,000 meters. And then, suddenly, Hansen saw something bright in front of him. In the well, there was a flickering bolt of lightning. It was different from normal lightning, and the end of the bolt seemed to be stemming from something solid. It was a blue stone. The blue stone was like crystal, and he could see lightning inside and out of it. The lightning was strange, though. Each flash only illuminated a small portion of the area around the stone. Outside of its immediate proximity was darkness and nothing more. If Hansen had not been led as close as he was now, he wouldn't have been able to make it out in that stifling darkness. Water Fairy had generated a bubble for Hansen to sit within, so he could breathe and talk underwater. "What is this thing?" Hansen asked as he pointed towards the lightning stone. The lightning stone was very large, around the size of a house. Curiously, there were many holes in its exterior that could provide Hansen access. Water Fairy entered the bubble and took Hansen's arm, saying, "I'm not sure what it is, but it sure seems to be brimming with power. Don't you think? Be careful going close, though, as the holes occasionally beam with the lightning. It won't leave the confines of the crystal as long as it's undisturbed." Thankfully. You most probably heard the sound of thunder outside. Did you not? It was that, like an explosive exhaust of lightning and thunder. "Show me how to trigger the light show," Hansen said. Water Fairy nodded and waved her hand. Then a wave of water went towards the stone. When her water touched the stone, blue lightning spat out from its holes. The lightning lashed out like hungry vines, which then wrapped around the exterior of the stone and produced a thunderous roar. When the water came into contact with the lightning, the wave was broken. When the water was gone, the lightning began to calm and go back to its simmering status as if nothing had transpired. Hansen looked at the stone with a hearty mixture of surprise and fervent inquisitiveness. It was strong, but it did not show signs of possessing a life force. The lightning seemed to be genuine. If it was just lightning, though, why would it have the awareness to prevent something from approaching? "You said the water wouldn't allow the presence of dirt. So how is this stone here in the water?" Hansen asked. Water Fairy frowned and said, "Normally, sky pure water cannot contain dirt, and if an item that is unclean is present, the sky pure water displaces both the unclean item and the water surrounding the item. It really is strange, even to me, that this lightning stone is here in the midst of the water." Hansen observed the stone a bit more and then told her, "Take me closer." Water Fairy responded to this with shock, and she quickly exclaimed, "But that lightning is so strong, I don't think we can withstand it. I only want to get a closer peek." "That's it. Take me there, and if I can't withstand it, then you can pull me back." Hansen smiled. "I won't disappoint you," Water Fairy said with renewed confidence. She looked happy, and then she took the bubble closer to the danger zone. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to simulate Thunder Hell Emperor's black lightning, wanting to see if he could get right into the stone. There could be a treasure inside, one that belonged to Thunder Hell. If that was the case, Hansen thought the lightning would only acknowledge the presence of the Nautice's spirit, and a simulation of his power would be the next best thing. When the bubble got closer, though, the stone began to spew blue lightning to seal off each point of entry possible. The bubble connected with one whip of lightning and immediately broke. In response, Hansen turned and struck the blue lightning with the black lightning he now commanded. Pang! The reaction was not what Hansen expected, and he was literally shocked. The electricity that coursed through him was excruciatingly painful, and it sent him flying backward. Fortunately, Water Fairy managed to catch him with another bubble. If she hadn't, he'd have been blasted back out of the well. Han Sen looked at his hand, noticing the presence of blue lightning flickering across it. The black lightning was no match, it seemed. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any association between the blue and black lightning. Was it just my simulation that failed? Did the stone fail to recognize me as Thunderhell? Han Sen thought to himself. His hand still jolted with the presence of lightning that was still there, and every time it sparked, a new mark was left. It started to make Han Sen feel numb. Opting to try something else, Han Sen decided to simulate the silver fox's lightning. He was intrigued by the stone, and he really wanted to get rid of the blue lightning that was inhibiting his examinations and possible treasure collection. And with the silver lightning, the breakthrough he was looking for was achieved. The blue lightning moved away from Han Senator. It seemed as if the cords of blue were afraid of the silver lightning that Han Sen had created. Master! The blue lightning is retreating. It is returning back to the stone, as if it is afraid of something. Water Fairy said, "Take me back to the hole again." Han Sen hadn't expected the silver fox's abilities to have such far-reaching positive effects. Han Sen did notice that Thunderhell's lightning was different than the silver fox's. Thunderhell's lightning was all about pure destruction and the taking of lives. The silver fox was about saving lives instead. Could be used to heal others, after all. The blue lightning was afraid of Little Silver's lightning, or at least that was what Han Sen guessed. Water Fairy delivered him to the stone as he had requested, and when Han Sen reached it, the hole had already begun building up a discharge to lash and keep him away. In response, Han Sen summoned his silver lightning again, which made the blue lightning retreat. Han Sen was delighted, and this really was the result he was looking for. He told Water Fairy to wait where she was, while he jumped into the hole that the silver lightning had opened. The entry point was not submerged in sky-pure water, but was dry as land instead. Veiling himself in a cloak of silver lightning, Han Sen proceeded forward as the blue lightning cowered away from him. The hole was the perfect size for one person to go through. As he felt his way through, it was practically a tunnel, complete with its own twists and turns. After traversing as far as he could, he eventually reached the bottom. There was nothing particularly special about the way he had gone, and it was just as he had seen it from the outside. Inside the stone was a semicircular space, and each hole had an exit point that led into that place. Han Sen saw a small tree inside, growing in a pot. The tree was 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a small coconut tree. The strangest thing about it was that the tree seemed to have been forged from actual electricity or lightning. Its appearance was not too dissimilar to that of a plasma ball. There were 3 blue fruits growing on the electric branches of the tree, but weirdly, each fruit had something within it. The 3 lightning fruit each held something different. The highest of the trio had a knight in armor sitting inside as blue lightning flickered around him. The knight was wearing armor and a helmet, though so Han Sen could not see its face. He could not even see its eyes. The left fruit had a hammer inside it. Its shape was fairly unremarkable, and it looked like an average blacksmith's hammer, aside from the blue lightning that crackled around the head. It also had the symbol of lightning forged on it. The right fruit had a hand. It was white and pristine, with beautiful untarnished nails. In the palm of the hand was another lightning symbol. Han Sen felt strange as he looked upon them. The plant was growing 3 wholly different items. The fruits were not yet mature, but the life forces of the tree and its fruit were frighteningly powerful. There was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that he had stumbled across treasure belonging to an emperor spirit. But if they were geno-weapons, why would a knight and a hand be growing inside the fruits? They could have been creatures, but the idea of a creature that had the form of a hammer was bewildering. Han Sen might not have been able to tell what they were right now, but whatever would come from them had to be good. There was a reason why Thunderhell Emperor had gone to such great lengths to hide the tree beneath a well submerged in sky-pure water. Whatever these are, they'll be awesome when they're mature. I should help boost its growth. You can't find an emperor plant every day, after all. Han Sen summoned his black crystal and bestowed a number of drops upon the tree. He examined the fruit one last time, and he got giddy as he wondered how good the items would be. If they're beast souls, that'd be terrific. Imagine if they were berserk superclass. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen decided to summon Dragon King. He was a knowledgeable fellow on a great number of subjects, so there was a chance he could shed some more light on what was growing on the tree. Do you know what this is? Han Sen said. Dragon King, seeing the mini tree, looked shocked. He went around it to observe it carefully, saying, "How very peculiar. This should be a lightning emperor genoplant, correct? It is strange how the things inside don't look very electric." Excuse me? The stuff inside isn't lightning? Han Sen frowned in a pause, before continuing on to say, "You must be mistaken. You are, aren't you? The items inside even have the symbol of lightning emblazoned across them." Dragon King explained, "I have hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Trust me, I am not mistaken when I tell you that whatever is inside that tree is not lightning." "Then, can you explain?" Han Sen asked, frowning. Dragon King looked at the fruit and said, "I can't be sure about the hand and the hammer, but I know for sure everything you'd need to know about the knight." "Okay, go on." "I'm listening." Han Sen gestured for him to proceed. Dragon King laughed and said, "I used to grow those. It's a super beast soul, and it goes by the name Twin Knight." "Twin Knight? But there is only one of them." Han Sen found it hard to believe they were twins. "Before you spirit sign a contract with humans, you can't use beast souls. Isn't that right?" Han Sen said. Dragon King balked and said, "No, it wasn't for me. It was for my man, Dragon Knight." "Dragon Knight? You had someone to ride you?" Han Sen looked at Dragon King with shock. Dragon King's face turned green, and he explained, "No, it's not like that. Dragon Knights are knights with dragon blood. They are powerful super creatures, actually. Not too far off your disloyal knight. I had a whole battalion of them at one point." "You had a whole battalion to ride you? You are good." Han Sen laughed and went on to say, "Anyway, keep going. What is the Twin Knight?" "The Twin Knight beast soul should grow on the twin tree. I had them, and I was going to use a Twin Knight to combine with my favorite Dragon Knight so he could act as a leader. But something went wrong with the tree and it died. You know how it goes. But I am telling you, this is identical to my Twin Knight. And believe me, I am as perplexed as you about why it is growing on a lightning tree." Dragon King looked genuinely confused. "You still haven't told me what it does," Han Sen said, looking directly at him. Dragon King laughed and said, "Oh, that is simple. It can possess other knights and have powers opposite to what it currently has." "Does that mean if a knight has a fire element, and it is possessed, it will instead use an ice element?" Han Sen asked. "No, it is extra. As in, you can use ice and fire together," Dragon King explained. Han Sen was delighted with the treasure he had stumbled across. He thought that item would be a terrific gain for him. If the disloyal knight used it, he wondered, what would his powers become? Dragon King thought the genoplant would still take another 40 years to mature, so that meant 40 days for Han Sen and his water drops. In 40 days, he could obtain the items it was going to yield. He still wasn't sure what the hand or the hammer items were, but Dragon King seemed certain that the knight was a twin knight, despite the peculiarity of it being born on this tree. Han Sen didn't want to leave empty-handed, though. He wanted to wait there until the fruit could mature. Han Sen moved the underground shelter to a well-hidden place not too far from Thunder Hell Shelter. If they were unable to defend Thunder Hell Shelter, when the not-so-far-away hostiles came to attack, they could retreat to the underground shelter and make a daring escape. Han Sen left the well and told Water Fairy to keep an eye on it, and make sure no one intruded. He then went to one of the palaces in the shelter to do some reading. Han Sen wanted to figure out what manner of information the Shen Men fellow had given him. He had already had it translated into the modern language, so now he could read it all with simplicity. There was info regarding the Shen-Tian technique, on which the Dongshen Sutra had been based. The Shen-Tian technique was good, but it was quite different than the finalized Dongshen Sutra. The Shantian technique was the original skill, but the Dongxian Sutra had been created by Dongxianzi after he broke through the vacuum. Han Sen decided to learn the Shantian technique, while applying what he had learned through his time with the Dongxian Sutra. There was a lot Han Sen would be able to learn from it, despite it not being in its entirely original format. The Shantian technique was ancient, and over the ages parts of it had been modified. Han Sen learned a lot from it, and he noticed that many hyper-geno arts could be easily blended with it. Han Sen selected one to practice with and used the Dongxian Sutra as a base. He was still able to use a hyper-geno art that had been combined with the Shantian technique. He didn't have much time, though, so Han Sen only picked one, thinking he could use it against Saint Fan if he ever had to fight him. Han Sen decided to practice a skill called Xuanmi movement, which had its origins based on Shantian movement. Dongxian movement was based on Shantian movement as well, but Dongxian movement had been modified a lot for the Dongxian Sutra, making it a much greater fit. Xuanmi movement was terrific, and it was very adaptable in how it could combine with modern skills. Han Sen used Xuanmi movement with Dongxian movement to try it out, and he found it to be rather easy. In less than 2 days, he had already become proficient with it. After a while, Han Sen also finished going through the information provided to him by Professor Long. After reclining back to think through what he had read, Han Sen finally thought he had figured out a way in which he could combine speeding up time and teleportation. But for this, he would have to start creating a brand new hyper-geno art. Speeding up time and teleportation? This could actually work, Han Sen said to himself. Han Sen continued his research for the next few days, and he stayed away from the Alliance in case Saint Fan showed up. Half a month passed with no sign of an enemy force. The Emperor tree in the well had not yet matured either. Ghost Eye, however, came running back to the shelter in a strange panic. Saint Fan is here. Dry Bone translated what Ghost Eye had to say, amidst his panting. When Han Sen heard, he raced out of his room to prepare. Everyone else abandoned what they were doing and went to join him. Queen and Zero were the only humans there, as the rest were in the underground shelter. For a fight like this, most humans would be little more than cannon fodder. What do we face? Baby Ghost asked. He had managed to open 3 gene locks after starting from scratch, but he was still in no condition to fight what now faced them. Ghost Eye was making a noise, pointing at something in the distance. He had very good eyesight, which was why Han Sen selected him as a scout. Dry Bone King translated what he had to say again. Saint Fan, with his army in tow, is 500 miles away. He has seen 5 super creatures and 3 king spirits accompanying him. But to pad out the forces, swathes of smaller creatures have come, too. With the Emperor himself showing his face, do you think we should fall back? Dry Bone King added the last sentence himself, as he doubted their strength in repelling such a foe. If his father had failed to defeat Saint Fan Emperor, there was no chance he could. What you afraid of, son? We haven't got nothing to fear. We've got the greater hand here, Xie King said, as he puffed on a cigar. He is an emperor. Realistically, now would be the time for us to go. We can always come back. Living to fight another day sounds worthwhile to me, Baby Ghost said. Water Fairy chimed in to say, you should stop arguing and just do whatever our master tells us. Everyone turned to look at Han Sen. These colors don't run. I'm fighting no matter what, but that doesn't mean I'm without an escape plan. If things truly turn awry. If their forces are overwhelming, we can return to the underground shelter, Han Sen said. Han Sen did not want to lose the Emperor tree just yet, and the last thing he wanted was for an emperor to easily claim the goodies he himself had fought to obtain. Han Sen could deal with the king spirits and super creatures without much issue. It was the emperor himself that presented the problem. He wasn't sure how he'd muster what it would take to bring the emperor down. Ordinary king spirits could not fight him, and Purple Emperor wasn't a true emperor yet, either. Purple Emperor can fight with my berserk gold raven beast soul, and I myself have super king spirit mode and little angel. All hope is not lost, and at the very least, fleeing will remain a viable option. I can escape whenever I wish, Han Sen mulled to himself. Han Sen had decided to stay and fight. He brought all his spirits and super creatures outside of the shelter to battle upon the fields. He didn't want to risk the construct of Thunder Hell Shelter getting destroyed. After walking a few dozen miles, he and his companions caught sight of the enemy spirits and creatures approaching. The spirit that led the host was clad in black armor that masked his face. A subtle, dark glow shimmered around the being. He looked like an ancient deity, but Hansen knew exactly who he was. That was Saint Fan, whom he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. The spirit hadn't changed much. Saint Fan Emperor was sitting upon the holy rhino, which looked as strong as ever. It glowed with a holy light, acting as a beacon for the army to follow. What Hansen had seen, when the holy rhino ascended to the third god's sanctuary, was still one of the most incredible sights he had ever witnessed. It was something Hansen thought was insane. And now, over the time of its existence in the third god's sanctuary, it had been looked after well by Saint Fan Emperor, as it had opened 9 gene locks already. Besides Saint Fan Emperor, there were 3 king spirits and a few super creatures. Behind the leading line was an army of spirits and creatures, all of varying types, sizes, and shapes. A few of the creatures looked familiar, as they were the spirits and creatures that had escaped from Thunder Hell Shelter. Hansen frowned, noticing this. If Saint Fan had the creatures from Thunder Hell Shelter, he would know everything about the place. He was coming fully prepared, and there were very few trump cards Hansen had left to play. When Saint Fan recognized Hansen, a visible look of shock fell across his face. He said, "Human, it was you who killed Thunder Hell Emperor and claimed his shelter?" "Yes," Hansen answered as he sat upon Golden Growler, eschewing all possible feelings of apprehension. Saint Fan smiled and said, "I left a mark on you, did I not? I had hoped to have you come to my shelter, but that mare replaced it. Lotus claimed you, did she not? Not that it matters, because you will be mine once more." Saint Fan made it sound like he'd soon expect a grovel-like bow by Hansen, and he'd have no trouble getting a submission from him. Hansen was aware of how he was making it sound. So Hansen said, "I'm not so sure about that. In fact, it might be the opposite. Perhaps later, it will be you who belongs to me." Seeing Saint Fan there, though, made his mind drift to wonder what power the spirits possessed that allowed them to return to a previous shelter and escort creatures through. If Hansen could do this, he thought he'd be able to bring his mother to the third god's sanctuary. Saint Fan Emperor looked miffed, and he responded to Hansen by saying, "You might be able to steal Thunder Hell's spirit stone, but the talent that enabled that is useless against a being as magnificent as I. Get on your knees and you can return to the shelter with your comrades. All deals will be off the table once swords ring, knuckles fly, and bones break. Talking with this fool is pointless, yo. Let's kill him." Xiaqin King did not wait, and with a gleam of silver light, he took off running towards the enemy. Xiaqin King's power was similar to that of Hansen's Super King spirit mode. That being said, it wasn't as effective. Seeing Xiaqin King come, Saint Fan did not seem to care. It was a king spirit that had come running out to fight, after all. Xiaqin King ran before a king spirit of the enemy and unleashed a barrage of punches. The enemy's fists were very quick, and they were able to repel every single hit. The enemy's fists were like shields. Pang! Xiaqin King punched a little harder and broke the fist shield. Then, another salvo of punches was unleashed. The king spirit didn't seem to care much about the punches it was being delivered, though, and it sought to launch a punch of its own at Xiaqin King's head. Fortunately, his power did not match Xiaqin King's power. With a boost, Xiaqin King's fist was driven into the enemy spirit's chest, while the enemy spirit's punch was thrown into Xiaqin King's head. A hole was smashed into the king spirit's body as Xiaqin King's fist ripped clean through, and when the king spirit's own fist came into contact with Xiaqin King, it did nothing. The power seemed to have been nullified when it came into contact with the silver light that veiled Xiaqin King. "Get back to me once you've practiced the art of punching walls for 100,000 years in a dreadfully boring incarceration, matey," Xiaqin King said. Everyone, witnessing Xiaqin King's coolness and ferociousness in taking the fight to the enemy, were given the hope they needed, but had struggled to find before now. Saint Fan didn't care much for his subordinate's death, though, as the Holy Rhino's horn began to shine. Immediately, the spirit Xia King had thought to have killed stood up and healed back to full health. "Our fight is not over," the king's spirit cackled. Xia King frowned, and he looked to be filled with a murderous rage. He approached the king's spirit again. To this, Saint Fan waved his hand, a command to the rest of his companions to begin fighting. Seeing Saint Fan not want to fight himself, Han Sen responded by commanding Purple Emperor and the rest to deal with the army. The opponent only had 7 king-class elites with him, while Saint Fan and the Rhino stayed out of the fighting. Purple Emperor, Xia King, and Little Angel were very strong, and they were swiftly able to take control of the battleground. But Han Sen soon found out that this was pointless. The Holy Rhino was able to heal all the forces that were beaten down, making it impossible to keep the dead. It is no wonder they are not afraid to die. Injuries don't stick, Han Sen told himself, while frowning. Alu. Xia King's fists were like a couple of silver suns now, as they pummeled the daylight out of the spirit in front of him again. He had torn through every shield and beaten the spirit into a wretched, mangled mess on the floor, ready to be smashed. The Rhino's horn was shining brightly, and that same light was now caressing the crumpled king's spirit. Xia King did not relent in his pummeling of the spirit, but no matter what he did, it just wouldn't give up the ghost. Pang! This time, when the spirit was able to get up, it punched Xia King in the face, making his nose bleed. And it wasn't only Xia King having to deal with such a predicament. Ghost Eye, Blue Dinosaur, and Dry Bone were also at this same disadvantage. Disloyal Knight's halo had the ability to weaken others, but Saint Fan's army was practically invincible. They did not fear death either, so a reduction in damage output or a reduction of defense durability on their part meant nothing. That being said, the wounds would stay on the broken enemies, which meant their effectiveness in battle gradually reduced the more they were beaten. Holy Rhino is good. It is no wonder Saint Fan values it so highly and has allowed it to level up so high, Han Sen thought, as he readied himself to attack the Rhino and Saint Fan Emperor. Han Sen needed to get rid of the duo, as victory did not seem a likely outcome if they were still in play. But before Han Sen struck, Xia King barked something across the battlefield. The scary silver light that had enveloped him made him look like a terrifying foe. Han Sen was a great distance away from him at this point, but he could feel the immense power Xia King was about to deploy. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Seeing the king's spirit rise again, Xia King had definitely had enough. He screamed, "Die!" The fists came thick and fast, one wallop after another, wrecking the body of the king's spirit. The heat of the silver fists then melted its body into thick, bubbling tar as it was beaten back into a rocky cliffside. Like a mechanical drill, Xia King pummeled him through the rock as if he was merrily digging a tunnel. After the silver light dimmed, the body of the king's spirit was shown to have disappeared. It had been vaporized. Even after respawning another 10,000 times, "You'll never have what it takes to beat me," Xia King hollered, as he drew a pair of sunshades and slid them into his face. As cool as he tried to play it, though, Han Sen knew Xia King was sweating. That attack had cost Xia King a lot of energy. Still, the fact that he had destroyed a king's spirit into actual nothingness was scary. Han Sen said to him, "Brother Xia, you rock." If the body was gone, the Rhino couldn't heal it. But Saint Fan Emperor waved his hand, and then a weird light appeared. This light was sent towards Xia King. Boom! The light broke and diminished, returning the king's spirit in front of Xia King unharmed and free from wounds. Seeing this, Xia King's face changed. Han Sen now knew why his opponents really weren't afraid of death. Even if they couldn't be healed, resurrection was only a hand flick away. Han Sen summoned Purple Emperor and then became a berserk gold raven. Together, the duo went to battle Saint Fan. Han Sen used the gold raven because he could not yet use ancient devil soldier. The raven had berserk powers too, so it was bound to be effective against the emperor. Seeing Han Sen and Purple Emperor approach, Saint Fan didn't move much. He just remained where was, comfy upon the rhino. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. When they approached, Saint Fan lifted his hands and managed to grab them both with ease. The talons of the raven and the purple sword were grabbed by Saint Fan with no trouble. Han San and Purple Emperor could not escape the wretched grip he had on him. Saint Fan was a twisted devil, and he started to smack the two puppets in his hands together, getting them to hit each other repeatedly. Drybone King said Saint Fan could make the flesh of two creatures merge together, and these words stuck with Han San all too well. The last thing he was going to do was allow that. Han San flapped his wings and managed to writhe out of the Emperor's grip, leaving a few scratch marks on his hands as he slipped free. Purple Emperor, seeing an opportunity now arise, let the sword go, jumped on Saint Fan's head, and used another beam blade to strike him. Dong! 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 The purple beam struck against the armor a few times, but it was futile. Only the exposed skin was susceptible to damage. But as soon as wounds appeared on Saint Fan's skin, they were immediately healed. You'd miss it if you blinked. Are emperors always this strong? Han San used his phoenix techniques to repeatedly hit Saint Fan while trying to avoid getting grabbed again. Purple Emperor continued using his blades of light to strike their ultimate foe. But Saint Fan didn't even seem concerned. He sat upon the rhino unmoved. It was almost as if he didn't want to stop the two from hitting him. There might only be one gene lock gap, but it's a nearly unbridgeable chasm. 9 gene locks is so weak in comparison. Han Sen thought the extra 10th gene lock made all the difference in the world. Purple Emperor had 10 gene locks open, but due to the lack of sufficient nutrition during its birth, its power was not all that different from Han Sen's. But they were also individual, and Han Sen could not combine with Purple Emperor as he could with Little Angel. They still managed to hold Saint Fan back, but it didn't make much of a difference for those down on the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the tides were turning, and they were not doing well. Even Xie King had been injured quite a bit by this point. Dry Bone King looked dismayed, but it was no surprise. He was talented with the heart bone, and he could break the hearts of his enemies in their chests, but it wouldn't be long before they were back on their feet. The dismay came as no surprise, for they were all fighting unbeatable foes. Xie King's heart had sunk even lower, though. He could kill any king spirit there he desired, but they'd each be resurrected in no time. Little Angel's greatsword continued to hack down the super creatures she went up against. But whenever she beheaded an opponent, the head would soon roll up and get stitched back on. No matter how powerful they were, fighting was a useless uphill struggle against enemies that couldn't be destroyed. The only ones making genuine progress on the battlefield were Thorn Queen and Water Fairy. Thorn Queen was able to use vines to trap and subdue creatures. Even if they could be healed, beneath the nasty entrapment of thorny ropes, they were out of the game. Water Fairy had a similar move, but she used water bubbles to encase and suffocate enemies. Xie King broke another foe's head, but lo and behold, it respawned the next second. He turned around, picked up Snowball, who was idly spectating by the side, and threw it towards the arisen King Spirit. The King Spirit used his shield to block, but it was quickly broken by Xie King, allowing Snowball to get in close. Snowball squealed and flashed with a white light, which momentarily blinded the King Spirit. The spirit felt as if it had been a victim of 100 flashbang grenades, and it felt as if his world was spinning amidst the blinding light. "Ha ha! Brains before brawn, you numpty!" Xie King called to the ball Snowball had trapped the King Spirit within, and then kicked it away like a corner kick. The ball hit a nearby wall with terrible force, and it bounced all the way back to Xie King. With a smile, he was happy to comply and kick it back once more. Xie King looked as if he was actually having fun, playing soccer by himself. "Brother Xie, help!" Dry Bone King suddenly called from across the field. His bone heart was useless, and close-quarter combat was where Dry Bone King was least proficient. Even Baby Ghost could not do aught for him. Pang! The white ball was kicked away by Xie King, one last time with frightening power. It drilled through a cliffside and became lodged deep inside. "Coming!" Xiaqing King grabbed Snowball and ran over to the monster that was harassing Drybone King. To make use of Snowball, he had to get in close. But that could be difficult if the opponent knew what to expect. So, Xiaqing King just charged towards it and punched the foe to knock it off balance. The silver light broke the molten lava casing that protected the monster. And then, Xiaqing King shoved Snowball onto the fiery beast. Snowball flashed white again, trapping the monster inside another white ball. Xiaqing King immediately kicked the white ball away, as if to score a penalty kick. Saint Fan had become aware of what Xiaqing King was doing now, and when he saw him run towards another creature, he frowned. They had found a way to get around his healing and resurrection expertise. Seeing Xiaqing King continue going about this, Saint Fan disengaged Han San and went towards the tricksy and ill-dressed spirit. Swiftly, he managed to snatch Snowball away from Xiaqing King. Saint Fan Emperor knew the fluffy little creature could end up tipping the scales of the battle. Good timing! Xiaqing King flashed with a silver light, then took the opportunity to punch Saint Fan. Pang! Xiaqing King put all his strength into that punch, and he managed to rocket his fist through Saint Fan's armor and body. Han San was delighted to see this, so he and Purple Emperor leaped onto the dazed Emperor to deal more damage and kill him before he could recover. Han Sen's talons shredded Saint Fan's wounds into gnarly bits as Purple Emperor slashed the wound from another side. He looked as if he was going to be ripped apart, but Saint Fan smiled as if he couldn't care less. All three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiaqing King's arm, Han Sen's talons, and Purple Emperor's sword suddenly became a part of Saint Fan's renewed flesh. He had healed, with the three of them connected to him. Oh no! Han Sen wished to pull his talons away, but he felt great pain in doing so, as if he was trying to tear his own arm off. Xiaqing King was the same too. But fortunately, Purple Emperor was able to let go of his sword and fall back for a moment. What is this sick shit? Xiaqing King looked incredibly angry, and he repeatedly pummeled Saint Fan's head. Saint Fan didn't attempt to dodge, though, and he just let this occur. It was strange, because eventually, Xiaqing King's fists penetrated his skull and battered Saint Fan's brain. But the next second it made sense, and it made Xiaqing King look even worse. The head of Saint Fan healed, trapping Xiaqing King's hand inside his brain. Xiaqing King wished to pull his hand away, but he felt a headache come on. It prompted him to start sweating profusely. Han Sen's face was not looking good. If you touched Saint Fan Emperor's body, your limbs could sink and become one with him, and any subsequent hits meant bringing damage to yourself. This was what had occurred to them. Saint Fan Emperor did not feel any pain, and amidst all this, he smiled and said, Xiaqing King, that is a name not unfamiliar to me. I heard of the power you wielded back when I was first born. I must say, the claims of your talents are overrated. Saint Fan threw a fist to punch Xiaqing King's belly. Xiaqing King had one of his hands in Saint Fan's chest, and his other was lodged inside his opponent's head. There was nothing he could do to dodge. Saint Fan Emperor's fist began to boil with an eerie silver light, as if he was absorbing Xiaqing King's power. Pang! Pang! Saint Fan's fists, imbued with silver light, began to pummel Xiaqing King repeatedly, until his chest caved in. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they really had become a part of Saint Fan, and now Saint Fan could make use of their powers. Watching Saint Fan punch Xiaqing King, Han Sen tried to throw fire at the wretched spirit to end the madness. But Saint Fan knocked away the approaching fire, and he did not allow his fist to stop there. The fist went onwards to punch Han Sen in the head, making him suffer a great deal of pain. Damn it! Han Sen wanted to activate his Super King Spirit mode, but just as he resolved to, he heard a barking sound. Snowball had snuck behind Saint Fan, and with his ability to trap beings inside white spheres, it tried to do the same to the spirit. It worked, but Han Sen and Xiaqing King were trapped inside, too. Good job, Snowball. Han Sen thought trapping the spirit would be the best course of action, first and foremost. Woof! Snowball barked. But their new glimmer of hope was brief, and their faces soon became grim once more. Saint Fan was able to throw his fist through the previously thought to be indestructible skin of the white sphere. A ball that could withstand the number 16 of saving money had been broken in a single punch by Saint Fan. Saint Fan's body exited the ball, with it attached to his back. Everything and everyone can become a part of me, and all control can be submitted to me, Saint Fan proclaimed. Snowball barked and ran off, jumping into a sphere of his own in the process. What a wimp, Xie King said. Han Sen found it funny that Xie King had initially believed Snowball had saved their lives. Saint Fan then threw a punch towards Han Sen, with another fist that had been imbued with a silver light. Han Sen knew how strong Xie King was, and he knew full well if Saint Fan was going to place all his strength in that punch, he'd be dead in the next couple of seconds. But he was stuck and unable to go anywhere. He had no choice but to brace for impact and accept the incoming hit. Pang! Han Sen grabbed his other talon and slashed Saint Fan Emperor's waist. But it was only one last, futile attempt of trying to get away. It really was impossible to get free. But then, the Purple Emperor appeared. He hadn't wished to attack because he didn't want to deal damage to Han Sen as he attacked Saint Fan. Saint Fan's punch met with Han Sen, and it hurt. He then punched Xie King. And repeatedly, Saint Fan continued to beat them both black, blue, and bloody. Han Sen knew he had to think of something, and that this couldn't be allowed to go on much longer. Now, he had no choice but to use Super King Spirit Mode. Han Sen returned from his Triple Talon Gold Raven status, but he noticed his arms were still attached to Saint Fan. Han Sen did not know if Super King Spirit Mode would allow him an escape, but he did know he had to try. If the likelihood of death seemed strong, he might as well do all he could, after all. And currently, Dry Bone King was not faring too well in battle. Snowball had managed to imprison 2 of the creatures that had attacked him, but there were still 5 more to go. With the tide not changing, things had to drastically improve for everyone, if they were going to achieve victory. Thorn Queen was still capable of trapping enemies, but the vines wouldn't hold them forever, and it was only a matter of time before they could indeed escape. Snowball ran over to Bower and cowered behind her back, not wanting to move. It was not like anyone could break his sphere and force him out, either. Qing Jun tried to grab hold of Snowball and go around the field with him, as he was an invaluable asset in trapping the super creatures and king spirits that dominated the field of battle. Its nerves had been rattled so much, though, that did not seem likely to happen. Bower held her gourd and looked at the chaos before her, and particularly at Han Sen and Saint Fan. She wished to make use of the item, but she was afraid of bringing harm to Han Senator. She was also unsure whether or not she could truly suck Saint Fan into the gourd. Regardless of what was going on, Han Sen was now determined to do things his way. He was going to activate Super King Spirit Mode and combine with Little Angel. Han Sen only needed to get his hands free so he could escape. But before he could become a Super King Spirit, a long howling sound came from a nearby forest. Something scary was quickly headed their way. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they were reinforcements belonging to Saint Fan. After all, Han Sen had brought everyone, and there was no one else who could come to his aid. But even Saint Fan Emperor looked disturbed upon hearing that howl. The howling sounded from afar, but its carrier was quickly closing the distance. When the howling came to an abrupt end, a creature emerged from the brush of the nearby forest. Little Silver. Han Sen was delighted to see his past companion leap into the fray. Its elegant fur was just like Han Sen remembered, and it brought him immense joy just to see the scruffy animal come with lightning flickering across its body. Truth be told, though, the title Little Silver was no longer suitable. In his time away from Han Sen, the silver fox had grown to become a giant, almost wolf-like fox. It had 10 electrified fox tails that crackled and sparked with an intensity that looked as if it could tear the dimension apart. Saint Fan was visibly disturbed when he saw it. But Han Sen was exuberantly happy, and rightly so. His companion hadn't just returned. He had come back with a grand amount of power. The significance of its tails told them it had either opened 9 gene locks, or quite possibly 10. The silver fox swung its tail after appearing, as a bolt of lightning was fired towards Saint Fan. Saint Fan did not want the lightning to touch him, so he swung Han San and Xia King together as a meat shield. Boom! The silver lightning hit Han San and Xia King, and the looks on their faces were the distorted and wild expectation of a sudden death that was about to strike them. They were unable to avoid the lightning, but when they got hit, they noticed it wasn't a bolt meant to harm them. It healed them. Their relief was immense, and the healing power they received equaled the power of the Holy Rhino at the very least. When the lightning came into contact with Saint Fan's body, though, the Emperor let out a shrill shriek of pure agony. The lightning seared the skin off his entire body and made him smoke. At that precise moment, Han San and Xia King noticed they had been separated from Saint Fan. The lightning attack had left Saint Fan's body charred and burned, and the wounds looked irreparable. He tried to heal himself, but try as he might, he was unable to. Little Silver wasn't letting up on his master's aggressor, though. He pumped up the charge and continued frying Saint Fan. In response, the Scorched Spirit tried to use a white light in defense. The powers of the two looked to be equal, and it wasn't immediately clear who would win. The Silver Fox did not stop casting, and the holy light of Saint Fan's shield had grown in volume and intensity to equal a small silver sun. There was no explosion, but the existence of the greenery around them flickered violently, as if there was a switch that operated time periods. One moment, the greenery would be in full, verdant bloom. The next, a scorched, charred hellscape. It switched between the two rapidly and made for an awe-inducing sight. Han Sen's energy felt disturbed as he witnessed this. He wanted nothing more than to leave, feeling dwarfed by the gargantuan forces that battled before him. Everyone, focus on felling the remaining spirits and super creatures. Han Sen called, running into battle against Saint Fan's army. Now, Saint Fan had been left to deal with a being that was his equal. He was left to fight with the Silver Fox, and he couldn't be distracted. Under the pressure put on him by the Electric Fox, he wouldn't have the time to resurrect anything that died. Han Sen and Xia King laid waste to the remaining forces with ease, all except for the Holy Rhino. But Han Sen thought it odd. Despite what he killed, Han Sen did not receive a single announcement. This made him frown. Even if the foes he had routed could be resurrected, death, no matter how temporary, should yield him an announcement of some kind. This must have meant Saint Fan did not resurrect them on the field of battle, and that he must have done something before he came to fight. Well, that's a new trick. I wonder what he did, exactly. Han Sen weighed the mystery in his mind. But Han Sen also felt a streak of relief. If Saint Fan truly had the power of resurrecting spirits and creatures, it was almost too frightening a thing to comprehend. Saint Fan was not invincible in the third god's sanctuary, despite his immense amount of power. Even he had a limit. Then, Han Sen suddenly heard the boisterous spirit scream aloud once more. It looked like he had failed to withstand the power of Little Silver's lightning. What did Little Silver do to become so strong? He must have eaten more than the nine-tailed fox's geno essence I let him have. He must have unearthed some fairly nifty treasure, Han Sen thought. But the Silver Fox and all the super creatures on Ghost Mountain had all disappeared without a trace, so he thought something fairly more substantial had taken place as well. Saint Fan shouted, and turning to look, Han Sen saw a lot of strange light beam right into him. From out of Saint Fan, a snake head, lion body, and spider claws were all beginning to grow. Han Sen said, all these creatures were a part of him already? They didn't resurrect. They were just birthed by him. Now, all the super creatures and king spirits of the field became one with Saint Fan. His body became stronger, and it made Little Silver's glow look fainter. The Silver Fox looked like he was having a hard time keeping up the constant discharge of electricity. Saint Fan was becoming more powerful than they thought could be possible, as he grew to encompass a mishmash of all those different creatures. The silver lightning was no longer enough to keep him at bay. Water can extinguish fire, but if the fire is too strong, not even water can help. Saint Fan's holy light continued to expand, and the light that had previously suppressed him was dwarfed and had to pull away. Thunder of life. Very good. If you become a part of me, I will obtain your powers, too. Saint Fan was talking like a madman. Saint Fan was able to heal himself, but not anyone else. That was why he valued the rhino so much. They were both of a holy element, but if Saint Fan combined with the rhino, he could not use it to heal others. The silver fox's ability of healing was of a different element, and if Saint Fan consumed little silver, he could overcome this hurdle. Saint Fan had a wide array of wretched powers bubbling within him, and he used it all to fight back the silver lightning. But with his strength starting to prove itself supreme, little silver began to struggle, and Saint Fan was inching closer and closer to the furry fighter. The silver fox did all he could to strengthen his thunder, but nothing he did could prohibit the lurching approach of Saint Fan. We have to do something. We can't just let him bully that fox, Xiaqing King exclaimed. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could realistically do. Nothing they could do worked on Saint Fan, and the last thing they wanted was to become glued to him. Han Sen saw something weird about Saint Fan, but he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing Saint Fan get closer to the silver fox, though, Han Sen still did not activate his Super King Spirit mode to help. Boom! Boom! Saint Fan's hideous body, if it could even be called that, was sickening to see. It resembled little more than a hulking biomass, whose footsteps rocked the earth with each step. Half an hour later, Saint Fan had managed to come directly before the silver fox. With one of the snakes that protruded from his body, he tried to snatch the silver fox. "Little Silver, come back," Han Sen shouted. The silver fox heard Han Sen's command, and then suddenly its size shrank. It leaped onto Han Sen's shoulder, taking back its rightful spot where his master had severely missed him. Saint Fan turned around to look at Han Sen and his companions. Many of the mouths across his body opened to say, "Good. You've all lined up to offer yourselves up for my consumption. You must earnestly wish me to become a demigod. But be good and queue up single file, would you?" After that, Saint Fan began his approach towards them all. It was a terrifying thing to behold. Snowball turned into a ball and ran off, but he wasn't the only one. They all fell back together, acknowledging their foe was now far too strong. "Saint Fan Emperor, before you try and consume us all, can I ask you 2 questions? Han Sen did not wait for a response, and he immediately asked, "How did you return to the second god's sanctuary for the rhino?" All the mouths on Saint Fan opened to answer. "That is the ability of an emperor shelter. They all have different abilities, and mine provided this one. When triggered, you can open a gate that leads you to the second god's sanctuary. I did not break through space, and it was the rhino who opened the gate. That gate led to an emperor shelter, which just so happened to be mine." Han Sen was disappointed with this answer. He thought he could move his mother and Yenran to the third god's sanctuary with safety. "Second question. Why do you attack us? I fail to believe all this is purely in the desire for revenge," Han Sen said. "I do not need to explain anything to you," Saint Fan said, preparing to absorb him. "It is because of that tree, isn't it?" Han Sen said. Saint Fan asked, "You saw it?" "Yes, I did. I saw 3 fruits upon its branches. One of the fruits contained a twin knight," Han Sen explained. Saint Fan looked surprised, and he asked, "Has it matured yet?" Now Han Sen understood Saint Fan's rush to do battle was not for revenge, but for the tree that resided in Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen also knew now that it was a 3-life tree. He did not know what the other fruits were, though. "Do you know what the other 2 fruits are that grow on the 3-life tree?" Han Sen asked, but he was ignored. Saint Fan simply moved forward and tried to attack. The silver fox used lightning to break the power it had expelled towards Han Sen. But Saint Fan had grown incredibly strong, and although the attack had been stayed, the malformed spirit himself could not be stopped. His approach continued. For some reason, his powers felt unlimited, but also weaker. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged another attack. He stood in front of the hideous body and said, "Look at yourself, before trying to kill us." "Ugh! What game are you trying to play now?" Saint Fan said. He knew the extent of his powers and knew how wretched he actually appeared, but he just continued trying to attack. "Look at yourself. Look at your body. Are you afraid I will assault you? Han Sen asked, evading the strike. Saint Fan was not afraid of any possible assault Han Sen could muster, and he had more than one pair of eyes now. He took control of the snake and let it out to get a better view of himself, but what he saw shocked him. He said, "Impossible.